Hello, everybody, and welcome to yet another edition of the BTR stream. Today, we're going to be talking about the tragic events that have occurred in the last couple of days. And with us, we have a fantastic panel. This one is going to be an amazing show, a barn burner of a show, if you will. We have so many people coming in later on. And before I say anything more, I just wanted to let everybody know, if you have not subscribed yet, please subscribe and get your friends in this thing. We are building this operation up one brick at a time, and it's going to be amazing. And one new thing that I wanted to announce for everybody, if you have ever thought, you know what, I got all this crypto that I'm sitting on, and I would just love to give it away to people whose work I care about, well, now is your chance to do so. So we have finally started to accept crypto donations. If you go to the bottom of the description, you're going to see cryptocurrencycheckout.com. And if you click that, either Bitcoin or Ethereum, you guys can support us, and it's going to go a long way. And whatever it is that you write as far as a message is going to be displayed on the screen, and we are going to make sure we're going to address whatever it is that you say. So anyway, to kick off the show, we have a newcomer today, Tom Jode. Welcome, Tom. And we've also got Shantyman, Serpent Mound, and Yakov Alive joining us, and more people to come. So, Tom, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Just a retired liberal. That's about it. Facebook. Had an account for a long time. Had to discontinue that. Mostly on Twitter now. Trying to do the best I can.
Excellent. And you are also part of Resist Twitter, and that's been a really big thing for me, trying to get more people from that side on, because this show has always been about, since its onset, bringing in people who would otherwise not really have a chance to converse together. So I really appreciate you coming on.
And I appreciate the chance to kind of dialogue with you guys and understand all sides.
Excellent, excellent. And we also have Hotep Sophia joining us. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Just trying to keep up with the news. It's taking a lot of energy. So
yeah, the news is pretty much getting, I think, to all of us in different ways. Shantyman, good to see you, and Serpent Mound and Yakov. So
hello.
Let's start this conversation off. Let's go actually with the newcomer Tom. What do you make of what's been going on recently with Kyle Rittenhouse with the Kenosha shootings? So go for it.
Well, I think it's a travesty what's happened. You pretty much saw the videos, saw what he did, and saw what the police there in Kenosha let him do. It's just a sad situation. I mean, it's not good for anyone. It's not good for either side. I think that the sheriff in Kenosha has pretty much shown his side of the story in past comments that he's made. Racially profiling people, something that's a bad situation, needs to be taken care of.
Well, it definitely is a bad situation. I'm not a fan of any shootings happening. As far as getting into the nitty-gritty of it, if you were in the situation of Kyle, what would you do? But I want to open this up to Sophia. Let's get your take on the situation.
Well, I refuse to watch any videos. I'm just watching people's commentary because I don't do trauma porn myself. So, but what I can say is I do not like the way that conservatives have responded to this by basically, it's a weird juxtaposition because the riot started as a result of the one guy, Jacob Blake's shooting. And but now they're cheering this guy shooting these other people. But basically in the other Kyle shooting, everybody was white. So I don't really understand anything that anyone is saying about this, because this is not, it was one black person that was killed, but really this has nothing to do with black people in general. So except for it's, under the banner of BLM. But yeah, the conservatives have a huge problem because they can't on one hand say, Jacob Blake doesn't have the right to defend himself. And then on the other hand, say that Kyle has the right to defend himself. It's kind of like, Okay, so it's okay to defend yourself from other Americans, but it's not okay to defend yourself from police Americans. Like, it's kind of all over the place. And so that's a really, really concerning trend that I've noticed, especially amongst conservatives, is that they just, there's such rigid cognitive thinking about these type of situations that they're really isolating voters that they should be trying to get, because all of this is about voting. None of this is about anything else other than the election, because last week riots were going on, nobody talked about it. I saw that someone pointed out that maybe that Trump should cancel the rest of the convention, or like, because of what was going on with the hurricanes, he should cancel the rest of the convention. Like, this is all a voting ploy. So, as far as I'm concerned, people are dead, of course, which is bad, but I mean, how many people have died? Like, at this point, like, am I supposed to be concerned about every single person, every single time this happens? And it's for Black people, it's specifically being used to traumatize them, because now you have Black people looking at this young white man that killed these other people and saying that somehow he's a Nazi when he killed other white people. There was no Black people involved, just because they were there for a BLM protest and he was not. Well, that is complete insanity.
The white people that joined the protests on the side of BLM, that's what they want to be seen as Blacks, as minorities. So when they get killed, of course he's a Nazi, because they're trying to identify, they're trying to get away from their whiteness, do everything they can to erase their own lineage by rioting on the sides of BLM.
You're right. But it's
I just like to point out that the guy's actually Hispanic that did the shooting.
No, he's not. I'm done. Is he a George Zimmerman?
He's Hispanic.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh,
yes, he's
Lord.
a Zimmerman.
I'm sorry.
Where's the hold on a second. Where's the reference for it? Could you post a link to him being Hispanic in the
yes, I can
chat?
find a link to it.
And by the way, anybody who wants
to, it's like a police report, and I think he just had something about a license, and it was like a year ago or something, and yeah, his ethnicity was listed as Hispanic.
I mean, all right. I mean, beyond that, what I'm curious about, Tom, is that I think that I've noticed a lot in the news, the way that this story is being pushed by a lot of media is this whole white supremacy angle. So, taking what Hotep Sophia was just talking about, would you agree that there is bias on the side of the news to push this particular agenda as opposed to seeing it from a more nuanced perspective?
Well, I think whenever you have somebody cross state boundaries with a gun to go to a rally in the intent to shoot people, no matter if they're white or Black, something is wrong. And there's a reason. Maybe the reason that there was no Black people shot is because there were no Black people around when he started shooting. I don't think that he...
But going to the motive, though, but let's go to the motive, though, as far as the shooting goes, because from what I was able to see in the video footage, the first time people were charging at him, this one guy was throwing the bag at him. He was much taller and bigger than Kyle was. And if he's being chased, and if you're in a situation where you are being chased, what choice, like if you were in that situation, Tom, what would be your plan of action? Both the first time and the second time, which is a much higher quality video, where they were chasing him down, the one guy threw the skateboard at him, the other guy kicked him. Well, if you, Tom, were in that situation, what would you personally do?
I have no idea what his intentions were.
No, you just stated his intentions when you said he crossed state lines to go shoot people.
Well,
that was disingenuous.
May I just say something?
A lot of people fucking did that. The dude who was chasing him had a gun. The dude who got his arm blown off.
I'd like to point out something. He crossed state lines, but it's literally right on the border, and he traveled a distance of 16 miles.
With a loaded gun to go to a Black Lives Matter rally, pretty much.
Well, they're burning everyone's property.
Hold on a second. Let's get our facts straight over here. He was going to a gas station that he was patrolling, and a friend of mine was actually there, and he was interviewing him. But beyond that, let's actually get rid of that for a second, because I don't want to jump from one island to another. I really want to just focus just right now on if you were in the position of this guy, and people were charging at you, and somebody knocked you with a skateboard, and somebody kicked you to the ground, and you were on the ground, what would you personally do at that point?
We've clearly reached the point of fucking civil war. So if you're surprised people are showing up with guns...
Hold on, Yakov, hold on. Tom, I really want to get an answer to this question. I think this is the crux of a lot of the different ways people are looking at this. Because if you were
okay, so what you're trying to say is this guy had no intentions of doing anything wrong when he came to that rally.
Forget intentions. We're literally talking about if you're running away and somebody kicks you,
so someone
what do you
hit
do?
Him with a skateboard, so that gave him the right to kill two people?
He was being mobbed by a bunch of people who wanted to kill him.
On.
He was being mobbed by a circle of fucking people.
Yeah.
I'll put
one
the video
guy literally
up right
had
now.
a gun. I think it's, I just want to say, and I didn't tweet about this, but I just want to say how hilariously ironic it is that the guy that got his arm blown off, the tendons were severed and he physically couldn't let go of the gun that was in his hand. If you look at the pictures, he had a gun clasped in his right hand.
Yes.
That he was charging at the guy.
Is also a felon, and that is an illegal weapon that he's holding clutched in his hand.
Yes. And the other guy that got killed was a convicted child rapist, right?
So
he was on the sex offender.
Yeah, they were
sex
all
offender.
criminals.
Did he know
here's
that?
the video.
He shot him?
Are you watching the video? Okay, so here he is. He's being chased down. You see the people are chasing him. So imagine you, regardless of whatever motive you happen to have before, you're being chased like this. What do you do? Will you just stand back and not do anything? This is I think, a very important question to ask. What would you do in this situation? It's right there. There's no trickery here. There's no magic. You're seeing the video. You're seeing what's going on. So again, what would you do in that situation if you're being chased down, if you're being hit with a skateboard, if you're being kicked, and you don't want to die? Because there were situations before where people have died when this was done to them. So what would you personally do, Tom?
You know what? I wouldn't put myself in the situation to be there with a loaded gun.
No,
I mean, if he was trying to
that's
incite
besides
something,
the point. We're talking about justice. We're talking about self-defense. This is the topic of the show. So regardless of whatever you would put yourself into, if you're in that situation, what would you do? Because you have two choices. Either you don't defend yourself or you defend yourself.
Is that what this is? I mean, this is trying to find a defense of the guy that shot those two people?
If you're in a situation where people are beating you up, like, I don't know.
Okay. All right. I mean, if this is what... if this is what
that's
you brought
what it comes
me into,
down to.
I guess...
No, that's what it comes down to, I think, for a lot of people.
I'm not going to say that the guy was right for shooting the two people. I mean, if he didn't want to be... If he didn't want to be in the situation, why was he there?
But forget why he was there. What's the alternative if you're being beat up, if you're being chased down? What's the alternative except for defending yourself?
So you're saying that the whole reason that he shot those people is because his life was in danger?
Yes.
That's how it works, you idiot.
Okay, no name
Fuck
calling.
you,
no
idiot.
name calling.
I'm not coming on here.
No.
I'm not coming on here for you fuckers to be calling me names.
Yeah. No, Yakov. Don't
much worse than that.
No. Seriously though, don't call people idiots here. Tom, I'm really appreciative of the fact that you went here, and I want this stream to be more about challenging ideas than name calling. So let's everybody get on that same.
I'm not coming on here to be set up by a bunch of people that are going to be calling me names this whole time.
No, you're absolutely right, Tom. I don't want to set you up. Please don't call him an idiot. Basically, I want to discuss the idea.
Please don't call him an idiot.
Let me add
Go
something.
for it.
I think that a lot of people are already on edge as a result of a lot of stuff that's going on, and so these type of conversations are always going to be a little bit difficult if people aren't willing to put themselves in the shoes of the person. So for me, for example, if I was in that boy's shoes and I was already ramped up to go out to a situation like this, there are people who would not defend themselves in that situation, and there are people who would defend themselves in that situation. I think that's I think it's a valid question for everybody to be aware of. If you're in a situation like that, do you defend yourself? Because really, in the Black community, we call them nigga moments. It's just like, okay, I don't know how I got here. I don't know how any of this happened. Now I'm stuck. Okay, so what am I going to actually do? Because that is a real thing. Like, anytime I leave out my house, if I go to a party or something like that, I volunteered to go to the party. I may or may not be armed based on where I'm going as a Black person, and something could happen. I have to have a decision in my mind. Am I going to defend myself or am I not going to defend myself? So I think it's a valid question for people to address if they're willing to defend themselves if they find themselves in situations that they can't control, because it happens all the time. If I'm him, I'm probably thinking, how'd I even get in this? But at the same time, you're already in it. So if you're already in it, and the whole thing about crossing state lines, I'm in the DC metro area. Literally, DC, Maryland, Virginia are like 10 miles apart. I can be in 3 jurisdictions in 20 minutes. It's not a big deal. So I think that's also a thing. If you live in the middle of a state versus on state lines, it seems like a big deal. But I go to DC. I just came out of DC. Like, I just went to Virginia. I go to Virginia all the time. It's not really a big, huge deal, if you live on the border. And that's another consideration to make. I mean, you don't necessarily think, oh, I'm crossing state lines with my gun if you're like going down the street 15 minutes. It's kind of like
I would drive 6 hours with a shotgun to defend my cousin's store if I felt it was in danger of getting burned down and I knew that would ruin him, like, instantly.
And was that the situation as far as, was it his cousin's store? What's the relationship?
No, but I'm just saying there's a number of hypothetical reasons he could have been there. He lived within a 16-mile drive of the city.
Yeah, so that is kind of different than people being sent out from far away. I mean, as far as going back to what decision you would make, I mean, Tom, even though you may come from a different ideas than some of the other panelists, I think we could agree on the fact that if you were in that position, regardless of how you got there, if you had a gun on you and people were trying to beat you up, you would defend yourself, or wouldn't you? Or would you let them beat you up?
But the whole question on this is completely skewed. The guy had every intention to put himself in the middle of this with a loaded gun, looking for something to do. I mean, if he
isn't that the case?
Why was
if I was
there?
in his position and putting myself standing out of it meant that something I loved got destroyed, I would.
He wasn't protecting anything. He put him in a situation that he knew was going to happen. This was going to happen.
Do we know
that? Say that about all the riders. You can say that about every one of the riders.
I haven't heard that. I mean, I know that there are people saying these. I hear what you're saying, but I haven't actually heard that he purposely went there to kill people. I haven't heard that. I'm just watching commentary.
Can I ask you a question? So if he came there with a loaded gun and his intent was to kill people, what about everyone else there with a loaded gun?
I wasn't there. I don't know. All I know is the one kid. The one kid was there. He put himself in a situation where he knew would not be good.
Didn't everyone else there?
No, Civil War happening.
I wasn't there. All I know is what happened.
Well, in one of the other videos of Kyle, where he was also a medic, he was also helping to treat people, or at least that's what was going on in the video, where somebody yelled out for a medic, and he went there. And from what I understand, he was defending the town's businesses as far as the gas station goes. And let's think back for a second to the LA riots, in the 1992 LA riots. Tom, if you were one of the Korean shopkeepers during the LA riots, what would you do?
I would lock my doors and get the hell out of there. It's a situation you shouldn't be
involved in. And have your business be completely ruined?
What are you going to do? Are you going to kill everybody?
Having a business
to shoot everybody that comes through that
comes through.
Absolutely.
If people are looting your business, you got to protect yourself, and you have to protect.
If it is my way of making a livelihood, yes.
You got to protect the product of your labor. That's why we.
So I guess I misunderstood why we're here. We're here to affirm this guy's right to kill people at a rally or at a protest.
We're here to affirm
at a riot.
It is a conversation.
I know, but what is? And
so what's the right perspective that he was protecting his business?
No, there's no right or wrong in these.
What's right or wrong is that he killed 2 people.
Yeah, but they were child molesters. I would prefer not.
They were child molesters. He didn't have any idea they were child molesters.
God's will.
Well,
I know.
We're not okay.
But what a great random roll.
No, I think the deeper topic here is the question of self-defense and defense of one's property. This is something that I think is an integral part of the United States of America, the fact that we are able to have private property and defend it. So I guess the question is, where do we draw the line between allowing people to loot property, allowing people to destroy property, and being able to defend yourself? So from your perspective, Tom, if I understood you correctly, you would, if you were the Korean shop owner back in the LA riots, you would run away, you would leave your store.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this is a whole different situation than the riots in LA. This guy injected himself in the situation. None of it was his personal property. He chose to go there to cause trouble. He was an instigator.
And no one else went there to cause trouble or instigate.
Nobody else killed 2 people.
Well, that anyone who goes there with a loaded gun has the potential to kill people. Just because it was him doesn't mean that he went there with the intention to do it. Like I understand.
What we're trying to say
there's a
here
situation
is,
where there's buildings burning down, the cops aren't doing anything,
bullshit.
and there's people that absolutely hate each other on the streets. I mean, something's bound to happen, regardless of who finds themselves in what position.
I understand what you're saying, Tom.
In that situation.
Yes.
He wasn't from that community.
I understand what you're saying, and you are right. It's a bad idea to go with a loaded gun to a protest, like you said, where Shantyman said, where people are hating each other and there's obvious like lethal tension. It's a bad idea to do that.
Which he had no reason to be there.
Okay, you're correct. He had no reason to be there, but no one else had any reason to be there either. If anyone on either side goes there with a loaded gun, then if like a shooting is going to happen.
Mm.
Everyone's kind of buying into the pot, like when they go out the door with that decision to,
like yes,
that's the way I look at it.
He went there with a loaded gun, but so did how many other people? That in itself is not an incriminating factor.
What are the gun rules in Wisconsin anyway?
He was actually perfectly allowed to open carry a rifle to the protest under Wisconsin state gun laws.
So in Wisconsin you can't open carry because Maryland.
He can. He was perfectly allowed to. Perfectly legal.
That's what I was wondering.
I just can't wait to defund the police so that more decent people can start showing up to these things and handling it themselves.
Well, that's what do you guys think about that? How when those people were shot, the same people calling to defund the police, to
be honest, I thought this would have been something that would have happened sooner than 3 months into like a sequence of riots where like cops appear to be standing down.
Well,
I'm surprised it took almost to the cusp of September.
It's shocking how close to you the danger has to get before you start to give a shit, and we still haven't seen people start to give a shit, I believe.
No, I think this is good. I think like this is basically just one threshold being crossed. Like I think this is like the first real thing where I've seen, someone shooting rioters, like a vigilante style kind of interaction and people dying from it. I think now that that's been broken, pressure is building up to the election. You'll see more.
Well, you have had, like in Atlanta, you did have like armed Black people kicking out protesters that tried to come into their neighborhood. So it's not, I don't think it hasn't happened at all. I just think that it hasn't been in a situation where you have like the people
You've had brandishing.
St. Louis, they weren't also armed, and right. It is, I think that it's, it's just different when you have people on the streets and they're not actually defending their homes. But yeah, I also think the carry laws in California, Minnesota, and Washington State have probably prevented there from being people doing this. I mean, I remember hearing about in Tennessee or something, like they tried the protesters had tried to go into a neighborhood and people held them back. In some other states, but they were open carry or concealed carry states where people just saw the guns and were like, well, I guess this is probably a bad idea. But there's a guy that I follow on Twitter that's just been saying for months that, guns are not going to protect you, because even if you have, they'll protect you if you can kill everyone. But people are just, they're in like a dream state. So the fact that you open, a gun and show it to them, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to stop advancing or it's going to actually prevent violence, because people are just so emotionally wrecked right now. And I just put the blame on this solely on the media, because they've just been reporting all of this stuff nonstop, while keeping people trapped in their houses for months. Eventually somebody is going to have a break, and I'm actually surprised there hasn't been a break sooner than this.
It's surprising that it's just happening now, honestly.
Well, Tom, would you also blame the media for causing a lot of this heat that people are feeling right now? Sure.
The media is in this to make money. If they can show somebody shooting somebody, what makes more money? But one thing we have to ask, is any of this right? It's not right that the guy had a carry permit to go into there. you have to think
You
about.
don't need a permit. You can just carry openly. It's in the state constitution.
Why was he there with a gun? Why do we allow this kind of thing?
We're like
to go on
way
during a
past
peaceful
these arguments.
protest?
I think we all know exactly why all these are happening and why they can't be stopped and why this is the new normal, as they say.
I don't think it's the new normal. I think we're going to come back
normal.
from this because I don't think this is sustainable. Everyday regular people are seeing this and saying, this is nuts. This is completely insane. You have, it's always, a small group of angry people that are the loudest, but really this could have been stopped if the National Guard had been sitting there with some active denial technology to make everybody feel like their skin is on fire, and everybody would have ran away. The military could have stopped this.
Well,
so
Sophia,
we're blaming the wrong people.
Just because something is unsustainable doesn't mean that people don't go in on it full throttle. I would point, given my experience and my reading of Chad Haig and Kaczynski, you can look to something like our technological society or our use of fossil fuels, where everyone knows inherently the way that we live and the way that we support the way we live is not sustainable, yet it's what people want. So they're going to keep doing it until they can't anymore. It has nothing to do with sustainability, in my opinion. And people there, like on both sides, there are people who are absolutely gunning for every law, everything to break down so that we can finally just, take arms. And so that, I mean, think about it. Who are the people that are involved in this? We have a 17-year-old young man who, obviously had a predilection towards firearms. And then we have on both sides, we have people who are the dregs of society. We have pedophiles. In this case, it happened to be on the Democrat side or the BLM side. But we have pedophiles, felons, and those are on both sides, I'm sure. But we have people who this society hasn't catered to them, or it's not been successful to them in the way that they want. And they see an opportunity to change things around through the language that everyone understands, which is violence. And I think we're just at the cusp of seeing what this is all going to come to. Like this isn't like outrageous to me. I don't see how someone could look and see where we are. And
honestly, it reminds me of like when the late 60s started to turn ugly. Like Chicago, Detroit, like New Jersey, that kind of stuff.
So these things do come in cycle in a way, but the Democratic Party, I think, they're in a really strange situation right now, because when it comes to winning the election, the side that is much more, let's say, social justice oriented, they are the side that are going to be in favor of things like defund the police, things like, not having any problem with a lot of these protests and riots that have been going on. So if you are an official of the Democratic Party, what choice do you really have other than to cater to those elements? Because if you don't cater to those elements, if you clamp down the iron boot in the cities, then that whole side of all of those people are not going to vote for you. So, like, if you were in the Democratic Party, what would you even do at this point?
They dug a terrible hole for themselves, and I've been saying since the lockdown started, I don't know how you get out of this because, and it's not just Democrats. It's a lot of people who have just allowed the protests to go unchecked while telling everyday Americans you can't go to work, you can't do anything, you can't leave your house, you can't have fun. Now you have to go with a mask, mask everywhere. I mean, it's a situation where there's no way to win this situation. There's no winning. Like I don't know what.
Tom, is there a way to win this situation?
Well, for one thing, Democrats aren't propagating the idea of violent protest.
No, I didn't say propagating. I said that they're not clamping down on it. We can both agree on that, correct?
Well, we can agree that they can't control it, but protests and demonstrations are in the Constitution. It's how things are changed.
De Blasio controlled it here in New York City.
Can they win this?
Well,
how do they win this?
What should they do? I mean, they can't control some idiot with a gun. I mean, but you have the right to protest, right?
De Blasio could have controlled the amount of violence that was going on in New York City. NYPD is at the level of certain militaries in other countries. They could have been able to contain and control whatever violence would have occurred there, yet he didn't.
They could have controlled
Well,
that
well,
kid
no,
in
no,
Kenosha when he walked by him.
Well, let's not change the subject
If
though,
that would
because
have been
this is a very important
black
distinction.
dude walking by that cops with a gun, he'd have been stopped in a minute.
If we would have gone full martial law, let's say in New York City, when the slightest hint of a riot would have occurred, then if you were in de Blasio's place, you would have had the power to get the NYPD to break everything up and to do it with with a lot of energy. That was not done. That was not done in these other states as well, which brings me to the conclusion that the use of force to suppress these riots was not something that figured into the overall strategy of the leaders of those particular districts.
Well, I think anytime there's a riot, that's to be shut down. But if it's a legal protest, you can't shut that down.
Sure,
I mean,
but
that's
How many
our
buildings you got to
constitutional
fucking
right.
burn, dude? How many buildings got to burn?
Come on.
No,
How
but
many?
that
Just
is-
a
No, but they
fucking number.
weren't
You
burning.
can't-
We
You don't
can't
want
ignore
to
that.
hear buildings being burned down.
Tom,
I mean, it doesn't
seriously
make
though,
sense.
we cannot ignore that these things were happening. I mean, regardless of whatever stance you take politically, there were riots.
One of the guys
there
he
were
killed
buildings being
literally
burned.
threw a Molotov at him. Like,
Okay, no, to be fair, that was not a Molotov. That was like a bag with a bottle upon further inspection. But besides that, there were so many lootings and burnings and riots that were happening. Tom, like, we can't live in separate worlds when it comes to that. We can both agree that these things happened, correct?
Right. They
Okay.
happen and they're not good.
Exactly. So my point here is that because we're aware that they're happening, and if we're looking at these leaders of these states and cities, if they're not sending out the iron boot to clamp down on the first iteration of it happening, then I'm sorry, but that stinks. That stinks to me. And Tom, I would be really surprised if it wouldn't stink to you, regardless of whatever political affiliation you have.
Right. I don't think that there should be riots and buildings being burnt.
Exactly.
I mean, that's not their
But
intent.
yes,
when
but
those people go out there, they're not intending
But
to
how
build
much?
burn
But then
buildings.
would you put the blame on these leaders of these districts and cities and states then? Because they are the ones, let's face it, who are responsible for the iron boot not being clamped down when these riots were going on. Tom, we both agree that this happened. So can we both just say, fuck these people?
I guess I don't understand what the iron boot is. There's been police in every one of those.
The iron
the
boot.
National Guard and the federal law enforcement.
Exactly. But even besides the federal law enforcement, NYPD, that's not federal law enforcement, but that is, like I said before, the size of certain armies. All I'm saying, Tom, is that if you have this kind of, this kind of force at your disposal, and you're noticing just like one store being looted, one store, just one little store, then that's it. You call them in and you set order. So my point again is that since these districts were not setting order, then to me, I am going to place the blame directly on the politicians who are in charge here. And Tom, I don't care what your political affiliation is, it has zero to do with it. If I were you, I would make a big FU middle finger to de Blasio and to the Chicago mayor and to all these people who have failed in their duties to protect private property of their citizenry. I think we can both agree on that regardless of any political affiliation here.
I just don't understand. You can see all of these fucking buildings burning, and they're still calling it peaceful. They're fucking sitting there saying fiery but peaceful protest, and then you're shocked when people show up with guns. And like, there's no good or bad. There's no deciding whether this is good or bad. This is just what's happening. And if you can't understand it, you just throw your hands up in the air. I don't know, man. I wouldn't even bother trying to have some sort of analysis on this because you're way behind.
No, but
Do
Tom,
you want me to respond
yes,
to that, or
yeah.
you just going to jump on it?
no, I don't want anybody to jump on it. Please respond, Tom.
I mean, why respond to it? I mean,
No, not even.
I can't control what happens in the things. I can't say that every time there's a peaceful protest that they should, just think that there's something bad going to happen. So just put down the boot. I mean, you still have to let these protests happen.
If they're
The
peaceful,
whole reason these
absolutely.
happen is because
There is.
that's
but
the thing.
It can turn from
you
a
guys
very,
are
angry.
more worried about burning buildings than the fucking poor guy.
My
that had
country is burning.
his knee. How about the guy that had the fucking knee on his throat and died?
Oh, he
Maybe
OD'd
we
on
need to get
fentanyl.
some
Fuck
kind of
him.
response to that.
Yeah, he OD'd on
No,
fentanyl.
we
We saw the
some kind of
toxicology
analysis
report.
about that.
cannot talk
And what's
about
happening
that.
every
No.
goddamn day because of it.
No, we cannot talk about that because that is
Yeah, we
way
can.
too
That's
much.
the whole reason
I'd
for these
love to.
protests.
No, it's too because we can't even agree on the fact that they were rioting in Kenosha. We haven't even we're not even on the same page as that.
The guy in Kenosha was shot in the back and killed, and still no one's been arrested for it.
Okay.
So maybe, I would be upset too.
Okay,
if I did that.
Actually,
that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Blake?
I'm talking about George Floyd.
He wasn't killed.
We can't even
I'm
agree
not talking
on...
about George Floyd. I'm talking about the guy in Kenosha that was killed.
Blake?
Okay,
Is that
so
him?
it was that situation.
He's dead. He's not dead.
There's still
Well,
a lot
shot,
that's not
okay?
known about that. I don't think he should have been shot. I think the police were probably a little bit too aggressive, but I live in an over-policed area, and they do this all the time. People are always getting shot by the police. If you live in a black area with a bunch of black people, the police are always over-policing. That's a regular, normal part of life. But I don't think they should be allowed to do that. However, as a result of that, you have people who were not just peaceful protesting in Kenosha. They were rioting. We saw for 3 or 4 nights, places were on fire. This poor lady was crying in her car lot in her furniture factory. People who watch the news have seen this. So if we can't agree that there were riots in Kenosha, we're still talking about protests when there were places, lots and lots of places on fire. I don't know how we gotta agree on something. I mean, that's a problem that I always have talking to even people in my community. We can't even agree on the facts. You see something burning and you don't say that, you say it's a protest, but I saw something burning on TV. You saw it burning, you don't think it's a protest. I mean, it's a riot when people are burning.
But it started as a protest.
This is why I keep saying it's a war over and over, because there's a civil war. We're not going to agree, and now we're shooting at each other. So there is that.
Like, I mean, the point where it crosses over from a protest to a riot, like, it's very easy to do. It can be done by one person. Like, I remember watching a documentary about the LA riots, and the thing that set most people off was it had been a very dry summer, and one guy literally just rolled up a magazine, lit the tip, and walked up one of the main boulevards, just lighting every one of the bone-dry palm trees on fire. Everyone saw like 2 dozen of them burn. They're just like, fuck it, might as well. Like, it's pretty easy to do. And judging from the background of like what's going on in the footage there's fire going on, there's smoke, there's things happening. Like, I think it had already crossed to that point in the night.
And what makes me very uncomfortable is that you have, let's say, at least from what I was able to see on a lot of Resist Twitter accounts, people don't really talk about these riots. People don't criticize these leaders because they happen to all be in the same tribe on the same team. I really wish that there would be someone like Tom. This could be something that you could do, where you could be someone who would be able to be fair-minded and also speak the truth about these problems that are going on with these riots, while at the same time condemning senseless violence. I think that there is room for both things to be done. I just find this tribalism to be exhausting, which is exactly why I wanted to reach out to you.
I agree. I mean, I never think that a riot is good, but as someone that was actually alive during the LA riots, a lot was changed because of those riots. The LA Police Department was completely redone because of this. And the reason for those riots is because people were tired of what was going on. I mean, those Latinos and black people in LA were tired of it. And they had no other way to do anything besides riot. I mean, they backed them into the corner where that was the only position that they could take. I mean,
so is that the
they were bad.
today?
They were bad, and a lot of people were hurt. But when you put people in a corner and you don't give them any outlet, they're going to do things like this. I mean, there's only so much people can
today,
take.
though? I mean, I'm curious.
I don't know.
Do
I'm not
people
black.
think
I
that
don't
this
know.
is their only?
But if I saw
But
every
it's
day
not
on
black-
the
but there
media
wasn't
somebody
black
being
people-
killed by the police, I think that I would be in the position where I would, I don't know.
Well, let's go back to
I'm
Blake.
not there.
Let's go back to Blake for a second. When that occurred, if you were to all of a sudden, Tom or Sophia, take your soul and possess the spirit of one of the officers, and you took a time machine there, right? And if you saw that Blake was reaching for something in his car, it didn't matter what it was at that point. You don't know what it was. But if you were in that position, what would you do?
Well, if I was the officer, since I've seen a lot of these situations, there's a lot of different types of training that they could have that would prevent them from engaging in shoot first or even shoot second or even shoot third tactics. The military has a lot of training where the first thing they do is not pull their gun, or the second thing, or some of them don't even carry weapons. They have other ways of disarming people that are just as effective and don't actually necessarily kill people. So my thing is, I think the officers need more training. There should be, like Trump suggested, the nationwide database and a nationwide certification where they can get training to deal with these situations, so that they're not, this is pulling a gun is not even a solution. And another thing.
What happens is when Democrats try to make that conversation, all of a sudden it's defund the police. And that's not exactly what they're saying. They're not saying defund the police. They're saying
the protesters are.
The protesters
so nobody's saying defund the police.
No, the
protesters
are. Absolutely.
No, they're not.
They
That's
absolutely
bullshit.
are.
I am in complete agreement.
If you want to talk about media, that's your media bias is a defund the police.
On my timeline, black people I know are saying defund the police all day. All day they tweet defund the police.
Yeah.
I report as many of them as I can. They say defund the police.
Yeah, Cortez is talking about it. A lot of other leaders are. But here's the thing. I completely agree with what Hotep Sophia just said. If that's what the protests would have been about, like, let's get police in better training, in a better state where we wouldn't have this senseless violence going on, I'm absolutely 100% for that. I am originally from the USSR.
I am too.
And I noticed that a lot of the tactics that are being done right now are tactics like Antifa and the rest of the communists, like all of that is textbook agitation technology. And it's something that exactly, and this is something that I've been noticed happening whenever somebody, let's say, has a great idea as far as, hey, we can improve the way these things are done. All of a sudden, all this other shit is piled on top of it, having to do with overthrowing the justice system, the way that it works. And I'm sorry, Tom, but this is something that I've noticed tremendously happening these past couple of months with the raised fists and all that. Like, this is all communist bullshit, and I am very infuriated that something that could result in a better future for all of us with less people getting killed has been infiltrated, probably from the very beginning, with all of this communist agitprop.
What do you want me to say? I mean, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that whole basis of what you're trying to say. I don't think this has been any of it. I mean,
well, let's break it down. I want to break it down.
Okay. That you think that the protests are brought on by Antifa and communists?
I think that these are the elements that end up
going to
going
bring
into.
George Soros
they end
into
up
this
giving,
conversation too.
These are we can bring in Russia into this. I'm originally from Russia, and I know that the Russian Federation puts in a lot of money into doing this kind of agitprop as well. So if you're talking about #resist Twitter being against Putin, I am very much against Putin. I think he's a horrible, horrible dictator, and I know that the Russian government has been funneling a lot of money into breaking Americans apart, into creating a lot of this chaos as well. So let's just forget about George Soros for a second.
Right.
So when it comes to destabilization, this is a game that so many different bad actors could play, and they could fund Antifa, who ends up going out there, who ends up destroying shops, who end up destroying, people's livelihoods. And I'm sorry, but that's only going to make people more divided. And that has nothing to do with having a nice protest where everybody's on the same page about police reform.
Why don't we talk about, on this little meeting here, why don't we talk about things to make things better? I mean, I know I'm the token liberal here and you guys can take your shots at me, but what are we going to do to make things better?
No, I really appreciate you coming in here, and we are going to have more liberal and more left-leaning people coming in here.
I doubt it after they see this.
No, I welcome everybody. I mean, look, Tom, I was defending you here, right? Like, I made sure that everybody was good.
I'm good.
So I
good.
really appreciate you being here, man. So, yeah, that's a good question. Well, Shantyman, you were reading this book about, the prediction of a coming civil war. Do you think that there is any way to offset this? Or if not, what do you see happening down the road?
I mean, the way that I would see it is, well, not happening would be hopelessly ideal. I think there is really two halves of America that fundamentally in worldview are irreconcilable. And if there can be a divorce between them somehow, that might be for the best. I don't know how to work it otherwise. However, trying to get like all these people in this country who have the way I look at it, it can't be reconciled. They're going to come to a head, or one is going to dominate the other, and it's going to be that way or the highway. And the way I see it, we're already well on the path to that coming to a head with this election that I see.
Isn't that the Kali Yuga? Isn't that?
Yeah.
Tom, do you know about the Kali Yuga?
No.
Okay, so in the Hindu mythology, they believe that a lot of these things come in cycles, and we are currently living in the Kali Yuga, which is supposed to be the worst of these cycles, which is supposed to be the age with the most bloodshed, with the most violence, with the most misery. But then eventually, right after the Kali Yuga, comes the Satya Yuga, and Satya means truth, where if
Golden.
we are golden as well. That's interesting, golden and truth. So when it comes to us being so divided, the opposite, I think, would happen when we would be able to, hopefully through the kind of conversations we're having right now, be able to reach out to each other and, you know, figure out like where we all stand and where we can go from here. And maybe that's going to lead eventually into a Satya Yuga. So that's about the yugas. But is there...
Sounds like a deal.
I hope it is. I think it definitely will be. But how about yourself, Yakov, and Hopedep Sophia and Serpent Mound? Would you have anything to add on as far as what we can do to, you know, come out of this in a better way?
I think we got to push through this chaos as fast and as horrifying as possible. We have to obliterate all of our understanding of duality in a fucking glorious rain of blood. And then we will realize that we are all just drops of God from the ocean of God.
I was
get
going to live
out.
on a mountain and smoke my meat. I mean,
Let me grill for God's sakes.
yeah.
I
Let
do
me smoke my
agree.
beef. Bye.
We have to push through this. I think that eventually, sooner than later, more people will be aware of the truth than people who are unaware of the truth. And as the truth reveals itself, you know, I think we're already to the tipping point, which is why things are sort of starting to get bad. And I think that as long as we, you know, the people who are seeking the truth and the people who are seeking some sort of resolution continues to push in that direction, we'll get there. Because a real solution to this is like full disclosure of all the stuff that, you know, is being misled by the media and, you know, the prison government industrial complex. So I think the sooner people become aware of what is actually happening, the better it is. And you know, I think Yakov is right. This get through this as hard and as fast as possible. People will realize they don't want to get shot and be like, oh, maybe this whole thing is not really the way to address the situation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think millions of people have to be murdered in the streets for people to at least do a double think and say, well, if I go out here and shoot somebody defending myself, I have a right to defend myself, but then I'm still going to have to deal with this jail thing and da-da-da-da. Once people have to see the whole realm of consequences that happens when you defend yourself, whether you're right or you're wrong, I think you'll have more people say, I'm not even going to take this risk on both sides, because we know both sides had guns. So I think people will start, and as long as people who are agitators, the real agitators, are put in jail for 10 years like they're supposed to be, that will take a lot of the agitators off the streets on both sides. And then you'll see people will be able to have conversations. But I think another solution is people do have to try to talk to each other and try to find common ground, which is extremely difficult when, like Shantyman said, it seems like we're living in two different sections of reality. And I often find that I'm talking to people who are like, you know, they just don't even exist in the world that I'm describing. I'm like, what are you talking about? You sound crazy, like my dad. I'm like, Dad, where'd you get this information from? And most of the time it's from the media. I think full destruction of the media would really, really go very far into helping us. But
I think if we fired all the newscasters and all the politicians, it'd go a long way.
Do you have to stop at firing them? I think maybe out of a cannon, per se.
Out of a Minecraft cannon, yes.
Minecraft. I'm all for guillotines, but I think something has to, you know, people have to rise up. But the weapon of that will.
You're cutting out.
Give her a second.
This is what then. Here's the judicially recognized evidence. I think that, you know, you have some of these people drop out, some of these people will shut up, some of these people go away. I think what we have left are the people who can't. on both sides. They're so involved. Like a Lindsey Graham, he can't go anywhere. He's so involved with this stuff up to his eyeballs that as soon as he takes a pinky toe step out, all of his stuff that he's holding together falls apart, you know. So I think that we have people like that on all sides. If Gavin Newsom takes a pinky toe step out of California politics, it's going to be a whole lot that just falls apart. So I think that you know, I would use a Sonic reference, but you know, we have the big boss. That's who we're fighting now. And
Dr.
as soon
Robotnik?
as we sort of Dr. Robotnik. As soon as we get rid of Dr. Robotnik, then we can go on to the next stage, which I don't think the next stage is going to be any more fun, to be honest, because you do have two giant sections of people who have no idea what the other is talking about. About anything.
Well, the Dr. Robotnik, even if you get rid of one Robotnik, another Robotnik is going to take that place because it's about a gap of power, which is why, Tom, going back to what we were talking about earlier, when it comes to districts who are not able to defend themselves, and let's say, and again, let's just for the sake of argument say that enough politicians in certain districts would vote in favor, which they already have in certain places, like I believe in Minnesota this has happened, for defunding, for transferring the funds of the police to other services. So what would happen in that situation, hypothetically, let's say, when there would not be enough police to defend yourself, you would have to enlist, let's say, certain mafia organizations, certain people who are going to be in the streets with guns defending your neighborhood, like it kind of was in the old days, if we're talking about like the old Italian-American neighborhoods in New York. Like a lot of the reason the mafia came about was that they were defending their turf. And by the way, the same thing is happening in California today when it comes to the Mexican migrants there, who have their own people who made sure that the rioters did not get into their streets and cause trouble. So that is an example of society, you know, figuring out amongst itself, do we want to get robbed? Do we want to get beaten up? No, sir. So what are we going to do? If there aren't going to be any police to do it for us, then we're going to have to use the people who are around us. I mean, what other way is there?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I don't even, well, you know, is this even the point that we're trying to get to? The whole reason.
Yes, it's the most important point. It's about self-defense.
What? Self-defense. But the thing of it is nothing will be changed without I mean, for the last 10 minutes, I've heard about just ignore this. It's going to go away. This is a time of killing. You have to protest if something is wrong. That's our right. Yeah, you got a few idiots and a few knuckleheads that are killing people. That's wrong. But you still have to go out there and say, hey, something's wrong. Something's going on. You know, the majority of black people in prisons compared to white people is wrong. The amount of people that are killed by the police is wrong. I mean, these things have to be shown somewhere. They have to be addressed somewhere. I mean, we can't ignore everything.
But what's not being addressed is the family structure that's being decimated in the black community.
The family
structure
has been decimated since 1960. I mean, there's no family structure.
Exactly. Well, that's a big problem. But nobody's focusing on that.
Structure, that's long gone.
But we could change that. Maybe there are ways that we can change that. Like, I don't know.
Like, even though I'm here arguing the point of self-defense, like, I mean, I can empathize with the rioters. I read something earlier this week where, you know, it really put it in perspective for me, where a lot of these people are making their towns look how they feel, broken by this government, by the way this economy is going, by the way this lockdown has gotten. And I perfectly understand that kind of resentment and just want to break things. So something clearly has to be done about it. I don't think this system is competent enough to like stop each other to realize that and get a grip on it and do something productive about it. But yeah, that's just me.
And when it comes to the amount of black people in prison, I mean, it's a horrible thing that we have this kind of situation.
Oh,
but the question is...
prisons and law enforcement, vile.
It's horrible. But the question is, given the situation we currently have, if we're choosing the best out of the worst, if someone does commit a crime right now, before we get a lot of the training as far as how to, use Krav Maga or whatever, how to use some kind of other system to detain somebody, as well as how do we stop this senseless war on drugs that's been going on for God knows how long already. But beyond that, when it comes to someone who's, let's say, a rapist, someone who's like in a gang who shoots down somebody else, there has to be a balance between order and chaos here, and I think we would all agree on that. And the question is, given what we have right now, what would be the alternative to, if somebody commits a crime, then they got to do the time?
If someone causes a criminal act, they should be arrested. I mean, I'm not saying
rioters.
I'm not saying rioters should be able to just have full run on what they're doing.
But we're not just talking about rioters,
right?
But we're not just talking about rioters. We're talking
if
about
someone
in
breaks
general.
the law, they should be arrested. But in the black communities and things like that, there's a lot of things that you need to look into before you can just blame all of the crime and stuff that happens there on just those people that do it. I mean, there's a reason that those things are being done. I mean, look at the 80s. The white kids were using cocaine and never getting arrested, and the black kids were using crank and crack, and they were getting thrown in jail for it. I mean, yeah.
But the question is here, how much gang activity, and I don't know this, so I would love for anybody to input on this. But during the 80s, if you're talking about like these white kids in the suburbs who were using all these drugs versus the black kids in their neighborhoods, how much gang activity as far as initiation rites, as far as drive-bys, as far as doing a lot of these things were being perpetrated by the white kids as opposed to the black kids? And would that have made a difference as far as the arrest rates?
Well, if someone's using crack or they're using cocaine, they should be arrested and charged the same way.
Sure, but I mean more about like the broken windows.
Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Okay.
And I think that's some of the reason that you're seeing the problems that you see now. The criminal justice system has never been appropriate with the way that they charge different people.
Well, let's take Giuliani's broken windows thing. I mean, regardless of what you think of the guy, there was a New York pre-Giuliani and post-Giuliani. So the question is there, even though, again, I'm very much against the war on drugs, there may have been a connection between kids who were causing other trouble who were at the same time doing drugs and kids who are also doing drugs who are not causing that kind of trouble. And that's a very complicated question as far as I am not for arresting people who are just doing whatever they want to do to their body, but I am curious if there is something deeper here. Like, Sophia, I'm curious about your thoughts on this.
I mean, this conversation about the black community is missing. I don't even know where it's just missing so much. I just wish people wouldn't even address it, because the problem is not that white people were being sentenced for coke less than black people were being sentenced for crack. The problem is that black pastors went and demanded, like Jesse Jackson went and demanded, that they write these rules to put their people, their own black people in their communities, in jail for longer sentences. This did not happen because of some, magical thing. People demanded it. People in the community demanded it because they didn't like what was happening in the community. So the white community didn't demand it. They didn't demand that the police come into their neighborhood and arrest their young people and put them in jail. But black people did. That's something we did to ourselves. It
was the same law. I mean, the same law was supposed to be applied to both people and to the white people.
But the black people demanded it.
No,
they demanded it. I mean, my major was African American studies. I studied this inside and out. Like, I know this is what happened. Like, they demanded that they arrest these drug dealers. They didn't say, we want all the drug users to be arrested. No, they specifically wanted people dealing crack to specifically be sentenced with longer sentences. They asked for that as a way to try to keep people who were committing these sorts of crimes off the street.
Are you specifically talking about violence? Like getting violence?
About the crack. No, I'm talking about the crime bill, which
Okay.
well, I think it
But
was
I mean,
70.
Why did they demand this in that community? Was it because the community was too violent, or they just wanted less drugs, straight up?
Well, I think it was a lot of byproducts. Like in DC, you had like crazy stuff going on. There was a lot of violence. Yes, there was a lot of people were getting hooked to the drugs because of how the drugs are being passed out in the community. I'm not saying that
I live around tweakers. They become part of the local wildlife. Like, it's something to live around. You don't want to see it.
Yeah, tweakers are dangerous.
No, I'm not. I'm not
have
saying that they were wrong for asking that, but what I'm saying is to look at the situation as if this is not what they asked for, and to completely gloss over that whole situation where you had the people asking for it is a huge thing, because you're saying that, oh, whites should have went to jail for the same amount of time as blacks, but blacks asked for it. Whites didn't ask for it. That's something that has to be taken into consideration.
Tom,
really, that's this.
Tom, is this new information? Were you aware of this before?
Well, the law is the law. I think that how it was provided to the communities was because of the police departments would probably go in and would arrest the crack users and kind of when they got to the judicial system, give the cocaine users a little break because they were white. I mean, it was all the same law. I don't think that anybody thought that it was a good thing, but when they were arrested and then went to the judicial system, the judges were giving them lighter sentences, not the police or not the communities.
But that wasn't a law too.
What about Tony Montana? He wasn't white, he was Cuban.
Hannah Montana?
No, Tony Montana.
Tony.
Man, Hannah Montana has her own problems.
Yeah.
Dan Schneider situation.
Something more than Coke, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But it's the politicians too that made the laws.
Better. Let's talk about how we don't have George Floyd dying. Let's talk about things like that.
How about we get
I have a suggestion on that, actually. I've been ruminating on this. Now, I come from like a very racialist understanding from a very, very non-liberal point of view. And I perfectly understand like the way black people feel like there's a foreign army patrolling their streets that doesn't understand them and is likely to just go to the trigger and shoot them if they do something wrong. That's something I can empathize with very well from both the black guy's point of view and from the point of the cop who feels like a fish out of water in a very hostile sea. Like, I think if I became a cop or whatever, I would do best in where I grew up and come from, which is a very insular, very white, very rural part of the country. I can understand that. I can navigate that. Even among the scumbags within that, I can talk with them and understand them in a way that doesn't get either of us killed. So I think that there really should be some sort of black police department or some degree or some tier of law enforcement that deals with that sort of stuff inside these black majority communities.
What do the rest of you guys think?
I think it's funny. The further we get from segregation, the closer we get to segregation. I love it.
I can't see where a black police department would do. If you're a policeman, it doesn't matter if you're black or white or brown.
I think it matters a lot, actually.
I agree with him, honestly.
That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong. But it shouldn't. If you're going to be a policeman and you're looking at things differently than everybody's the same, then you shouldn't be doing the job.
Well, not everyone's like
There's
an
plenty
equal
of people
cog
that
that
do
can
that
fit
job.
in every hole like perfectly.
But
like I said, I can navigate. Like, I know myself. I know what I can navigate, and I know where I would feel out of place if I was, say, a police officer, and where I would be likely to go for my gun where maybe I shouldn't. Because
then you probably shouldn't be a police officer.
Yeah.
And it's also about just like local, like regardless even of skin color, it is about, I think, in a way, emphasizing much more local communities to be able to know each other.
I'm surrounded by Native Americans too. I can communicate with them perfectly well. I'm not really afraid of them. I've grown up with them my whole life.
It's about working with what you know.
Yeah, and not having cops be like.
It sounds like it's talking about working at who you're afraid of. I mean,
well, yeah, when you're in a completely different cultural environment and completely different place that's not where you're from, you can feel that. America is a big place. If you haven't felt that place in a part of the country, you haven't traveled that far.
It's a feeling of alienation, kind of.
Yeah.
Tom, out of curiosity, how did you grow up? Like, where are you from? I'm just curious about all this stuff.
I grew up in a rural community, went to a metropolis, lived, worked for years, been all across the country. I mean, I've seen pretty much everything, but yeah, I grew up in a rural community where it was largely racist, and I've seen all sides of it. I've seen it from LA to Washington, DC. So, I mean, you see all kinds of people, but the reason that America is great, or should be, is because people can change. Just because you were born a racist or it was okay to be a racist doesn't mean you should be. Or just because you can kill somebody at a riot, that doesn't mean you should kill a person at a riot.
Do you think you understand black issues, though?
I'm not black. I don't understand anything about it. I mean, if I was to try to say I was, I'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, so
Well,
then why is it bad to have, why is it bad?
Gone through. What?
Then why is it bad to have black cops that would understand black issues?
That's
I don't
part
think
of
it
the
is
problem here.
bad, but they were saying a completely black police force.
Yes.
That would
Yeah,
solve the
what's
problems.
wrong with that?
Well,
I'm confused because
there's
a tier of it. Yes.
Sophia?
Why not?
Sophia, yeah.
Hey, wait a second. Native
so we
American
should have a complete
reservations.
white police force too.
Native
Okay,
American
so
reservations
let me-
have their own police force that patrol tens of thousands of people.
That's
and are
because that's
entirely
all that
recruited
live
from
on the
Native Americans.
reservation.
Let's go to Sophia for a
okay.
second.
So
Yeah.
why could
I
a
live in
similar
an all-black-
relationship not exist?
Because
for
we're not
other
on a
ethnic minorities who
reservation.
feel marginalized?
All right,
We're in
hold on,
America.
hold
We're not
on,
on a
hold on.
reservation.
Okay, let's go to Sophia. Sophia.
I live in an all-black area, a predominantly black county, in a predominantly black area with a predominantly black police force, and the police kill just as many people as anywhere else. In matter of fact, we have more police-involved shooting in my county than.
So maybe it's the police force
other
and not the
places.
color of their skin.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
that's
not
why-
the color. I think it depends on regionally. This happens to be a very distinct region. Like I said, we're over policed. I have 53 different police that can come to my house and arrest me right now.
Yeah.
53 different police agencies. So we are heavily, heavily over policed. And places where they're not over policed, there's, there may be need to have diversity, which from what I understand, they do have these diversity inclusion requirements. But that's why I was saying before, training would be helpful. It's very easy to give somebody a serious, I don't want to call it sensitivity training, but like an integration training, like how you deal with these people, how you deal with that people. Because you see, all the time, most of my worst interactions are with black officers because they just look at me and they're just like, you have dreads, whatever. It's always a bad situation. I've been pulled over by a lot of different police, and the white officers, they don't give me no problems. It's always the black officers who give me specifically problems. So, I know that there's some people who think this whole segregation thing works, but being a black person in a black county, I can tell you it does not. It makes no difference. It doesn't matter.
That's
It's
interesting.
I can
awful,
sympathize with just
actually.
being fucking tired of the police.
Yeah, what can we do then?
By the way, I want to
what would be
call
the
on
best
some
way to
higher
go around
IQ, dude.
Yeah, higher IQ.
I don't like law
These
enforcement.
people are really
I moved-
low
I
IQ
moved
that they
up
hire
to
into
an
the
area
police.
Yeah, that's
where
true. They have
Like
don't they have,
It's like
purposely.
yeah, they have
the
tests.
lowest common denominator.
Yeah, they have
basically.
tests there where if you go above a certain percentage, then you're not gonna get hired as a cop. It's like, what the
Too
hell's
smart to
going
be a
on?
cop.
there?
Which is insane
empathetic.
because
That doesn't make any sense.
it
Yeah.
doesn't
Feels
make it makes no
counterintuitive at
sense
all.
because
Like, why?
that's why they literally don't know how to deal with some situations, especially with things like mental health and stuff like that. When people are called, like the cops are called on them for mental health, they're like completely putting them in a traumatic situation when they're already having like a shitty time and stuff
There
like
was
that.
a-
They have
that-
no.
So why are the police called for that? Why don't they try to relocate different funds so the police don't have to? That's what they're trying to say, is that the police shouldn't be handling those situations.
Well,
If
then
you have a
who's gonna
mental
handle
health
it? Who's
problem,
gonna handle it then?
Why would you
But
send a
Tom,
cop to it?
I can maybe answer this. Here's the problem, though. If you are dealing with somebody who is mentally unstable, while of course it would be better to have that training on top of it, the problem is that that unstable person may have a knife or may have some kind of weapon that they're brandishing in a certain situation, and then what do? I'm sorry, but a social
Right.
worker ain't helping you in that
But
situation.
instead of segregating the police and have black police and white police, why don't you just have police that know how to handle different situations without killing them?
I
Because
completely
you're
agree.
saying-
I mean, this is what we're.
That's
this is what
literally
we're
what
doing
we're
today.
saying.
They need
Yeah.
proper training to
So,
handle
like,
these
right.
situations.
Literally what we're
I know
But they
we're
don't.
all on the same page when it comes to that issue.
We
which I'm
agreed
very-
on
Exactly.
something.
Yes,
Oh
exactly.
my God.
Exactly.
The
And for
police
that,
Oh, we
need
found
and
the
for
common
that, I want
ground.
to ask everybody to subscribe right now. I know we got some new people watching this because there are new people who have come on the stream. So again, subscribe if you have not done so yet. In fact, we're getting a couple of new people coming in here as well. We got Akira and Theodore coming in here. So I want to say to everybody, subscribe, and also go to Streamlabs. What is wrong with me? .com/LevJules. Wet our beak with some money. And now we also are accepting crypto donations. So if you go into the description where it says cryptocurrencycheckout.com, if you go there, if you have Bitcoin, if you have Ethereum, give us some crypto, write a message, and it's going to be displayed on the screen, and we are going to address it. We want to get all the crypto millionaires and billionaires to come on this stream and grow this thing. And also,
Five man's Twitter.
Exactly. I'm also going to announce some of the other people who are joining us right now. One second. So we got Akira, we got Theodore, and we got Vincent. Now, Vincent, you did not have a chance to speak that much as of late, so I'm curious what your thoughts are in the matter. And also, I love the fact that we have a dog and a cat next to each other. See, this is what I'm talking about, people. Bringing
Hell
people
yeah.
together.
Cat gang.
Hey, Tsunyami. So basically, I actually have like a Discord that I've been like managing for the past month. I've been trying to like get people's opinions, I guess similar to the kind of discourse that we have on the podcast. And so this was something that happened like over the past 24 hours. Obviously, people have been in really heated conversations about this. And like personally, I've seen enough video evidence to, I guess, like establish where I stand. It's very clear that this kid was being swarmed by a bunch of angry people who, whether or not they were trying to perform a citizen's arrest, which I see being a
Remote.
point that people are making, like there's no justification for a bunch of people running up on him and then thinking that nothing would happen to him or happen to them when he's clearly armed. He's clearly there, you know, for a purpose, for the purpose of defending either people or property, what have you. It doesn't mean that he wasn't stupid. Like, I think the kid's fucking retarded for going out there on his own. But does that mean that any of this rhetoric about him being like a white supremacist or like out for blood, like hunting or some shit is justified? I don't think any of that makes any sense. I think people are trying to use this to spin some weird agenda about it when it's pretty clear that, like, I mean, I've seen so many clips of this kid being like swung on and run up on by like several people. One of them was actually this guy running up on him and then faking him out and being like, oh yeah, I'm not going to shoot you or I'm not going to hit you or whatever. And he walks away. And so the kid lowers his weapon and the guy runs back up on him. And so the kid shoots. And it's like, the fuck did you expect was going to happen? Like, I don't understand why there's even a conversation to be had about this. It's pretty like clear. So I don't know. I think he was charged with like what, first-degree murder or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We also
Yeah,
we also have a comment from
He's gonna
Zuko.
walk.
He wasn't alone. He was there with a militia. And I remember, and we may hopefully have Kristan Harris coming in here later on, who was one of the people who was shooting a lot of these incidents. And he did shoot an interview with Kyle, and there was another guy next to him there. So he did come with a militia, but I wonder what was it that happened that separated them? Like, use the fucking buddy system, for God's sakes, right?
Yeah, I mean,
It
if that's the
would
case,
probably be like a very ad hoc thing. Like, as far as I know, it just seemed like like a Facebook event basically, and like just like you know,
Yeah.
like the local milieu of Blue Lives Matter QAnon types.
like, regardless of whatever happened, like, he's a fucking kid walking around with a gun. He's not hunting people. He's not out there like thrusting his gun in people's faces or anything.
But
It's
that's been the narrative for years and years and years since Trump got elected. I mean, look, like, whatever problems people have with Trump, and I have plenty of problems with Trump as well, that the media had this whole narrative, you know, Trump is Orange Hitler. it is such a tiring thing. You know what I mean? But people have been,
Yeah.
they've grown up, they've kind of metastasized in that chant over and over and over again, to the point that anybody who does say Blue Lives Matter or anything like that would be automatically perceived to be a white supremacist. And I'm not really sure, other than the dialogue that we're having right now, what exactly would be the antidote to that very black and white way of looking at these things. I mean, I think that we kind of are doing it right now.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it too just stems from people being more involved with their sympathies for the victims of the shootings rather than trying to view it objectively and rationally and trying to put themselves in his shoes. I feel like a lot of people just I feel like they're viewing it the way that people view school shootings. Like when you're a school shooter, you're the lone wolf, you go out there on a mission to like just kill people and shit. But like that's not the situation. That wasn't
Yeah,
even
but it's definitely like being pushed that way. I can see what you mean.
Yeah, it totally is. And like a lot of people are like acting like he's fucking like this is Columbine or like Virginia Tech or something. Like he's an incel like on a mission. But he's not. Like, and he's not a fucking expert. He's not even that kid in Virginia. Whatever the fucking kid's name was, I forgot.
The Korean guy,
But,
Chung, I forget now.
Yeah, Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like functional anarchy has been created in a lot of cities where these protests are like burning over into violence and stuff. And like, I mean, I just see it as like inevitable that at some point you're going to have either bad actors shooting bad actors, good actors shooting bad, or bad shooting good, or any other way you want to choose it. Like, it's just something that's going to happen if it goes on long enough in enough cities.
Yeah. And I guess like to go back to what I was saying about the sympathies thing, that seems to be like the core of most of the debate that's been happening in my Discord. It's just like, oh, well, I think it's wrong. He shouldn't have killed anybody. And then the argument to that is like, well, I don't think people should have run up on him. Like, what do you think happened if you're a kid and you feel threatened by a group of angry people? And then it goes to like, well, then what was he doing there, running around with a gun? I feel threatened. And it's like, that's his right. So whether or not you feel some type of way about it, that's just the reality of the country that we live in. And also, like, these are the same people who would defend the roof Koreans during the LA riots. So why is it that you suddenly take issue with someone who is taking on a similar mantle, right? Like, why is that suddenly a problem? Is it because he's white?
I think it's because he's like a white
child?
kid. Because yeah, exactly. He's like
He's
white
Hispanic.
young kid. Whatever, he looks white. It doesn't matter if you look white, you're white.
Kid, yeah.
No, he's a Zimmerman. Latino with a German surname.
And like, yeah, like if you don't take issue with the roof Koreans, I don't see why you take issue with this. I think it's because he's white. I think it's because he's a fucking Blue Lives Matter Facebook kid. I think that's really what it comes down to. But I feel like, if anything, I just feel fucking bad for both sides. Like, I feel bad that people had to die. I feel bad that he had to feel the need to kill people. Because, like, at the end of the day, he's still a fucking kid that had to pull the trigger on people that he felt threatened his life. There's still a trauma that's going to be inflicted on him. And I'm not excusing the fact that there will be on the families of the victims who were killed. But it's just, to me, sad that people are trying to twist this in some weird political agenda when it's clear that there was a loss on both sides and there was wrong on both ends. That's just what I'm saying.
I feel like I'd be more annoyed by like seeing my relative like jump at someone with a gun for no reason. Like,
yeah, I'm
my
not
relative was shot in that
gonna
situation.
bum rush the guy with the AR-15 that's just popped someone.
Very bad idea.
Yeah.
I came about 5 minutes late, but what I was hearing when I was logging in, you guys were talking about solutions, such as the whole idea of a social worker instead of a police officer for a non-violent confrontation.
No, not that.
I kind of jumped in the.
That would not be a good solution. I'm sorry.
No, I don't agree with that.
So you're telling me you take 10% of the police force and you instead hire social workers to handle. You think 90% of the police force, 10% social worker, bad idea?
No,
I don't want Joey
training.
Brenda Community Services in a stab vest trying to talk down the crazy man.
No, it'd be literally a social worker, somebody from the Department of Health or whatever.
No, I think both should be there, honestly.
Well, yeah, so
social worker. Has anybody been a social worker? Social
No.
workers don't do anything. That was my first job out of college. No, you want better trained police officers because social workers are not trained in negotiating with hostile people.
That is not the function of a social worker. I said 90% police, 10% social worker.
Well, here's
yeah, but what would the social worker do?
What if we just get like
Social
sexy lady
workers
cops?
would
I'll
do-
definitely listen to her.
Social workers would do non-violent interactions with the public that need to be done.
Well, how about
Yeah, but that's not. There's no social workers that are trained. That's not what a social worker. This is
So they would be trained to do it. I mean, we do police training every day. Why is training
can't
social
both
workers
be
impossible?
there?
Because they wouldn't be armed though.
I got a solution
to deal
to
with
the
an
problem.
armed person. They would be. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, they
Liv,
would.
I'm
They
sorry.
would have to be armed absolutely in case there needs to be something that goes down in relation to stopping someone who's trying to knife someone or whatever. But anyway, there is something called the threat management in Detroit, and this is like private police, from what I'm able to understand. And it says over here, the Threat Management Center is a private security company in Detroit, Michigan, 1995 founding date, performs many of the functions traditionally expected of a public police department. In Detroit, where police response times can, as of 2013, take as long as 58 minutes if they accept your call, having an alternate security force on call has greatly reduced the incident of violence crime. The TMC stated mission is to make the world safer by denying the opportunity for violence to take place, using the Violence Intervention Protective Emergency Response System, or VIPERS for short. Threat management emphasizes the use of deterrence, detection, and defense to achieve non-violent outcomes. This includes not using lethal force, not carrying lethal weapons. And interesting, so they're not carrying lethal weapons. Their philosophy is based on using tactical psychology, tactical law, and tactical skills designed to de-escalate situations, and which by design are not conducive for violence. Now, what I'm curious about, though, is that since these are not cops, maybe that's why they're not able to use lethal force. But would there be maybe like a good medium between having something like this, but also just in case something goes down, there would be some force you would be able to use? I mean, when they say
tranquilize them like bears.
Yeah. Yeah.
I liked Sophia's idea. She was talking about directed energy weapons. You could just microwave these motherfuckers with predator drones. Wouldn't kill
Well,
'em. It'd be
another
awesome.
thing my guy and I talked about was having a drone actually assigned to police officers. And the drone could be collecting information about the person. And if the person gets too aggressive, the drone can be programmed to execute they send out the beam or whatever. So it's not actually the officer. This is how they do all the wars now. Like, this
That's
is where
scary,
we're
though.
going.
That's
So
like-
why
that's
not
like some
use
China shit.
this?
That's
I mean, yeah,
Some Terminator stuff, yeah.
But the drone can't kill you. It could just send out the beam, not necessarily shoot you. It would just be like
what kind of
partner.
drone are we talking about? Like the drones they use in war, or like those little things?
Like
that
the
you can
ones
fly
they
around your
used in
backyard?
Lebanon. I mean, what's that place that had the explosion?
Libya.
Was it Lebanon?
Yeah, I mean,
or-
Yeah,
they-
anywhere in the
favorite-
Middle East, basically, they've used them.
Lebanon,
those?
they used
That seems kind of
micro
extreme.
drones. Well,
I don't know.
It could create like a
is it-
1984 situation if it goes into the wrong hands. I mean, that's always an interesting question for me. Like when it comes to the system they have in China.
Oh yeah, the technology.
Yeah,
Ugh.
like in China,
Yeah.
they have a system that's able
be
to track
dangerous.
everybody's faces, and if you get a
Yeah.
situation where these things would be used to suppress wrong thing, to make sure that everybody's like this very polite citizen that just does whatever it is the government tells them.
Something like that. I think with
The
the
social
full-blown
credit
drones, that
system?
could be so easily.
That's insane.
That could be so easily manipulated, so easily abused.
I mean, I don't think we have cell phones. I mean, I think we've already passed that threshold where we have a choice of this technology doing what it's going to do, personally. And I guess I'm less, DC is the most surveilled place in the planet, basically. And so I know I'm under basically 24-hour surveillance. So maybe I'm just less sensitive to it because I know that this is the most surveilled place on the planet. And so I don't know, I guess I would rather not have an individual who could like or dislike me make this decision, where you can have a thing that's pre-programmed to see if you're behaving aggressively, and it's not just part of your personality, because of me gathering the information and then you start approaching, let's shoot out this beam that makes you feel like your skin is on fire, that after the now, boom, solves the
we're
problem.
we're always being surveilled. I just kind of would be worried about having these dangerous things always being around, being able to be used to suppress
Well, that's
us
true.
if anything happens. I just don't like the idea of that.
Well, they
seen-
have sonic weapons now. They have these weapons that they could put on the top of trucks. So if there's a protest going on, the sonic beam would just cause some kind of sound that would,
Yeah, that's active denial. That's what it's called.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
called
it-
active denial.
It gives you a headache. It makes you vomit.
No, I've
It can
seen
do
video.
anything. It can do different things for different people. So if you're a young person, it can make you fall down and go to sleep. If you're an older person, it can make you feel like your skin is on fire. If you're really old, then it can make you feel like your brain is melting. Like it can do different things. It doesn't even have the same effect for every single person. So that was another sort of benefit because it can judge you based on your age and say, okay, well, we don't want young people to feel like their skin is on fire. They're not going to know what to do with that. Let's just have the little people go down and go to sleep. And then the older people, they'll start running around crazy. And the really old people, they'll just, their hands might freeze up or their whole body might freeze up and they just can't move.
Now,
I
Sophia,
just think that's safer than...
Yeah,
I
think I'd pass on that.
I think you're right that this stuff is all coming. I've seen video of like using that sort of Chinese technology where they can see who you are, what you're doing. I've been seeing that applied to social distancing. That's kind of just the way to sneak it in. But like
Ooh.
China's always been the testing ground for all of the stuff that they're going to break out for us. I think it goes back further than this, but in my memory to like the Patriot Act. And even then I was saying that like they're going to use all of this weird surveillance stuff to make your average white guy next door a terrorist. And now here we are. We're watching that happen. Alex Jones has been saying this shit forever. It's like, credit to that crazy bastard. I love him.
Can I touch on that threat management idea really quick, guys?
Go for it.
I see policing as around a 4-tier effort. You got your tier 1, your social worker equivalent, your tier 2, like your threat management, tier 3, traditional police, and then tier 4 is like your SWAT, National Guard. You call in the big boys kind of level. So I don't see why that's not a better approach than we're offering is level 3 and level 4. I haven't been convinced that that's not a good idea to offer 1 and 2.
Well, we have 2 comments here from one of our great patrons, Kyle Napoleon. Blast sissy hypno videos and audio at rioters. And we also, De Facto says, elites want their own personal security while maintaining constant chaos for the rest. I mean, again, I don't know how much of this is pre-planned, how much of this is just people taking advantage of whatever situation. Never let a good tragedy go to waste, like they say. I'm still, regardless of how red-pilled I have gotten over the years, that part to me is still somewhere where I'm ambivalent just because I haven't looked at it thoroughly.
I think if they played Sissy Hypno at us, I'd just get angrier. Anyway, I'm gonna leave for a few minutes. I'll be back later.
Sounds
hopefully.
good, Lucia. I'm gonna bring you in later. Don't forget to subscribe.
Theodore, I just wanted to respond to that, and I think that I think what you're saying makes sense, but to think of it as having 4 different organizations,
tiers or like tiers or levels, basically.
If they're all
right now we have police and SWAT and National Guard. They're able to coordinate, right?
Well, sometimes they do it well, and sometimes not so well. I wish it was more like everybody had a certain level of certification, meaning everybody comes in, they've gone through, like military style, they've gone through basic training, and then they get their certifications to do, they get different jobs within, but I just feel like if you have people like a social worker, like I said, that was my first job. If you have just a regular social worker,
no, it wouldn't be a regular social worker. They would be trained.
You mean so they would be like they would have to be dual certified as a police?
They would probably be for all intents and purposes for an early idea like this. They'd be part of the force. They would get full training.
Right. Okay. If they're having full training, that's fine. But
this is the problem that we're having, like that some of these ideas, like somewhere in theory there it's valid, except we can't fucking figure out exactly what the hell it is, and people are literally burning down cities acting like I don't know what the fuck they want, the people who are doing that shit. And I think this conversation, while it's valid, I don't think anybody has a fucking clue what they're talking about. Maybe we should wait fucking 50 years for it.
Yes, but the problem is like the problem is not just the policing miscoordination, it's also the loopholes the laws is having there. Because if there is, let's say in one state say, okay, you have these laws where the police do A, but then the city say, okay, we have this law when the police can do B. So when the police can do A and the police doing B is making a lot of conflicts, and that allows to protectors and rioters to do the stuff of what they've been doing.
Exactly. That's the problem. If all the police were, I said this earlier, if all the police were certified, like they had a national certification level that everybody, all the police districts had to, get in order to function, then as the different laws come in, they could sort of be deemed irrelevant if they go against the national, level of certification, or at least people would know between districts, like, this is how we're going to operate. They do this a lot, but if there was a certification, then at least you could know when you move to an area what you're dealing with. Because right now, like where I live, people move here and they're like, oh, DC is so nice. I'm like, yeah, wait till you meet all 52 different police agents that can come to your house and arrest you. Because then you will be like, oh, well, maybe this wasn't a great idea to move to DC. Because literally there's nowhere you can turn without seeing an agent. And that's something people who don't live here, they just don't think about it. But it's so frustrating and terrifying at the same time, because you have no idea what people are going to do.
Sorry, but you have to understand this thing is that there is one word that would fit better. There must be a coordination. I mean, I got shocked right now when I hear that in DC have 52 police agencies. This is the first time I'm hearing that, to be honest.
Yeah, because nobody talks about it. And the reason why I'm always saying it is because if you live in a Black area, people don't realize that you may have all these different police that are able to engage with you, and not understanding that critical point would say, people will say, oh, well, the Black person, they over responded. Well, not when you don't know which police you're dealing with. So for example, in DC, if I'm dealing with a PG police, 9 times out of 10, they probably won't shoot me. I could probably just deal with them and not be too nervous. But if I cross into Virginia and I'm dealing with some Virginia police, oh no, I need to pull out my camera. I need to make sure I'm recording, because a Virginia police could shoot their Commonwealth. They have whole different rules. They can shoot you. They can do whatever they want. It's no problem. Nobody cares. You will just be dead, and that's it. They're not going to even address. Or park police. If I get pulled over on GW Parkway by park police, this just happened. They shot a guy. They will not release any information about this guy. They will not release how many officers responded, anything, nothing. And so people don't really understand that, just like with the Blake guy, just because the police, we're telling him to calm down or this and that, you don't know which police it was, and you don't know whether these are the police that kill everybody or shoot at everybody or don't shoot at everybody or whatever, which is why, I'm always saying that, like, in urban areas are over policed. We have to do something about this over policing in urban areas. You can't tell me to back the blue when there's 10,000 police that I have to support, and half of them are way too aggressive, and the other half of them could see you being robbed at gunpoint and do nothing. And that's how it is here. And that's a different perspective than anybody can enumerate, but I've done a lot of research on trying to understand how to relay this information to other people so that they can say, oh, well, I actually didn't know that. This is how it works in urban areas. No wonder Black people are always so scared of the police. Yeah, because like on my street, a police officer could pull you over, 4 more coming, guaranteed, because they're scared. They're scared, so scared of the people here because everybody has a gun, not supposed to, doesn't matter. They're scared. So if they pull over one person, you got 4 or 5 more coming. Maybe a state trooper. State trooper comes, that's it. They're putting you in jail. There's nothing you can do.
Except, Sophia, I have a quick question for you because it's one of my beliefs. So I'm going to phrase it as a question.
Yes.
Are you a believer that the most interactions with the state should be done as non-violently as possible?
Yes, but I believe there should be no interactions with the state. I prefer zero. If I was in the country, if I lived in the country,
Amen.
My other house, we never see the police. It's like now I live in an urban
I have one
area.
police station near me. They have 6 cruisers. I have to
Oh
go
my
to work.
gosh. There's a police. This is no joke. Y'all are not gonna believe this. The police that actually they're for my city, but they don't cover my area. They have a tank. They got from this Strong Cities initiative. They got a tank, like an actual tank for a city, area that literally has like, I don't know, maybe 1,000 people. They have a tank. Why do you need a tank? I can't understand it.
Is that a military? I mean, is that city has a militarized fort?
Well, it's from the Strong Cities initiative with the UN. I mean, people don't necessarily know how this affected certain areas, but if you took this money from the Strong Cities initiative, you could buy all of this high-powered military grade stuff and all of the districts around me. So imagine being policed by 52 police agencies and all of them have full military capabilities. Imagine that.
Now, I didn't know about
Imagine
the UN
living
aid.
like that.
That is a scary way to live. I did not know about the United Nations aid when it comes to giving money for that, but it reminds me of what's going on in Europe, where you also have a culture clash with these migrants who are coming in there, and all of a sudden you've got people with guns and military getup who are protecting areas. You know, like that is not a high-trust society by any means, and that is especially fishy to me as far as why is this happening, but also the only antidote would be to create a high-trust society where you'd be able to have your local officer who knows the families that are living there, who's kind of like, plays ball.
Which is what I was stressing earlier.
Yes.
But I don't think that this is especially if we're talking about urban areas that get a lot of people in there. I really think, again, like what I always say, it always comes down to, are you able to integrate and are you able to be the best of that particular civilization you're going into, as opposed to bringing in certain things that are not compatible with it. Like, I never look at these things from the point of view of, whatever you were born as, that's it, there is nothing you can do. I think that however you were born, wherever you come from, if you do aspire to a certain degree to integrate into a society, as long as you're able to do that, then people should judge you on the actions that you take, as opposed to on whatever you don't have any control over. By the way, Love Cryption, yes.
Hey, Lev, this is Tom. Hey, I got to
Tom.
plug up, but I want to thank you a lot for asking me to come on. It's been fun.
I really appreciate you coming.
Take care,
brother.
Tom.
Thanks,
Tom.
Tom.
I'm glad we could have a conversation.
Nice to meet
you.
you.
Nice to meet you too.
Take care, Kampai. Yes, so, no, that was awesome. I'm very happy that I was able to. So, just so you guys know what happened, yesterday and today, I was going through Resist Twitter, and I just wanted to find people from that side to bring on to have this conversation, because I really don't...
Sure.
It's so separated. I mean, as you guys can see, like, it's such a different world that I really think that if this was done a lot more, who knows how much the wing flapping of the butterfly is going to cause the earthquake, as they say. So...
It's just mind-boggling how wrong a person can be on so many
much respect to Tom. He was here. He stayed here.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I appreciate
he
that.
stayed. Yeah, I'll give him that.
Yeah, one thing. I was very late to join into the conversation about what happened. I guess 2 days ago in Kenosha, right? I mean, when people say that the kids drove and crossed the state lines to hunt people, it reminded me about my country. I'm from Venezuela, by the way. That there were protesters that were protesting, and what happened is the state that they don't want to get their hands dirty, they sent a group of civilians called the colectivos to hunt protesters, to hunt and disperse it. So, I mean, basing that concept of hunting on killing, or going to or crossing the borders to kill, I don't see that kid hunting or killing. The thing is, like, the kid went there. Supposedly he was to defend to a private property where he worked, or apparently where he worked, and then some angry mobs went to hunt him and shoot the first person, which happened to be a pedophile. And then the more angry mobs that were hunting him, and then they got shot to a second person. So,
well, the crossing the state lines thing, we did talk about that a little bit earlier, but just so you know, like, crossing state lines, he really went like 16 miles. It wasn't like 100 miles. So, like, I live in a region where DC, Maryland, Virginia are within like literally 15 miles of each other. I can be in all three states. And so, you know, that whole crossing state lines thing is not, I don't know. It didn't really hit me as hard as I guess they tried to make it. I just want to know if he was legal when he got to wherever he was going, and allegedly he was. So this is a very like with the other guys, just like we don't even know all the facts. The fact that we're stuck in this 24-hour news cycle where people can't even go to sleep and wake up and just like have some sort of peace is completely insane. Like, nobody should be so intent on following this particular story that they've literally dropped everything, except for people like in my state. We're still at home. Like, we're not even in phase 3. I don't know about anybody else, but we're literally not in phase 3. And so people are still at home, and Black people are never leaving the house again. I don't know. It's not going to happen.
Well, the thing is, like, across the state lines, I mean, yes, I understand that it doesn't hit you, and it doesn't hit me at all, because when I saw the map, it took like from his house took like what 33 minutes to drive from home to, let's say, work. Come on. I mean, and like I said earlier, it's like seems the kid was protecting a private property where he's working at.
Yeah, so we don't even know all the. I didn't, like I said, anybody's asking me about the video. I never watched it because I don't do trauma porn. I just refuse. But I've been reading everyone's reports as closely as possible. And it seems like we still don't actually know enough information to actually even have an assessment of this whole entire thing. And the fact that the media has made it like there are Black people, like I said earlier, who are saying that this is a Black, a racist crime and calling this dude a Nazi when it was literally a white person or a white Hispanic shooting other white people. Like, there is not one Black person involved. This
is what happens now, though. The media gives its initial spin on it, and that's the only thing that ever matters. Everything happens following that is based on the knee-jerk reaction that occurred with the media gaslighting them. And then, you have it cleared up later. Like, there's a good chance this guy will just get off because it was obviously self-defense. Or you see the body cam footage coming up where George Floyd...
Yeah, they hit him with murder one. They fucking overcharged him. Like,
but nobody's going to remember these things that are supposed to vindicate us after the fact. They will never, they'll just be forgotten to time. But these initial knee-jerk reactions are going to last fucking forever.
Well, we had the Covington kid situation happen, and there were enough people who protested against the media's portrayal of that. I'm not sure when it comes to,
I will say, I've seen a big closing ranks, like, in defense of this person, like, across the board, at least on the right.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Yeah.
Can I run back to an idea that Sophie earlier as a solution?
Absolutely.
First of all,
and then I also want to call on. Then I also want to call on Love Cryption after that as well. Don't forget to subscribe, whoever's watching it, and click that bell. Anyway, go for it, Theater.
Sorry, Love Cryption, but thanks for the minute here. Hopefully it'll be worth it. So first of all, Hotep Sophia has been liking, retweeting me. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. I think that's cool. The question I had is, you mentioned earlier that you like a top-down national approach, and I'm more of a localist. I'm a believer that good ideas should be done at the local level, because if a bad idea is done at a federal level, there's nothing you can do. And if good ideas are done at a local level, other good ideas will be copied at the local level by other localities who find them good, and they'll reject the bad ideas in general as a market work. So I'm kind of curious if you elaborate why you prefer top down instead of bottom up.
No, I actually don't prefer top down or bottom up. I prefer the government leave me alone completely, and I want the government out of my life completely on all levels, because where I live, like I said, is a black area. We have all black politicians, and they're all horrible, and they're all corrupt, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about where I live in particular. And therefore, I sort of have to be involved in the top level politics, because that's what actually affects me. Just based on me being in DC, what happens with the Congress, with the president, that stuff is what actually affects me. The local politics literally mean nothing, because all the politicians, like I said, are corrupt, and they're all awful. They don't listen, and they don't care. And these are all black people. So
I gotta ask, and like this, it's just so striking to me. Now, you're a black person from like an all black area, and you wouldn't want like an all black police force. But I think all the white people here, I think we could very much get behind that. And I can't help but wonder, is that because this system itself was not meant for black people and they don't do well in it, regardless of white people's presence?
I think that part of the problem is that our education, our family education it's so horrible. Like, for example, one thing that really attracted me to this whole situation is that everybody knows their lineage, their history, where they come from. And what makes me different from other black people is that I also know where I come from. I'm also very aware of my ancestors, my history, stuff like that. And so I have a very difficult time connecting with black people who are first generation here, second generation here, or a lot of people who are mixed up. They don't know where their people came from or anything like that. So I think it's a problem of, there's a lot of people who don't know anything about their ancestors. They don't know anything about their people, where they came from. Is this the same
issue that's going on in sub-Saharan Africa, where all of these countries took on like European-style governments, but then they were left behind, and now they're kind of cargo culting that sort of government, expecting it to just happen because you have the uniforms, you have the building, but it's just not.
Yeah.
Is it the same thing?
It's a huge problem.
Is it the same thing that's going on in America with American blacks? Is that the same idea?
Yeah, it's the same problem. I mean, I think that a lot of people just literally don't know anything about their history. And this is sort of like where the hoteps come in, because if your learning of black history comes from McGraw-Hill or Houghton Mifflin or whatever you learn in school, it's completely fraudulent. It's completely fake. It's devoid of any understanding of anything. And when you try to tell people, like, for example, I got myself in a lot of trouble. I always get myself in a lot of trouble with the regular blacks, but I'm like, okay, Frederick Douglass is basically Obama. Like, they're the same. People are like, what do you mean? This and that. I'm like, well, like Frederick Douglass, was he the most photographed man in the 18th century? Why? Makes no sense. And I mean, I went back and looked at his story. I said, this story makes no sense. And he's a philanderer, a huge philanderer he was. And he managed to get across to Britain, and he somehow managed to get the British to pay his guy to free him. Like, the story is completely insane. So I said, Frederick Douglass, Martin Luther King Jr., and Obama are the same person. Got myself in a lot of trouble. And I said, Harriet Tubman was a spy. She didn't free no black people. She just took them from one massa to the next. And I get myself into trouble all the time. But
wow,
it is pretty big.
Wow.
Well,
holy shit! I thought I loved Harriet Tubman.
Wow. Well, this is what Kanye West was talking about that.
Exactly.
Damn.
He got excoriated, but that's what I mean. People have these. You need heroes, but the way that they have portrayed these heroes are bad for us, because they're not real. They're not based in reality. Especially like Harriet Tubman, she was a Union spy. She probably was a British spy too, and she got severance pay. And then when she hired people, she didn't actually hire like black people. It was crazy. Like, the more you start actually looking to their actual documents, their real, firsthand accounts and stuff like that, you're like, wait a second, this history is just like the civil rights movement. I can't talk about the civil rights movement. I can't talk to anybody in my family. Okay, let me start. If I start on the civil rights movement.
The March
you
on
will-
Washington was co-opted.
Oh well, MLK was co-opted. MLK was
Oh,
a CIA
yeah, King
Wow.
agent.
Wow.
Malcolm X was a CIA agent.
Now you've gone
All
too
of the
far.
CIA
You've gone too
agents
far
were-
with Malcolm
Is
X.
this true?
What?
There's
He's my
pictures.
nigga.
There's pictures of Malcolm at the CIA training. Martin too. There's information. But this is the point. When you have your history have built up all of these avatars that you cannot even say, I don't like that Martin Luther King Jr. was a philanderer. That's a huge thing. You can't even say it. He slept with all these women. Nobody could talk about it at all whatsoever. So this is a huge problem in the Black community because we're carrying a history that's a completely fake history. And so when you have people who are centered around a completely fake history and a completely fake retelling of it for the purpose of controlling, then how can you ever relate to a white person? Like, my ancestors were Black. I had native Blacks. Then my great-grandmother was half white and half Indian. Then I think my great-grandfather was, I have a bunch of people, but I know that I have Irish in my family. So what am I? And most Blacks who are descendants of slaves come from Irish people too, because the Blacks, like where I'm from, the Blacks, the whites, and the Indians, the whites were being the Irish. They all lived together in longhouses, not like the slave. I mean, it's just the history is completely. It's just not told right. It's just not told right. And so you can't have people saying, "Oh, I hate white people," but guess what? Like, you're whoever was white. So do you like hate yourself? Like, or you hate the Indians, but you were Indian too. Like, which one is it? Like, you, or I hate America, but like you built America. So which one is it? Like, this is the problem with the Black community. There's no way to actually identify with who you actually are, because the way the history is taught is so bad. So I'm hoping that was a good answer for Theodore. But yeah, I don't want all the government out. Just leave me alone.
Incredibly good information. Everybody should hear that stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna clip this. We're gonna clip this, and also, Sophia, I really think that the colleges are going to be destroyed soon. There's not going to be any more universities. Instead, you should be one of the rising stars of history lessons that thousands of kids are going to be listening to.
We're working on that.
That's
That is one of the things we are working on. I come from a family of historians. My grandfather is a historian, and so we have a lot of our family information. My mom has, so we have a lot of information. And I have been like going back and looking at some of the older, they call them Negro history almanacs, and they have a lot of accurate information in there. It's like what happened really was in the 70s, as far as Black history education is concerned, a group of socialists got together and decided they were going to co-opt Black history. And so what they did was they started falsifying the documents with the slaves of the slave ships to make it look like more slaves had come from West Africa to America than actually did, because all the other there are many other historical accounts that say Blacks were already here, which the Hoteps, that's a tenant. We know we were here. Like, how you going to take my country from me? That's why I have so many flags in my room. If you follow me on Twitter, I got 3 American flags in my room. I'm probably about to get at least 2 more, like, because I was here. You're not going to take America from me. Well, you can send me back to where I came from? What does that even mean? So there's this group of socialists that literally took over Black history. They took over the way that it was taught. They introduced this critical race theory as a way of blaming white people for everything. And so ever since then, you've just had basically a complete rewriting of Black history all the way back. And the only way you can figure it out is if you go back and you read documents directly from like a Booker T. Washington or some of the other ones, not W.E. Du Bois, because he was a socialist too. So you have to go back and sort of read the original, the older documents. And that's one reason why they wanted to remove cursive. They want to remove reading in general. They want to, now when Black history is taught, I don't know, I'm sure none of you have kids, but now when Black history is taught, it starts with Obama.
What?
Yes.
Wow.
What?
See, I promise you, it starts with Obama.
Can you bring us some of these
Okay.
books?
Why?
I
What
wanna
good
see
things
this.
has Obama
This is
done
amazing.
for?
This
Yeah.
is,
He
um,
became the president.
he
Yeah,
became the president.
round of applause, please.
And
Everybody
that's
clap for
where
Obama.
history starts.
Mm.
And they
He
say a
appointed a
little bit
woman
about
Secretary of
MLK,
State.
and that's all you get in Black history is MLK, the whitewashed version, and Obama and Michelle and Oprah.
Well,
And the socialists. That's all you get. You get no actual, like, if they talk about Booker T. Washington, who really would, his ideas would solve so many problems in this country, you have no idea.
Who
But
was
if
the
they
most
talked about,
recent? Who was the most recent, like Black figure who should be like taken serious, like along these lines? What's the last one that Black people had?
The most recent.
Whoopi Goldberg.
to be honest, I don't particularly care for any of these people because a lot of them are involved in this pedophilia, satanic stuff.
I thought it ended at Malcolm X, but you X-pilled me, and now I don't know what to think.
X-pill, I'm sorry.
You don't you
no, I
you don't
would
like
go
Michelle
back to-
Obama?
Who asked me that?
Me.
I'm sorry.
Michelle
no,
named
I
Michael.
am not a fan
Michelle
of
named
that
Michael.
person myself.
She did have a nice rose garden though, right? Like I do agree that the new rose garden does not look.
Well,
as
it's
good-
accessible before, like, and I also made a commentary about this rose garden thing because as a person who has worked bar staff, wait staff, all that type of stuff, it's now accessible. Before, can you imagine trying to roll tables and chairs and all this stuff out there? Now they have a ramp where actual handicapped people like Vanilla Bay, Madison Cawthorn, can wheel his wheelchair out there and be a part of the party, which I think is fair. He should be. So yeah, I think that I'd have to do some looking to see who is actually legitimate right now. I think Robert Smith is probably one of the people. He had paid off all of those kids whatever, and he does a lot of investment, but I don't necessarily care for these new Blacks in general, especially the ones that pretend like
There's
What
people
do you
in
think
the
about
chat.
Frederick Douglass?
You missed my Frederick Douglass rant. Okay, so
Oh, I did.
I'll give you just a little piece of the Frederick Douglass rant.
Yeah, give me the Douglass pill.
Here's the
Preach.
problem with Frederick Douglass. He was somehow the most photographed person of the 17th century, which makes no sense. He's more photographed than Abraham Lincoln. That makes absolutely no sense. So starting with that little piece of information, then you can see his story sounds like it's completely fraudulent. Let me just talk about one piece, how he learned how to read. So somehow, and he's from where I'm from. My people are from Eastern Shore of Maryland. So this is like a personal thing to me. So you mean to tell me somehow he goes from Tyaskin, which I know where that is very clearly. He somehow goes from there out to Baltimore, and somehow the racist Baltimore boys in the street, because Baltimore is quite racist, they taught him how to read. That makes no sense. None whatsoever. Like, we could just stop right there. Like, no way that these boys taught him how to read. No.
We got some people in the chat. They're saying that maybe Dave Chappelle or Kanye or Farrakhan.
I love the
Dorner.
I love
Chris
the comment
Dorner.
of Buff, who said
Dorner, I like.
Buff's comment is the best. He said Sean King, the only Black philosopher of our time.
Next,
Okay.
Talcum.
All right.
Of course.
Sean King, you mean Talcum X?
This at the moment that Farrakhan started talking about Scientology, I was definitely off that.
The problem with Farrakhan is that he's pushing an agenda, the Muslim agenda. So me personally, being a Christian of Christian faith history,
Amen.
I have a problem with people pushing that particular lifestyle, because if you know any of these women who are in the Nation of Islam, they don't want them to do anything. I got a problem with that because my grandmother did everything. My great grandmother did everything. So I got a huge problem with all of that. My grandmother on the Eastern Shore side, she will shoot you with her gun while drunk. Won't care, bury you out back and keep moving. This woman was no joke. Like, I don't really like this whole I must submit to this man, and I have to stay back out the way. I don't like that. That's just not.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
can
cringe,
do it,
not
but I
based
don't
opinion.
We're definitely going to do
like
a Middle
it.
Eastern stream coming up soon that I think is going to touch on a lot of this. By the way, we have Kristan Tijeras joining us at the Rundown Live. Kristan, you were blowing up the last couple of days. Your footage was one of the most prominent of footages that was showcased on CNN, on Fox News. You were on InfoWars. Man, this is quite
1
something.
million hits on Twitter. I
Yeah.
saw.
Like, could you talk a little bit about your experience going there? What is it that you saw that maybe got lost in the shuffle when it comes to the situation that we're experiencing right now?
Yeah, coming back from all that, it's just down the road from me, so it's not like I ever get to leave. So, yeah, I'm kind of trying to adjust to all the attention. It's kind of bizarre because I've known you guys prior to me having, this kind of attention. I've had attention before, but not viral where I know that 20 to 30 million people have seen my clips, and that's without it even being mentioned on TV. And now it's all over the place. And I just want to point out for a fake news radio station over here and broadcaster, they sure use all my video clips, So I just want to throw that out there. So, but in Kenosha, things were pretty crazy. Obviously, I caught the viral footage of the officer getting hit in the head with a rock. And I've been over there the last 3 days. I got militia footage the other night, and it's been very intense. It's been really taking a lot of adrenaline and attention to just focus on trying to record information while keeping myself safe. There's so many different opportunities to make mistakes. And I think that's the hard thing, is balancing safety and footage. And some people, they don't really mind just going in there and they don't care about their safety. I have a mother who cares dearly about her son. So I would say it's very selfish of me to put myself purposely in harm's way when I can try to get out of the way. So there's some footage that I could have had that I didn't because I was smart enough to stay away, so.
Do you wear a bulletproof vest? What's the...
Odd armor of God, bro. Joking. Actually, I was talking to the militia guys that recommended that I wear a armored vest, and they said, well, what are you wearing? And I said, well, just what the good book says. And he go, oh, you got to meet the Lord halfway and maybe get yourself a bulletproof vest. I don't know, man. I'm a non-aggression principle person, and I don't think anyone would intentionally want to kill me. Maybe they'd want to make fun of me, throw bottles at me or something like that, just because of the fact that some people want to call me an enabler for basically filming somebody and being nice to everyone. And they want to say that's a bad thing, that I'm enabling people. And that since I was trying to keep the militia from engaging with the citizens, I was educating the militia on how to be better, and therefore I was enabling the militia. That's the argument right now. And it's crazy because I've been at Minneapolis. I was at majority of the BLM marches here in Milwaukee. I'm an independent guy. I don't associate with a lot of the doctrines on either side, the left or the right. In fact, most of the people that watch my show that are conservative think I'm liberal, and most of the people that are liberal-minded on my show that watch my program think I'm conservative. And it's like, no, I can't make anyone happy. They're upset I'm recording militia. They're upset I'm recording protesters, or I'm not calling them rioters. And I'm not trying to keep everyone happy. I just want people to know the facts and have all the information out there. If it wasn't for me being there filming the militia, we wouldn't even know his first name.
It's
Thank
clearly
you
a fine line.
Thank you for keeping the media free. I really appreciate
Yes.
it. We need free media, independent media, people reporting the actual facts. That's awesome.
As Kyle Rittenhouse found out, it's clearly a fine line between, like being thrown onto a side. You can go there and try to be like right in the middle, but man, it doesn't really work out all the time.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to hold all my judgment because I'm not a judge. I've seen a lot of the video footage, and I think that when I was there, they were throwing chemical bombs, which is like, that's a big, I don't think that's even a Geneva Convention thing. I don't think you can even throw chemical bombs in war anymore.
Was it that plastic bottle that was thrown at Kyle, like the one that people thought was a Molotov?
That's what that was.
Well, they were mixing ammonium, allegedly. Okay, allegedly they were mixing ammonium, and they were mixing bleach, and then he was giving me all the ingredients. I'm like, listen, man, don't tell my listeners how to make these things, because people on both sides listen to me, and I don't want to, really I don't want to give them, more ammo than what we already
Want to
got.
facilitate.
I'm out there. They're throwing. There was fireworks louder than the things you heard on 4th of July that I would expect at the White House that are rattling things. And they were shooting them at the Bearcats, at the police, and the police were shooting rubber bullets and tear gas. It was just a really intense environment altogether. But there's been some big shifts in energy. I think there was a big shift in energy on the day 2 when it seemed as though the crowd was going to dissipate, and then the Milwaukee March came, and thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of marchers walked on by, and it was crazy. I knew it was Milwaukee because I recognized, well, at least some of them were Milwaukee because I recognized, some of the marchers. So that being said, that's the night things got that's when things started to get real crazy. But the whole shooting thing which is the big story right now. I have my narrative is basically that I had a bad feeling from the get-go, not because I felt like he was inherently racist, but that he was too anxious, like he was excited, like this is like he's like ready to engage, like it was like a game, it was like a video game to him, and it was like Call of Duty, like the typical almost when Antifa makes fun of the militia, they call them what the Call of Duty kids or cosplayers. It was almost exactly what they said. That in fact in Milwaukee, and I'm gonna say this controversially, the Milwaukee Antifa kids, they didn't shoot anyone, and they had people come up to them in militia. They handled things okay. I mean, there weren't chemical bombs. I understand that maybe it's possible, or the even potential that his action was legal. But was it the right action? I don't believe so. Just like it may have been legal because he was getting hit with a skateboard and somebody pointed a gun at him when he was leaving after he called 911 for the person he initially engaged with, and then he turned around and shot him because he was being attacked. And obviously I wasn't in that situation. At 17 years old, I don't know how anyone could have made those kind of decisions rationally. But we'll figure out, I guess the courts will decide what time he spends and what he doesn't. I didn't want anyone dead. That's why I was mad, because I did my best while I was out there to keep both sides from engaging, especially the militia, because there were people there that, in my opinion, shouldn't have been there. They were loose cannons, and there was no leadership, I think, on both sides of the whole ordeal. So all I know. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Christian, can I ask, like, when people started shooting, what did law enforcement do? Like, were they present at the scene? Did they like get involved, like try to shut things down? What happened?
So the police didn't even want to be there. That's how volatile it was. I was getting that the cops aren't going here. The radio says the police are staying away. It's that bad. People had bats, people had crowbars, they had shields, they were throwing cherry bombs. They were doing all sorts of stuff, chemical bombs, all that stuff was there. And I believe if I was a cop, I would have just went home. I would have been like, screw this job. I'm going somewhere else. That's what I'm telling you. That's
guys, I'm going home, like Cartman likes to say.
I mean, no, really. Why would you put yourself in that situation? Why would you want to? For what money? What money is it worth? And what is your life worth at that point? So for somebody like me who's passionate, and I do this because this is my love, this is what I want to do. I want to bring genuine news to people. I always have. And sometimes I'm not perfect, and people can see that because it's an embarrassing thing when I find different facts that are completely on the contrary. But getting better, that's part of the process, is making mistakes, clearing them, striking through them, and fixing the article, or correcting the mistakes you have done wrong. That's something that has lacked in MSM greatly.
What we were talking about before you came here regarding Kyle's actions, while I can definitely not speak about the decisions he made, in coming there or in doing any of the things that he may have done before the videos were taken, when it comes to, especially like with the last video, if you would be in the position where people would be charging at you, one guy, trying to beat you with a skateboard, the other guy kicking you, and you had a gun to protect yourself with, what would be the logical thing to do in terms of self-preservation? Like, I honestly can't think of anything else to do other than, like, if you knew Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or something, I don't know, like.
From my understanding, there was another gun then pointed at him, and that's when he shot.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like it wasn't warranted again. I think that the worst he'll probably get is second-degree homicide, but I could see how if this wasn't a just constitutional America, that he would probably, and I'm not saying his actions, I agree with what he did, but I'm saying that based on American law, if it was based strictly on Constitution, he would probably be okay at some point. But we're going to see. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge, but I do believe that there will be a penalty. I think that there'll be at least one second-degree homicide. They might dismiss the other two. He's under 17, so he might not get a long time. But again, I'm not a judge. I'm not a lawyer. I'm the wrong guy. I'm just saying this is what I've seen historically. They can't allow somebody to be glorified as militia and that he did the right thing, because then other people are going to do this. And that's the problem everyone had with me being there in the first place and recording the video. They felt I was enabling them just by filming someone and being nice to everyone. Everyone wants to hate me. And I was nice to everyone. Like, I go there and I don't want anyone to die. I cover the protests. I have my own opinions. That's what the Rundown Live show is for. But my everything else that I do out there, I try to keep as honest as possible. And nobody's too happy about that, except for the mainstream media.
I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm happy too. Like, Kriston, you're like one of the kindest people who I have known. Like, you are amazing. I don't know if it's the Minnesota nice thing, if you just got brought up that way, but there is just something really, and I know you're a Christian too. I wonder if that also factors into it somewhat, but even if you were...
I don't think so. There's a lot of mean Christians.
That's true. I think even if you were born somewhere else, like, you would have still been... There is something in you that I think demands the truth to be broadcast, and it's an incredibly rare quality to have.
Well, I think that the big thing is I have a gut instinct that I can't teach people. I don't know what it is. It's kind of like when people talk religion, I always believed if God wanted us all to believe the same way, he would have created us that way. And because, obviously freedom of choice is the real gift that God has given us, the ability to choose what we want to do what we want to do, and be what we want to be. But that's up to you. And that's what America was about. But what I'm seeing is people pulling down American flags in Kenosha because they're scared. They're scared that there's going to be retaliation because they wear red, white, and blue. That's wrong. I know nationalism is a problem to some people, and it can be indoctrinated. But I think that the hype and the propaganda has put us at a teetering point where everyone who's being influenced by private contractors, by propaganda, that America is at the turning point where we will not be able to come back in. We're going to go into this fully automated luxury communism, because what they're using right now is anarcho-communism to social engineer everyone and get everyone to sit in their little UN Agenda 21 prisons voluntarily, called their homes, under different guises and plans. So if you've ever read UN Agenda 21, it's a real thing. Signed in 1992. This has been a plan for a long time. They wrote it out. And the things I'm talking about, you can research. UN Agenda 21 was signed into law by George Bush, and later on was carried out by Bill Clinton, showing that there is no real difference between a lot of these American presidential regimes other than rhetoric, So
Lev, you were definitely onto something. As much as Kristen has a lot of other things to go on, you really have to say that as soon as you start dropping that upper Midwest, you start getting them O's nice and long. Everything sounds better.
One of my favorite movies of all time is the Coen brothers' Fargo. I think that's like one of the best movies ever made.
Fargo?
Yeah, Fargo.
I don't even say that funny. Okay, guys. Hey, I'm wondering what the meme community is going to do, because I see that I'm going viral because of the forums. It's the grassroots on the left and the right, the communists and the libertarians on both sides who are aggregating a lot of my stuff. It's a lot of the mainstream media. It's just that I think the material they feel is genuine. I got calls from 4 different major news outlets. All of them were huge names of people that involved in those industries, and they all thanked me. And they said, thank you for doing what you do, and genuine news. And that's just the thing. When people are told to do a job, it's like doctors. So I'm going to blow your mind real quick. This is a side. It's an important story. But prior to us having Medicaid and Medicare, we had charitable hospitals. That's why they all have church names. So they didn't use your tax money. The doctors were required to donate 1/3 of their time in order to maintain and practice being a doctor. So therefore, you'd have passionate people who would be doctors, because if you didn't want to do your job, you weren't going to do the charity, you weren't going to maintain your license. That's how they did it before lobbyists got in there and said, hey, doctors, well, you can make more money. Let's just get rid of this. We'll just put it on the taxpayer dollars. And we were the pride of the world then. We had the best, or arguably the best medical industry of that time. But it's the same idea here with journalism. If you got a job and somebody tells you what to write, and you can't learn what a proper title is or how to write something, in modern day, when you write an article, you have to think, what is somebody going to search on Google? And that's how you title it. If I were to look for this article, what would I write? That's how you title things. You don't put eccentric titles anymore, because that doesn't reach people. It reaches people when they search on Google, and you know how to label things. All this stuff can't be taught when somebody is dictating you and telling you, this is a story you're going to write. Go out there and write it and prove it, versus naturally going out there and letting things organically versus being social engineered to happen. That
Make hospitals charitable again.
Hey, that's controversial. With robots and automation, pretty soon we probably could, if we gave companies big enough tax breaks for making things like 3D holographic X-rays and robots that can work proper surgeries. There's a lot of great opportunity here, So, I mean, I'm not even kidding. Like, the future could offer free charitable hospitals. But the thing is, we now have an incestuous relationship with the government and the medical industry. And that's what we're seeing right now, is that since we've combined government and the medical industry, we have a lot of problems. They're shutting things down, where even the death tolls be below pandemic era for COVID-19. But they're just telling you about people who are getting tested, no longer how many are dying, because otherwise there'd be no reason to keep things shut down. And again, it all ties into the anarcho-communism that we're seeing right now. We're seeing the destruction of America, in my opinion, and this is the new way wars are fought. They're not fought with guns anymore. They're fought with information revolution, and the people are going to be used. So this is it. In my opinion, they're trying to commandeer America, and we're one of the two powers. It's either China or America that the world stands with. And if there is no America, which is where we're going, who is everyone going to stand with? So
it's very disturbing. And also, as far as something like Venezuela goes, we have two Venezuelans on the show right now for the first time. So we have John and we have Aso Zurdo. I wonder if certain things that are done in Venezuela right now should give America a warning as far as this can happen to you. I don't know if we should take it that far, but I'm curious, Aso Zurdo, are you currently living there? And also, I would love to hear from John as well.
Well, so I'm living in New Jersey, but I get more focused on the Venezuela living. Warnings that I can give you is, from my point of view, do not trust the government, do not trust the state, period. And live as far as you can from the state, because once you get something from the states will demand more stuff from you. Let's say taxes, let's say platency and such stuff. I don't know what John think about what I'm going to say is that what happens in Venezuela is not because it's happening for the last 20 years, but it happens for the last, let's say, 60 years, which means that the states become very big, very intrusive. Also, let's say the big business, instead of being, let's say, independent, doing what they want, doing, providing solutions, they were more likely to be mingling with people from the state, people from the government, and doing some corrupt stuff. And then that leads to what's the Chavismo era as we know at the moment. One of the things is like nobody understood the value of the private property. Means the private property started with yourself, but many people think like private property means a business or a house, and it's only for rich people, but it's not only for the rich people. And as far as I am understanding until today is whatever you have taken from the work that you have been doing. That's it from my side. But yeah, so for America, please do not listen for those who says we're doing this for the people, because this is the most dangerous things that will lead. And look at it. Venezuela was, was one of the richest country in the world, let's say this, in terms of resources, and nobody, even can't extract petrol. Even can have to extract oil. They have to import oil from Iran. Look, that's and now good luck for the Maduro regime because as far as I'm hearing so far, the United States is blocking the oil tankers from Iran this time. I don't know what's your opinion about Venezuela, John. I just give you the floor.
I just wanted to add that Jefferson's phrase wasn't life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It was actually life, liberty, and property. So if you never heard that, you can look it up. The pursuit of happiness was replaced for property, because really property is far more important than happiness. But
yeah.
I yield the floor on that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So how would you respond to somebody who might try to say that, oh, well, Venezuela wasn't real socialism?
Or would argue that it works?
It will depend on what the argument for that will be. You know, what's your argument for saying that Venezuela is not the real socialism? What's missing?
Like what doesn't qualify as genuine socialism, right?
Like what would be the argument that it's not a real socialism?
Well, I don't know, because that's not what I'm trying to argue. As far as I'm concerned, it was like genuine socialism all the way through. But a common thing you get here is people try to make that argument because, oh well.
These are people who drank the Kool-Aid. They're not. You're not going to convince them in an argument here, and you're seeing the outcome of that. Well, about the subject of the stream, really.
I think that's one thing.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's like it depends on what the arguments would a person who says that would have to say that Venezuela is not a real socialist country. For example, the last time I was in the podcast, I don't remember his name. I'm sorry. There was a guy who was saying that Venezuela was actually a capitalist country, and we had a discussion, a private discussion, and we were trying to. I was trying to understand where he was coming from, where was the argument that he was saying, and I did a little bit of research and understood most of the points that he was trying to make, and it's a lot of it is from missing information. Like for example, he was saying that most of Venezuela, that Venezuela has one of the biggest private sectors in Latin America. The problem with that premise is that it's not completely accurate. Yeah, it has a lot of private sector, but the thing is that the private sector there doesn't work exactly as you understand it here. It's not actually private. If you have a company in Venezuela, you don't decide, okay, yeah, it's your company, it's your name, it's owned by you, you manage the money, sort of, and all of that, but you don't decide who you hire, who you do not hire, who you can fire, who to make contracts with, who you sell, from whom you buy. You don't make any decisions at all on anything like that. And if you make a product, let's say, I don't know, you make milk, or you make, I don't know, like shoes or something like that. All the products that are made in Venezuela must have a sticker that says "Made in Socialism," which is like the slogan from the government. All the products made in Venezuela must have that sticker, and that also says that your product, it's not exactly your product; it's partially owned by the government, basically by law.
So you have no control, basically, which goes against the idea of the free market.
You have this company owned by this guy or by this group of people, but they don't have any control about what they own, about whatever they are doing or anything like that. So you have a lot of private market, but there's nothing private market about it.
I think maybe, and if I may be a bit of a co-host for a minute, maybe we should bring it back to the topic of discussion, which is, why do you think that these events are happening besides the obvious, which is political division and so forth? But what are the root causes in terms of it just seems to me, to go on what Lovecryption and Sophia were saying, is that it seems to me we're almost entering like late stage Weimar Germany territory, where people have very funny ideological, how shall we say, LARPing sort of ideologies on different sides, and they're clashing in the streets like communists and fascists in 1930s Germany. So do you think that there's a same sort of replication of what's going on now, that there's a sort of manipulation of pseudo events that are happening, that are guiding people's perceptions in terms of what they feel as direct political action? Or is direct political action impossible because, as Kristen brought up, that we're being manipulated by a very sophisticated apparatus of power? So it's almost as if people are enacting a play, if you will, not to be, InfoWars conspiratorial George Soros, but what do you guys think of that? Because I don't know, I was going to enter the stream with a bunch of Francis E. Deck posting, because Sophia was talking about how to control crowds with deadly laser touch Tabins, but whatever.
LRADs, baby, let's
Well,
go.
there is
Like
actually,
I mean, I
there's
think if
actually an interesting point about that has a little bit to do with what I think was Lev that asked, that what could Venezuela the situation teach us about what's happening today. The thing is that you will be amazed to see how the history of the media in Venezuela had to do with how the popular opinion and how politically things were moving because of the media. Like, for example, there is a famous figure in Venezuela called Renio Tolina. He was he was basically a nationalist, but not as much as how you think of a nationalist. He was more of the identity of Venezuelans and what the country should be focused on. And he had a lot of really good ideas for the independence of Venezuela from all the rest of Latin America, and how Venezuela could be a very rich country. The thing is that within his campaign, he was campaigning to be president in 1960 something, I think.
No, in the 1970s.
1970? Oh,
yeah, 70s, yeah.
Around those times.
He was about to campaign.
If someone post his name in the chat so we could maybe put it properly out there. Well, if you could type his name in the chat, John.
Well, I don't have the chat here, but it's Renny, R-E-N-N-Y.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. So
okay.
all of the interviews that guy had, everyone in the media hated him, and it's hard to understand. Actually, like looking at it now, it's hard to understand why did they hate this guy so much, and why did they love so much the rest of the people in that time. The same happened when Hugo Chavez came to his first candidacy. There is this famous, I can't remember, I don't know if you remember, Zurdo, there was this famous interview in 1998 or 1997. I can't actually remember that interview, but it was like a public debate, and there was this interviewer that was like the meddling point between those two. He would give the questions to each of the candidates, and it's so blatantly biased, all the questions and all the how he framed everything to the both candidates, that a lot of people years later blame him for Hugo Chavez election, for Hugo Chavez winning.
Because I don't remember that. I don't remember that debate.
I remember the sulfur one on the UN. That was pretty. It seems to me that it's almost as if the international left is, well, at least in America, they don't really have the same figures like they did, where a lot of Hollywood people would go to Hugo Chavez because he was against George Bush, and he was against the neocons. So you have that sort of international solidarity. It almost seems like the right wing now is doing the same with various based leaders in Eastern Europe or in the Middle East or whatnot. But it just seems that the international focus has been gone from a lot of quote unquote revolutionary politics in North America in particular. It seems that nobody talks about Venezuela anymore. I don't know. Or any of these places. That one in Syria, what were they called, Rojava or whatnot? It seems to be that the North Americans really don't care about anything.
I also want to call on the.
It's like when the Roman Empire started withdrawing inward.
Yeah, that's kind of the same vibe I got. Yeah.
I want to get Sir Carl Cox on the line here for your thoughts as well.
What's good, guys? Okay, so I actually joined in right when Kristen was talking about whether or not the charges are probably going to stick for the guy. So I am practicing for the bar, so I am studying all this right now. I will be a lawyer hopefully sooner rather than later. But likely the Lake County DA, because they charged him with first degree, which requires a specific intent to kill directly pretty much. That charge is not going to stick, and he'll probably get off pretty much scot-free despite them. There'll still be a charge on his record, but just because there was also that interview with that McInnes guy, I think. I don't know exactly what his @ was, but I think he was on fucking Tucker Carlson yesterday or something along those lines. But there was an interview with the kid, and he's like, I'm just here protecting businesses. And that right there, that interview is going to be admissible as evidence, and he's probably likely going to get off scot-free just because the DA decided to do first degree, which has an intent requirement rather than second degree, which probably would have stuck. So likely this kid's probably going to get off. So that's good.
They went for too tall of an order, I guess.
Yeah,
Yes.
Same thing with I mean, it's probably going to happen. Same thing with the policemen with George Floyd too, because there needed to be an intent requirement. Whether or not there's going to be more information coming out on that, we'll see.
What about his mother? Do you think his mother, who drove him there, he's like, hey, I have a 17-year-old kid, let's give him a gun. You go out there and you go protect those buildings.
Yeah, no, it seems a little, that's a little absurd.
My parents took me to a concert. I don't know what the hell they're thinking.
Yeah. The thing is, legally,
He's like, I don't want you anymore, son. Here, go. You can.
He's an irresponsible mom. She only sent him out with a single magazine.
Well, the good thing is,
do you think this is really like the Zoomers rising up against the millennials in terms of political, like the political order? Like the Zoomers literally like headshotting millennials in the head, headshotting millennial pedophiles in the head. So who knows?
You guys better be watching out.
I have always
like
seen
people talk about class and they talk about race, but they never talk about intergenerational conflict. It's so apparent how there's a difference between what the millennial thinks in terms of political action as this elaborate LARP and what like the Zoomers are going in. And they're, literally headshotting people. So who knows?
I was never a fan of millennials, by the way. Like, I grew up with them. I went to school with them. But this whole thing, like the whole Harry Pottering and just like this whole, you know what I mean?
Aren't you technically a millennial?
I am. I was born in the
late
80s.
stage.
a late millennial.
I'm a millennial who
What's
has
up,
rejected
millennials?
my own people. That's the kind of millennial I am.
When does Gen Z start?
Gen Xers.
When does Gen Z start? Technically, is it 95?
After 1994. After 1994.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'm the
95,
first year Zoomer. Let's fucking go, dude.
By the way, we have an interesting comment from Buff. What if Black Lives Matter put pressure on the judge?
Yeah, I was going to say.
You're going to have activist judges everywhere, especially. But Lake County is pretty. I don't want to say based, but they don't take the same bullshit that Cook County would. Like if it was fucking Kim, if he was going up against fucking Kim Fox in Cook County and something along those lines, like Chicago, that kid's probably actually unironically going to get fully charged with the first degree. But Lake County kind of doesn't really give a fuck. They're kind of more laissez-faire. And that's one of the first counties that votes pretty much all red in Northern Illinois. I'm from Chicago, that's why I know all this. So
hey, what's
likely,
up, Chicago? I'm in Westtown. What's up, man?
Oh, let's go, dude. Yeah.
Look at all the connections. Look at all the connections we're making, by the way. We got 2 Venezuelan people here. We got 2 Chicagoans here. Just by pure coincidence, this happens. We bring the energy. Kristan, thank you so much for coming here, man. Like, I'm really honored to have you with us. And what I wanted to get to though is,
by the way, Kristan's video is all over shock sites like Live Leaks. Crazy shit, chaotic, you name it. It's on there. The cop getting a brick in his head. That's
that's your video. Holy shit!
I want to tell you that I don't want anyone hurt. Even that cop, I wouldn't want hurt. What I saw out there was hate. and I want people to love each other. I mean, there used to be these 9 words like love, joy, peace, happiness, and thankfulness, and long suffering, and selfishness that we need to all learn to relearn and re-educate. They want to re-educate everything on so millennials, you guys got the microaggressions. I don't get the microaggressions. Freedom of speech is a microaggression now, and it's ridiculous, and people are just offended. It's one of those things where if you're literally creating racism, because if there were no microaggressions and people didn't care about microaggressions, they wouldn't be considered racial.
People are looking for conflicts where there aren't really any.
Yes.
I feel like people just want to be angry. They want something to fight against, and they don't need to.
Exactly. And it's
Well,
by chance.
they all want to feed into this myth that, you know, like they want to live the civil rights struggle in perpetuity. And I'll be honest.
Yeah, this is terminal LARPing.
The people that live the
It's
civil
all-
rights struggle.
It's all LARPing. Everybody wants to be
for over a generation. easily.
Everybody wants to be playing this game of heroes and villains where you don't have to. It's just unnecessary.
But this is what I mean by pseudo
Also, the
events,
civil
is that-
rights movement was not what you think it was. This is a whole nother.
Please,
I was
please.
talking about earlier.
Sophia, what,
It's
make us
just
woke.
not
No, Sophia.
what-
dying for
it's
this.
not.
Let's do it.
I'm telling you, it's
It-
not. They just the history
It was
books
literally
are
just
wrong.
a power-taking struggle by a bunch of like neurotic academic fucking Marxist reading.
Yes, and it's a lot of
I
game playing. Like
absolutely.
many times, you know,
These people aren't
MLK
even
would
Marxists at the
call
end of the day.
and tell the police, "Look, we're going to show up here. You know, bring your cameras out. Let's take some nice pictures." And then it will go out on the radio that the police are, you know, harassing MLK and his group. And then next thing you know, the Hoteps would show up and they would start fighting with the police. But it was the first part with all the nice, lovely pictures is staged. And then the actual violence with the real street people is real, but it's because they staged this fake violence. The patterns. If you knew Black history, you would see all of these patterns replaying themselves over and over and over again from the start of this country. It's the same exact thing every time.
Bless the Hoteps, by the way. Bless the Hoteps.
I get the sense that the
Bless
difference.
the Hoteps. Absolutely. Love the Hoteps.
Notice how the CIA had to kill both Martin Luther King and George Lincoln Rockwell. Notice how they had to kill both of them.
Well, look how they had to kill Tupac and Biggie. Like, why? Who was the necessity to kill Tupac and Biggie? It was completely unnecessary. This is what they do. They gotta take them out in pairs.
Should have killed Puffy.
Tupac and Biggie?
Yeah.
The CIA killed them?
Yeah.
I think,
This is like a 2007 red pill.
The CIA kills everybody. Everybody who dies, it's the CIA.
The glow in the dark.
Everybody goes in the dark.
Dude, I think they lobotomized Eminem in 2006.
No, but no, but it's funny because about going back to what we were talking about with John Gonzalez. Not to sound like edgy, because of course I'm not a Wignat or anything, but a lot of these post-colonial movements, they were literally nationally socialistic. Like, not that they were Nazis, but they were socialist, but they were also nationalistic. I think that's really the only form of socialism that could ever work, is that if you had a strong nationalistic framework behind it. Not to say that, like, I'm not, you know, one of these, like, third positionists, but it is compelling because, like, really, I don't know what, like, in terms of North America itself, I really don't know the solutions here. Like, I agree with Sophia that maybe a separation between people is the only viable solution, really.
Yeah, I only have a few minutes left with you guys, and I'm going to leave you guys with this before I jump on to the next interview. Is I think in our lives we all experience different forms of government. Like when I first moved out of my parents' house, a few years later I failed and I had to move back, right? And that wasn't a socialist government. I got free electricity, I got free internet, free rent, free food, you know, and I could do pretty much whatever I wanted, except for, you know, all of a sudden a hot, attractive female asked me out and there's 11 o'clock curfew and I can't go out past 11. Socialism isn't so good anymore because the girl wants to go out later, you know? So, you know, it's one of those things where I feel that individual liberties, non-aggression principle, honor your contract, do whatever you want. Just don't violate my space and tell me what to do. That's why I can't believe in anarcho-communism, because if I don't agree with anarcho-communists, are they going to force me to act as if they do, or are they going to kick me out? That's really not non-aggression principle, and that's not anarchy. That's definitely fake news. So, you know, I just think that's just The idea is socialism and communism does exactly what majority of progressives hate, and it consolidates wealth to the 1%. And I thought that's the issue. And if that's the issue, then why do you want socialism and communism? Is it humanitarian? It could be considered more humanitarian. It's definitely painted as more humanitarian. But before we had this socialistic ideology, we had a very charitable one that worked. And for some reason, that's a scary idea for anyone. Anyways, guys, check out the Rundown Live. I appreciate sharing the platform with all you guys. Reach out to me. I'd love to have you all on my show. I don't
doing God's work.
I don't.
brother.
Thing.
Thank you, Kristen. Keep
We should
yourself
all live
safe.
the neat life. We
Please
should all live
keep
the neat
yourself
life.
safe.
Kristan, you're the best. Thank you so much for coming down. I really
you're the man,
appreciate
dude.
it.
God bless.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christian. Nice to
Keep it
meet
up.
you.
All right, you guys have a good one. Stay blessed.
And come back on the show, please.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
All right, deuces.
Take care.
Lev, I have
By the way, look at these comments. Gio is Juche posting.
Shit gang.
Gio is not
Gio.
Yeah, go ahead,
Gio,
Sophia.
I need to
He's
point
glow
out
in the
to you
dark
that
build.
I'm not pro-government. I'm completely anti-government in
No,
all
I
ways,
know.
shapes, and forms. Like I never want the government involved in my. I just don't want you to think that I'm pro-government.
You know what's funny,
Get the
Sophia, is
government
that I
out
had
of my
this.
life.
I had this tweet today that kind of blew up, and people were giving me a lot of
Preach
good
it.
answers. When did libertarianism go from libertarianism to law libertarianism?
Pedophilia, baby.
You gotta ask Dick Masterson about that.
Oh my God.
Or we can bring Vito in. I'm gonna ask Vito if he wants to
Yeah,
come
I
on.
think it's a good. The point being is that why did libertarianism become an ideology of like cringe sex pests and people that want corporations?
Reddit, the Big Bang Theory,
Astronaut meme
the
always
amazing
has been.
atheist.
But it's the
Libertarianism
amazing.
going
Oh,
bad,
don't get
all
me
these
started
things
on
are tied.
TJ, please. Do
Yeah.
not mention his name.
Wait,
I will go on
who's
for a
TJ?
spur.
The banana
Yeah,
man.
who's
Amazing
TJ?
atheist.
The
Banana
amazing
Man?
atheist, Banana Man.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy.
I could go on a whole rant about how
did
he
you see?
destroyed our
Did you see?
culture. but-
Sticks dunked on him. I got.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That was
We hope to
funny.
have Sticks on soon. I had an email exchange with him where he says he's really interested in coming in. It's just a matter of scheduling it. Like right now he's busy, but later on he would want to come in. So hopefully soon we're gonna get the Sticks Hex and Hammer 666 show.
Hopefully.
As someone who's
I
running,
think that people realize that the government is inherently corrupt and inherently evil. At least the government that we have now. But the problem is, I think that we're getting in. A lot of people get in the thickets of different ideologies and different, I'm a third positionist Nazball, esoteric Hitlerite, Sistori Devi follower, or I am a anarcho-communist triple arrows bread tuber. It's like, to me, it's just, a lot of it is noise. I mean, a lot of it's meaningful, but it's really, I think people have to go back to that basic sort of, I wouldn't say even libertarian, but basic sort of, conservative or liberty movement ethos.
Political
of
fandom.
us. A lot of people
somebody
like
running.
Alex Jones and people like that. Like it seems we're all in
back
the
to the
same
basics.
milieu.
Wait, who was asking something about Lev?
Lev, is somebody running for the chair of the Libertarian Party next cycle? Can I defend libertarians really quick?
Go for it. And by the way, before you do so, I also want to say that at 7:30 p.m., so you guys stick around for this, at 7:30 p.m., we are going to have someone on who worked with the Young Turks, and from what I'm able to see, is leaning much more in the socialist, communist direction. But that's going to be for them to speak about and expand upon their views, but it would be a very interesting discussion. He's coming at 7:30, so everybody stick around, and don't forget to subscribe and click the bell. Как говорил великий Ленин, учиться, учиться, учиться. Or subscribe. Oh, it's a Russian quote. You get the idea. Anyway, go for it, Theodore.
If you've got more than fuck you money, if you got fuck me money, then give Lev some money. Come on, everybody.
Oh,
right?
you just made me remember. Guys, we're accepting crypto now. This is it.
We're
Hi, man's libertarians. Listen up to the moon.
Exactly. If you guys
Dogecoin, Ethereum.
go into the description and you will see cryptocurrencycheckout.com. If you go on that link, we have Bitcoin, we have Ethereum, and we're gonna have a lot more coins open. But honestly,
Lev,
most
you
people
gotta get waifu set up. Ask Bears about it.
Oh man, that would be the dream. No, absolutely.
$50 Patreon tier will be a free body pillow. Wife of your wife.
Yes. Actually, what's happening soon? I mean, I don't want to spill the beans yet, but we're going to have a lot more stuff going on with Patreon soon. And of course, if you become a $20 patron, if you go to patreon.com/breaktherules then you are going to get an exquisite, beautiful, absolutely stunning print from Geo, Japanese woodblock print. It is amazing. I have one that's sitting right over there, and I'm going to frame it as soon as things are changed around in my life.
Show it on the screen, Lev, just so people
yes,
go and run and get it.
Yes, I'm going to pull it up on the screen. Guys, you have to get these prints. These are amazing, and Geo is a genius artist who recently painted. Like, Geo, what was the painting that you recently pasted? I'm going to post that one as well.
I recently painted a photo I took, but it has a long backstory. But essentially, they tore down the hospital I was born in, and it's a very urban exploration type of painting. But also, it was significant because I ended up talking to a very intelligent homeless man at the same area, and it's going to be in this local mental health fair online gallery in September. So I'll post all of it on my blog, but if you could bring up the picture, that would be great. And by the way, we also have another amazing genius artist here, Love Cryption, who has a whole record label and is also a brilliant musician. So check out Love Cryption.
What kind of music is it?
It's a bit of everything electronic. We have ambient stuff. We have harder industrial artists. We have a couple of people who mix in like drum and bass. We have rhythmic stuff. We have math rock. We even have a couple of guys who make some really good, like contemporary post rock, like singing, very emotional kind of atmospheric stuff.
Ooh, nice.
It's got a little bit of everything, really.
I'll have to send you a couple demos. I used to work in I guess work in the music industry, so in dance music though. So can't really reveal too much because whatever. But I'll have to send you a couple demos.
Yeah, sweet.
So this is one of
So
Geo's
maybe Lev
prints
will
over
post
here.
the links.
Yes, please.
So when you get a print, you get one of the That Feel One No GF series. It's 5 different prints. You get a random one. I select which print you get, totally at random. But that's one of them. That's called I think it's called Touching the Vital. That's what it's called. So that one's a very BAP inspired piece. So you may get that one of Buff Wojak and them touching his abs.
Or you may get this one.
This one's called Embrace. That's another one. But yeah, so maybe get the links from Love Cryption.
Yes.
Because I really believe in his music. I really support a lot of his artists that is on his label, and we need to support each other, really.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, and so buy my art, buy his CDs, buy everyone's art. We have great musicians and visual artists on the way. My buddy Matthew will be coming on in September to do a piece about art. So
nice. Here it is, lovecrypt.bandcamp.com. You guys could see the link over here. By the way, if anybody goes into our Discord, which is also available in the description of this video, then you can participate in the chat as well, post some stuff. And also, I don't want to neglect, on the lower right-hand corner, we have streamlabs.com/LevJules. If you guys go there, then you are going to be able to, via PayPal, give us some money, help us with our beak, and whatever comment you post, we are going to cite that comment. We're going to talk about it. If you have any questions that you want to bring up, and you are going to be a fucking star, and we love you, not just for
and you
that,
get to
but in
post
general.
N-words on it. No, I'm kidding.
No.
I'm kidding. Don't do that.
No,
Don't do that.
you guys have no idea how
long.
Don't threaten us with a good time, brother.
Yes, you have no idea how much trouble I have
This
to
is
go
not
through.
live blood sports. We will not play Johnny Rebel on air. Maybe with enough money. Who knows?
No, YouTube is a really bad. YouTube's really bad when it comes to editing. It's just you go in there, and especially like if you have to blur something out, or it's hell. If you guys love me, don't put me through hell. You understand? Like
it's like
it takes so much time.
I've never done it myself, obviously, because I don't have any videos yet. But it's like a hack job to me, basically, right? Like you kind of just have to take a knife to it and just hack it up.
It destroys the
really
chat.
annoying
It gets
when
rid
the
of the chat.
message comes up.
Because once you edit something
more
on
chat
YouTube, no
replay.
more chat. It's gone. So yeah, it's one of those unfortunate things. What are you gonna do? But anyway,
We need the libertarian response.
We do.
Yes.
Well,
I didn't forget.
Well, what is the yes?
Oh,
let's go
about
for it.
YouTube censoring people? Yes, I'd like to hear that.
I gotta get out of here. I want to thank you, Lev, for having me on. Thank you, everybody else in here. Hotep Sophia, I want to get you on my show, Skinwalker Tapes. You can find the episodes on Skinwalker Tapes Archive. That's the channel on YouTube. I'm going to DM you later about that. Thank you very much for having me. At Yakov Radomski on Twitter.
Please do that. Thank you.
Oh, and check out Skinwalker Tapes, please.
Yes, I'm going to post a link. I am posting a link to Skinwalker Tapes as well. There is a recent episode that I'm just looking at right now here with My Little Pony, one of the purple.
Talked about tulpas. We talked about fucking 4chan
Oh,
freaks.
God.
And terrible
Oh,
things
dude,
they do
I
to
would've
horses.
loved
No, I'm gonna have to watch that. Yeah, for sure.
But thanks, everybody.
Here it is.
I'll talk to you
Take
soon.
care. Talk to you soon.
Take care, man.
Yeah, so here's the My Little Pony tulpa. I wonder if they're going to talk about the jar thing, but let's get to
My
Theodore.
Little Pony tulpa.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you guys remember the jar. So anyway, Theodore, go for it.
I just, anytime I hear libertarians get smacked down, I just want to make sure to add my 2 cents because I'm running for the chair of the Libertarian Party next year, national. And first of all, you're not a real libertarian if you like most libertarians. So I just want to get that out there right away to set the stage, if that makes any sense to you guys. And when I heard people say, yeah, but what about those crazies on the internet who are debating the age of consent and drawing all this stuff, right? It's like, well, I mean, talk to most libertarians and they're like, all right, what are we talking about? So there's always going to be the fringe. Does that make sense? I heard that criticism. I just kind of want to get that out there. Because I don't like a lot of libertarians. I wouldn't say most, maybe, but I don't like a lot, you know?
We actually extracted a short piece, by the way, that I just posted. It's such a coincidence that Shantyman at the same time posted this guy, but this is libertarians or lawbritarians. So, yeah. I think it's fine. Like, this one's probably
That's some stiff competition for the head of the Libertarian Party right there.
Yeah,
I just want to let you guys know I'm running to disband the Libertarian Party in 2013. So that's my plan. I don't want a national Libertarian Party. I think it's an absolute joke and it's a stain on the philosophy of libertarianism. Small L.
By the way, I would also refrain from posting any like nudity. Not that this guy was naked. I mean, we sort of saw a crack. I don't think it counts. But just in case, I do not want to mess with the YouTube overlords over here, Shantyman. So anyway, that's why I put the thumbs up and
the caption covers the offending part.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, no, and by the way, I remember me reading, an article from Murray Rothbard talking about para-libertarianism, and they talking about badly about the Libertarian Party, that being quite a pro-government party, something like that.
Well, as far as libertarians go here in the United States, I think someone like Gary Johnson, when he was on stage, people associated him with getting high, and they also associated him with that, what was that quote that he said about
Aleppo?
Aleppo.
What's Aleppo? We used to call him Aleppo Man. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Man.
Aleppo Man.
Joe Rogan politician.
What the fuck is para-libertarianism?
Oh my God! What?
Old school libertarianism.
Oh, paleo-libertarianism. I think you said pedo. I think you said pedo-libertarian. I was like,
Lollipop nationalism.
It's hebephilia, guys. Listen, it's hebephilia. Don't worry about it.
I think what they want to do is they want to 13-year-olds, bro. They want to create like the VR lolly girlfriends that they would hand out, like free.
Oh no.
Yeah, free VR.
State mandated, yes.
Yeah, state
State
mandated. But
mandated lolly GFs.
That wouldn't be libertarianism though if it's state mandated. So I take that back. That would be communism. That would be fully automated lolly communism. That's
dude, you know what? I don't see
notice how the closer you stray from the authoritarian side of the square political spectrum, the closer you get towards the unison of pedophiles and hebephiles getting together with I don't know why. It's just something I don't know, it's an observation, guys.
Bro, I mean I'm sorry, but when did pedos started to have a community? Like
well, in the 60s, I mean,
what's in the 60s?
The 60s.
Yeah, didn't they have like the like that NAMBLA, where one of the people there, like,
sexual revolution? Yeah, that was one of the big activism where they tried to infiltrate, or rather, they were
Allen Ginsberg.
Yeah,
Yeah, there
Allen
were
Ginsberg is
certain-
the big
Harry
one.
Hay.
He was
Harry
was
Hay was a
popular.
pretty big figure.
Well, there were certain
People really
leaders
liked
of a
Allen
certain
Ginsberg.
movement
He was
that were
a
also
he was a
part
weird
of
guy.
Ambla,
He was
but
really-
you know,
Allen Ginsberg was a creep, dude. He was a predator.
Yeah. I don't know how he was so popular. Did people just not know, or were they just ignoring it? Because I thought
well,
he
it's
was
because he
open about it.
became a poet laureate, so all sins were
Yes.
forgiven. That was,
Yes.
and you know what's funny? Because I actually do like a lot of Allen Ginsberg's poetry, but not like he was a pretty gross dude. Let's face it.
Yeah, no, definitely.
yeah.
Also was the Marquis de Sade. People still read his work. Like I remember reading Justine back when I was in college, and I wonder.
Well, it's because people have no control over their desires and their passions. There are people who write poems and make media and produce things for the consumption of people who are ruled by their desires and.
I must
like,
consume.
Exactly.
I mean,
consume.
I'm a
with
writer
whom?
and I'm a degenerate tumor. Like,
Well, we are gonna have some Gooners coming in hopefully next week. I want to prepare a Gooner stream.
God.
And
What
like I said before, I've spoken with them. I've texted with them. One is from the Middle East, and he regrets
Oh,
in a way
God.
like the position that he is in, but he also comes from a very strict Muslim family. So that's a very interesting thing. Like I remember I heard somewhere where the soldiers, they went into the Middle East and they found that there was a lot of perversity going on kind of like behind the covers, behind the veil, if you will, of a lot of these societies. So when it does come to that like overemphasizing of sexual repression, you know, like there's got to be a balance here, because if it's all about like all these strictures that you have to follow, I wonder if that also kind of unleashes, you know, whatever's being pent up inside that people don't really see out in the open. I mean, I guess that's kind of an argument that, let's say, liberals would make when it comes to conservatives. Like, they would point at preachers.
Yeah, that sounds to me like an argument.
I grew up in a military family and heard from like infantrymen who've been to Afghanistan like all my fucking life, just horror stories about like the Bakabazi in Afghanistan and stuff.
What's the Bakabazi?
What's that?
Where they dress up
the
little
practice
boys.
where they dress up like little boys and make up and use them as women.
What?
What?
They dress up little boys.
That is completely
it's bad.
real.
No,
I
seriously,
saw
it's real.
I've seen documentaries on that where they just take these young boys. They're like 13.
Yeah, but I heard
14,
it's not
and
a
If I
Muslim.
could paint a
There's a
picture in your
couple-
head, like they would roll up to the Afghan National Police, like outposts or whatever, and they'd have 12 and 13-year-old boys there in like the big robes, and there would be blood on the rear of it, and they would just be walking around with it.
There's something like 15 of our troops got court-martialed over this because they just killed the Afghan police forces after they saw that.
Yeah.
So.
But I heard it wasn't even a Muslim thing. I heard that there was more so the Afghani tradition there, but rather the Taliban wanted to kill them.
It's something specific to the region, but it's just indicative of a lot of what goes on behind the surface of behind otherwise an extremely conservative society.
I mean, same thing you could say about the Russians when it came to a lot of the Russian serfs. There was so much incest and rape going on behind the scenes in those little shanty towns. I like using the word shanty now that Shantyman is here. But yeah,
no, I don't do that.
But I'm always saying I want you to say crowd more and crowdfunded more whenever I'm on. So I'm the opposite.
Yes.
Make sure to spike
But
it.
it is funny, I think, to sort of have a more like how shall I put this, more theory cell point. I don't know what Lovecrypt was saying about a lot of artists and aesthetic orientated people. They have a tendency to let the unconscious override their sense of morality and decency and so forth. And that's for a good reason. Of course, Carl Jung talked about this, how the artist lives unconsciously. But it seems to me that politics nowadays is almost an extension of what used to be an exclusive domain of artists and shamans and so forth. Not to say that it's a good thing. I think it's a bad thing because most people can't comprehend such unconscious, I would say, metaphysical forces that are taking place, meaning that politics is now post 20th century almost an aesthetic act within itself, the way that the Nazis viewed, the way fascism, for example, viewed politics, not as like the aestheticization, it's rather the aestheticization, this is Walter Benjamin. The communists, like leftist ideology, views it as the politicization of art, whereas in fascism and the right, we view politics itself as an aesthetic. But it seems that nowadays a lot of these happenings because we live in the age of the spectacle, it almost seems like the same forces are bubbling up, and now people are getting to live their like political aesthetico fantasies because politics is largely
I certainly
driven by
feel like that.
aesthetics now. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe Love Crypt, if you want to respond, or whoever else wants to talk about that. It's a really kind of nuanced, crazy, out there point, but you know.
I mean,
Well, I
I'm
think-
someone who probably became like a sort of dropout, like radical person on the right, like 12 years ago, and I can certainly echo like. This really does feel like a surreal fantasy world that if you told me 2 years ago was going to happen, I said, yeah, like you're way too optimistic, like Fed poster.
Interesting. Well, what about you, Love Cryption? I mean, one other thing that I want to add is that it seems like these movements, like, I don't know how concentrated there are. Like, I don't know if in the future we're going to see, like, some organized goose stepping going on. I mean, look, I hope not, because, again, when it comes to anything that's organized in that way, there's a lot of people who want the best for whatever place they happen to be in and actually do integrate well, regardless of whatever other differences they have, that would completely get, stomped out. And that's the thing that really kills me about the situation, where you have a few loud people in the minority that ruin and for the rest of people who just want to integrate and be the best American that they could be. So I don't know what the exact solution, other than the conversations like we're having right now, are or something like that, but that seems to be like the gap that I'm seeing in a lot of these different communities, regardless of like if it's left or right.
Well, I think that what Gio is getting at is that the conflict that we see in the world today is not a purely material or social conflict, but there's a spiritual dimension which pervades every conflict simultaneously. And it is expressed in a lot of art, but it has a presence which is only referred to by the art, in which you can see manifesting in some of the conflicts, like somebody who shouts, "Death to America" at a protest in a nowhere Wisconsin village, for example, is hearkening back to a struggle that has been going on for quite some time, and one which is not really comprehensible without the context of the spiritual. Because getting back to passions and people who are ruled not by right reason, but by like the immediate desires of the flesh and emotions, there's a kind of bestial dimension to these riots, and even to the way that many popular political ideologies operate. You see a lot of coincidence of, like, and I'm not talking about coincidences where things happen and you're like, wow, that was weird, but I'm talking about where somebody who does X very often also does Y. So somebody, for example, who is a socialist, very often has a porn habit. Somebody who believes in the destruction of private property very often has a poor relationship with their parents.
Wow.
And the similarities and the recurring themes here, I think, drive people to one side or the other of the political spectrum, because you see it coming up in memes all the time. That's where memes come from, is people notice patterns and then they riff on those patterns. But the patterns are real, because the fundamental causes of the motivation to conflict are universal.
I could see that, but also whenever there is any kind of pattern, the concern is that there will be people who happen to be from the same place who don't fit that particular pattern. And there may be way more of those people than people realize. So what do you do about that? If you have like a minority of people that makes the rest just look really, really bad, and they're the ones that constantly get looked at as being the perpetrators, while
like
they're
a vocal minority?
Yes, a vocal
Of this
minority,
group.
exactly. So in that case, what exactly can you do other than, like I always say, just judge people by their actions as opposed to any other factor? Because if you see that they are bad actors, then deal with them as bad actors, not the people who happen to be from the same place but are not bad actors. I just don't see what's so hard about that.
Well, okay, so there are actually two questions here. The first question is, what is precipitating bad action? You can the second question is, how do you judge whether an action is good or bad? So leaving aside the second question, let's assume that we have a system that can tell us whether an actor was in fact acting with good or evil intention. That is not sufficient to create a civilization that functions toward human flourishing. Because if you have to wait until somebody acts and then judge whether they acted well or poorly, then you can't actually anticipate some of the most destructive actions like rape, murder, destruction of property. What we can do, because we have the faculty of reason, is we can interpret the commonalities between, let's say, good actors and bad actors, and say, okay, well, it turns out that people who accept money in exchange for sex typically have a wide variety of diseases, emotional issues. They don't tend to live very happy lives. They're involved in other illegal trades like drugs, and they are often exploited by other bad actors who take advantage of them on a regular basis, sometimes until they die. And the conclusion that we draw from that is not, okay, well, we wait until people engage in prostitution and then arrest them. The conclusion is that you make that action both illegal and highly undesirable to engage in. You inform that of the dangers of like wanton, unprotected sex, the sanctity of the human body. You encourage the like low time preference thinking, where people who are sublimating other issues that they're having in their lives by trying to pay for sex instead of solving their more deep-seated issues. And it's the same way for example, pornography. The porn industry is one of the most anti-human economic machines that exists. Pornhub is known to have hosted videos of young women who were kidnapped and went missing like a decade ago.
Now, they're not publishers, they're just a host, right? Or whatever the correct terminology is.
Well, correct. But
or they are the marketplace, or they are just the forum. They are not the publisher. So they're not like trying to do that, and that does happen in porn for sure.
They're not trying to do that, no. But they are a platform for a specific kind of content, which
I'm definitely pro Pornhub. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. I'm not responding as though you were pro Pornhub, but responding to their argument. Their assumption that porn is at worst neutral, and that there should be a platform for it, is fallacious from the outset, because it can be demonstrated to anyone who has eyes to see and ears to hear that porn is a fundamentally degrading and destructive experience to the people who are in the videos, to the people who produce and distribute the videos, and to the people who consume the videos. Nobody in that entire chain is happy. Not even the people who are making money off of it. You cannot
It really provides no benefit at all. It's just a net negative on the world.
It is a black, swirling vortex of despair and destruction. And the fact that it still exists is a black mark on the human race.
Well,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
it's a huge hedonic treadmill in terms of people wanting more extreme content or normalizing things that were previously very underground. Now it's like every day.
It's a gateway to greater
You
evil.
you notice so much in people who get addicted. I've seen this a lot, and a lot of people I know that they'll just start off a long time ago as they were normal, just looking at pictures, and now years on down the line, they're into all these horrible niche things that are just totally disgusting and depraved. And you feel like if you tried to talk about it in public, you'd just be rightfully shunned for it because it's
But
just
now
totally
it's like
awful.
in comedy specials, right? Like it's
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, I
horrible.
think here's my opinion on it, and I've talked about this before on the show. And forgive me if I'm being a bit explicit, because you know I love crossing lines. I agree wholeheartedly with Lovecraft, but I think I would say that what I mean by what's worse and what's more dangerous, I don't mean like explicit. I think it's terrible and it's destructive and it's disgusting, like a lot of this, you know, more extreme and graphic forms of pornography. But to me, I think what's even more soul crushing, at least from the perspective of what is more likely to harm very fragile people, is, I would say, OnlyFans and things like that. And
Oh, absolutely.
fangirls.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say, Lovecraft?
I said absolutely, and I mean they're not even two sides of the same coin. They're the same side of the coin.
Yeah.
There's
but
no difference between Pornhub and OnlyFans.
I think what I mean by more destructive is that here's the thing. Now, there's a lot of female porn stars who destroy their bodies and have irreparable psychological and physical damage from porn. But
That's
I think
the case for a lot, most
Yeah,
of
well, even
everybody,
the
because
number
of just the way
one-
the industry operates.
Well, like, look at the number one porn star, and maybe Lev can get her on the show one day. She was, like, literally the number one porn star, Jenna Jameson, celebrity-level porn star, and now she is totally conservative anti-pornography for a reason. So what I mean by this is that I mean that a lot of women are physically and emotionally destroyed, but from the perspective of the consumer, I think that consumer, yeah, I think
I'm gonna goon.
But okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I was a death metal singer for a little bit. Because when I was in high school, because you have OnlyFans and you have cam whores and you have various other means of consumption, therefore you have a personal connection and you have a sort of an idealization of an econotype of a woman. And to me, I think that's even more dangerous because you're interacting with your fantasy the way that the woman, what's the woman's name on Blade Runner 19, the recent Blade Runner?
one?
Yeah, the new one where it's like she's on the screen, but like it's like your own little like waifu and digital waifu. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. It's kind of like that where you get to interact with whoever cam whore of your choice or OnlyFans e-girl.
Oh, okay, so it's like a pseudo relationship that
It's a pseudo
it
relationship.
drags you in instead of being able to go out on your own and actually find real fulfilling relationships. You sink into this black
because
hole.
when you pay, not that I'm condoning prostitution, but you pay a prostitute and there's physical contact and you get your base level lizard brain gratification. But on this level, you're not just a pay pig, you're transcendent of that role of a pay pig towards something of a total mind controlled gimp slave, that your psyche is totally possessed by this idealized woman. And they probably aren't even like that. They probably just dress like that and act like that to get in your money. But it's not just money, it's your psychic energy that they're exploiting. Because if you want this perfect trad waifu cottagecore GF, I'm sure there's e-girls that will give you nudes in the fucking wheat field for your perverse alt-right fantasy or whatever you're into. If you want this perfect waifu anime girl GF that's you're paying to have this connection with, to me that's almost like psychic vampirism. That goes beyond just seeing the millionth shock video that every millennial grew up on. Not to say, not condoning that, but I mean, come on, we all fried our brains on those OG shock sites. I mean, but even this is what I mean. It's even worse than extreme and graphic pornography. I'm sorry, I'm just ranting right now, but I really think this is some crazy psychic energy vampire stuff going on, and I think it's terrible.
Yeah, So I wanted to elaborate on something that gets right to what you're talking about there.
Please do.
So St. Thomas Aquinas says in the Summa Theologiae that it is impossible for man to willingly commit evil. Whenever we do an evil act, we are in fact doing it under the aspect of the good. So somebody who watches porn is not saying to myself, I'm going to destroy my body, I'm going to destroy my soul, and I'm going to what's the word I'm looking for here? Desecrate the image of this human being who's made specially by God, by worshiping them as an idol of lust and turning them into a material body for my enjoyment. Right? Nobody thinks like that. What they do think is that I like feeling good.
Some people do think like that.
Hey,
They
Jules.
really do.
Well, the people who do think like that believe that to be a good thing. They like desecration, they like destruction, and they like self-mutilation and humiliation and all of those things. But they're not doing it because they know. They're not doing it because those things are bad. They're doing it because they believe some aspect of what they're doing is good.
They're just doing it because they enjoy it.
They're possessed, and they like feeling good, right? So we've established that when people do things, whether good or evil, they are doing it under the aspect of the good as a willful act. Now, the second part is that whenever you decide to commit evil, for the sake of some lesser good, you actually corrupt your intellect. That thing that you have, which tells you what actually is in the world. And you lie to your intellect, and you actually deform it so that it believes that this evil thing is actually good. And the more that you sin, the worse this gets. So people who sin habitually have effectively a mutated, deformed intellect, which is shriveled and doesn't actually see the world the way it is. And so this is what I was getting at earlier, where people who, for example, unironically ascribe to socialism typically have a porn habit. Their one habitual sin is it has like harrowed and mutilated their intellect so that they believe unironically in what socialism says rather than looking rationally at the world and observing what socialism does and drawing conclusions based on what any rational human being would observe and deduce. So talking about psychic vampirism, there really is an element to people who engage in these acts are actively becoming less and less rational and more emotional and passionate.
So that really makes the whole OnlyFans thing seem even more really truly sinister then, because if it is this psychic vampirism and it's drawing in even more people to these nodes of evil, I guess you could call it, in each of these women who are doing that, then it's making all these people who are subscribers to each of these OnlyFans people, it's draining them and ruining their psyche, and it's creating more people who could become these instruments of evil, like the people you were saying,
and they have this warped
these
and
college
hobbled
socialists.
view of the world. They can't think. They literally cannot think straight in the strictest sense of the term.
And this is the argument of, Max Nordau, and even older than that. This is the argument of St. Paul as sin as a form of psychic slavery upon your body and your soul. And I think, that's a really good way of describing it. And I think that the problem is that the solutions aren't very easy. It's a whole indicative of the way Western civilization has decayed. The fact that men have to find solace, and not just men, but also women, in these sort of false, would you even say egregoric presences, these tulpas that you have to you have to find
these idols.
It's another level.
Yeah.
It's another level of
Yeah,
attachment.
they're not egregores or tulpas, man. They're just straight up demons.
It's another, I think, level of
Belle
attachment.
Delphine is a demon. We have confirmed this right now.
Oh yeah.
Burn her!
All
Like
e-girls.
in Buddhism, where you have all these different levels, and little levels is of the
The
hungry
different
ghosts.
demonesses, yeah, like Mara's children, yeah.
Well, with that kind of level, like I could see how this can be a fractal application of desire, where the deeper you go, the more attached you become to something. So in a way, like the people who do all these various practices to free themselves from attachment, I could see there being maybe similar things that people can utilize on a daily basis to free them to attachment. Not because, let's say, naked bodies are icky or something like that, but just like if I'm looking at it just purely from the point of view of, is this something that is taking up my time to such an extent that I'm not really able to associate with the world around me, and I've become a gooner made manifest in the world. Like I talked with the Middle Eastern guy, and he did say that he's not a fan of the kind of attachment that he feels, but that it's very difficult to stop, and these tendencies that he starts developing where he needs something more extreme and more extreme and more extreme. Like there's no end to it.
Like I said earlier, it's a black hole. And I've seen it happen to people. It draws you in, and you keep getting worse and worse, and you keep getting more and more depraved and disgusting and drawn into these more horrible things. And once you're in, like a real black hole, it's hard to get out. And that's the problem. And that's the problem we're faced with today, trying to stop these people from being drained by the psychic vampires. How can we stop it?
Why it is so important to study what is actually good, what has always been good.
Try not to be a psychic vampire yourself. Don't. I feel like that's the best thing to do is focus on yourself.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, you want to try to be a
I would like to,
good
I would like
force.
to jump in with a thought that comes from what Gio started talking about, the cultural shift or something like that was happening in today's society. And I'll try to attach it a little bit with what who was a love Christian?
Yeah.
What you were saying, man. If people do these kind of things because they are inherently evil, if they do it because they think it's evil, I think one of the biggest, I say problems because to me it's a problem in today's mindset is we are fascinated with either feelings or thoughts. We're either focused so much on feelings and on thoughts that goes in hand to hand with those feelings. But I don't see much people focusing a lot on the in between, on the way of thinking, on how did you get to that how did this feeling came to be, and how did you get to this conclusion, conclusion of this idea. And I've been reading a lot of books to try to explore on that mindset, because personally it was a pretty good struggle to try to keep myself away from certain ideas or ideologies or opinions or whatever. I would be firmly thinking a certain way or having a certain opinion on a certain topic, extremely fascinated or extremely attached with that idea, but couldn't remember when I started to be that attached with that idea, or how did I came to that idea in the first place. So I started to question myself that way, and I see a lot of people even in public discussions from I don't know, big, but not celebrities, but big personalities that have this type of discussions. They focus a lot on the idea, they focus a lot on how they feel, but they don't focus a lot on how did you get to those things, And reading some of the books I'm reading, one from his name is Marcus Aurelius. It was I think it was a Rome emperor, something like that. I can't remember completely what he was.
Meditations.
Meditations, yeah, that's the book I'm reading. And in this book, he kind of explores on the ideas on what he learned from all the people he met in his life, and how these things or how these details on these people shape the way he thinks. And he tries to or sort of the way the book is written, you kind of understand why he thought the way he thought, why he came to these ideas and these conclusions. And there is this idea that I firmly believe in it, that to be angry, to fight with each other, to try to obstruct each other, to try to do something that we as individuals think it's evil, or that we as individuals think is evil, it's unnatural. And trying to thinking about it, it actually is. Even if you feel good, like let's say you get pretty angry about something, and you are rightfully angry about something. When that anger goes by, when you are calm, you feel bad about being angry. You're like, it's not good to feel angry. It's not good to do something when you're angry, or to these kind of things. So I think that's what makes it feel unnatural.
I could see that. I mean, it's a very tough process to change oneself over time, to go through some kind of an alchemical transformation. Most people never really get the chance to. That's the big problem, but that's kind of how it was all the time. You're always going to have a majority of the people who are just going to live by whatever it is that they've been born into and just continue whatever cycles have been going on. I don't really expect that to change, but I do expect, like I always say, I believe in the healthy elite. So I do believe that if there are the right people who set a good example, then that example can be followed. Like, I guess, and again, I don't have a time machine, so I don't know how accurate it is, but when the Roman Empire was at its end and it was transitioning into something else, you had St. Augustine, you had St. Ambrose, you had people that picked up the pieces and brought society into a certain direction. Like, whether it was a better one that would have been without them, I don't know. Like, Gio, you probably know way more about this than I do, as far as how things went down back then.
With what?
With St. Ambrose, with St. Augustine, with basically like the people who came in and took the mantle of the Roman Empire and ran with it, turning it into something else. And I mean, it didn't happen just with them, but they were like people who did in a way institute certain religious order, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah, I'm no expert, but it really is a debate whether there was that transitory period in particular, because unfortunately, a lot of scholarship on this period is quite biased because of a lot of original Enlightenment texts. Like, as much as I like Gibbons, even like in his Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, he has sort of like a biased Enlightenment take that, Christianity destroyed the Roman Empire or whatever. Like, I think it's a lot more nuanced than that from what I've heard. But of course, there's a lot of competing narratives in terms of, how the West transitioned to the East and that period of Byzantium and so forth. But like, and you even have people that they view things only through like cynical politics, like, well, Constantine united the doctrines because it's like you have political reasons, blah, blah, blah. Like, they can't think in terms of any sort of higher metaphysical purpose for the reason that Constantine converted the Eastern Roman Empire to Christianity. It's, you know what I mean? It seems that we're so poisoned by politics nowadays that even in the past we ascribe current motivations politically towards rulers of the past, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
by the way, imagine if you were high on that escalator, sorry. Like, just imagine that for a second. This is one of the trippiest escalator rides I was ever on in Manhattan. This is where Jules is right now. So I just want to acknowledge how trippy it is to stand on this thing and just to go up or down and just look at the side. It really feels weird.
You've been on it?
I have been. Yes, I have been on it. Yes.
It's brand new, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which one is it? Yeah, where is it?
It's
in Manhattan, but
it's in what do you call that place? Man, I forget right now. You know what I'm talking about.
Street?
No, but the specific area, Hudson Yards. That's it. So this is Hudson Yards. Yeah, so it's a brand new place. As you can see, it's very shiny and clean. Like, here, I'm going to go back to Jules for a second. Look at this place.
Like the Second Avenue subway.
Yeah, can you show the good people around, just like the train station, what it looks like?
I feel like I'm underwater in a submarine right now when the
It's pretty.
gonna go out.
It's pretty interesting. It's pretty futuristic. Again, like I'm more of a favor of like neoclassical art styles and all that, but this is not a bad looking train station for now. I mean, who knows what's gonna happen, a couple of years from now, but
yeah, it's cool.
Wow, it's totally dead. That's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where is everybody?
This is supposed to be like rush hour, right? This is supposed to be people going out of work, and
I mean, it's definitely a little after rush hour.
But still, though,
A little after rush hour.
Everybody's still afraid to go outside from the corona. I don't know.
Well, especially New York. I mean.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, New York.
Yeah, give us a tour
Where's
of
all the
trains.
graffiti? Where's the tags, man? This is terrible.
It's brand new. What the fuck? That's wild.
Jules, you just.
I can't believe it. Like, where are the taggers in New York? What happened to them?
Dude, holy shit.
Yeah,
I've never seen something that clean.
Maybe Corona took them out.
Well, if it was in Russia, even a lot of places, they'd be like up and down. Like you couldn't even like sit in the seats without wet paint. So back in the '80s, right in New York.
How does New York subway look better than Chicago's? This is unbelievably nice. Everything is like the new L
you are getting a false vision of it, my friend. This is the newest subway that they have built, so of course it's going to look nice.
Yeah, don't trust on that image, man. I'm telling you.
Well, hopefully the connection is going to stay with us, and you're going to be able to see other subways and other things. I'm so grateful for Jules being here and also taking us on this journey of what's going on. Jules is our man on the inside.
Jules, I have a question. Does the brown subway still there?
Back end bureaucrats and co-conspirators and librarians that share information because I am a megalomaniac, and so it reassures me in a weird kind of contradictory way.
The puppet gangster playboys in control by the communist gangster computer god with all Frankenstein controls.
Yeah.
Ear docs.
I gotta say though,
deck posting. I can't get over it.
I'm still happy to be living at a time when I'm able to have Jules like in New York fucking city on the subway, relaying what is going on there. That is just, that is amazing. That is a beautiful thing. Beautiful technology that we have, regardless of whatever Uncle Ted says. The fact that we're able to do this is amazing. I also want to ask the people who are watching this once again to subscribe, and click that bell, and also go to patreon.com/break the rules of the three. Become a patron. $20 patron gets you an exquisite print from Geo. And also, like I said before, we are accepting cryptocurrency now. So if you go into the description where it says support us, crypto, go in that address, and it's going to lead you to a page where if you have Bitcoin and if you have Ethereum, you can give us some of that, wet our beak, and help us grow and make this what it is destined to be, which is the premier destination for people who have never had conversations before to have it. And that brings us to our next guest. We have Zach Moss joining us here. Zach, how are you, brother? You got to adjust that camera. But thank you so much for coming in here. And can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Are you guys there?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, there we go. All right, what's up, everybody? So my name is Zach. I live in Portland right now. Pretty much, I want to get my PhD studying essentially all the death and destruction going on everywhere. So you got like the nukes and the terrorism and all that other fun stuff. So that's pretty much what I get into, I guess you could say.
And you have a YouTube channel.
I do have a YouTube channel, as a matter of fact. It is called The Zach Moss Show. Pretty much I intellectualize all the issues, and I cover, I film a lot of the stuff that you're seeing out of Portland, and so I'll film it, provide context. So when you see some really jacked up shit going on, I'm like, okay, well, this guy actually did this when the cameras weren't rolling and things like that.
And you were previously a former strategist for the Young Turks. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, what a crazy life that was. Holy shit. So, no shit. There I was. I was just on Twitter, as I usually do. And I got a message. And at this time, I was doing some different consulting work for the University of Oregon. And so they had a bunch of research. They wanted to connect with the millennial and Generation Z audiences. So they hit me up like, hey, you want to work together? I'm like, cool, sounds good. And then the Young Turks asked me if I wanted to work with them on a project with the different presidential, the different presidential candidates. So some of the Republicans and the Democrats, and they're saying essentially, how are we going to interview them in a way that will attract millennial audiences? And so I'm like, okay, so I'm just like, drinking non-alcoholic refreshments, coming up with a bunch of questions about what we should be asking, the potential next presidents.
Nice. And
yeah.
And what is the situation you're seeing from your perspective right now that's happened in Kenosha? And since you mentioned that you're from Portland, can you contrast it to what you were seeing there?
Yeah, damn, you got some good questions. Yeah, so with Portland, what happened in Kenosha is pretty much the biggest worry that all of us have had. So every time somebody walks out to one of these protests, most of the people, most of the crowd, regardless if you're a Republican or a Democrat or nothing, whatever, everybody walks out there knowing that they're probably going to either get shot or have to defend themselves or something in between there, right? So for example, it's pretty nuts. And so when I was filming this, one of the biggest questions that I had, this was way back, was, hold on a second here. So people are blocking the highways and stuff, right? And so before people started to get hit on the highways, my first question was, well, hold on a second. Logic started kicking. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's necessarily the best idea is to walk across the highway, but that's just me. I'm just going to go ahead and say it so everybody can take with it what they will.
I said the same thing in Chicago about Lakeshore Drive. That was not a good idea.
That was the dumbest fucking thing I have ever seen. Holy shit.
Yeah, exactly. And so what happened too is when people are walking across the highways, there's cars that are blocking the highway. So if somebody flies through, they have to smash into the cars first and then get to the people. And so full circle back to the Kenosha situation, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen it here based off of how everything has been going thus far, as you guys have probably seen. If you guys have any questions about that too, I can kind of fill in the gaps about like where the video footage kind of, leaves off and what I've seen.
Well, we had Kristan Harris coming in here today. He's a good friend of ours.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And so,
Nice. Okay.
as you know, he was filming a lot of the footage that was going on there.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I don't know is how did it exactly happen that Kyle was separated from his buddy? Because, like, there were two people who Kristan was interviewing there. There was Kyle and there was this other guy. So how did people were chasing him, and that's when the whole thing started?
Yeah, that's something that I was trying to figure out as well, because the video footage, it's such a confusing thing, right? Because you see the video footage start, and you see this individual running at the person with a weapon, which again, I think we can all agree that you probably shouldn't run down somebody who also has a rifle in their hand, right? I think that's something that everybody, we can all agree.
Probably not, yeah.
So I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, step one, probably don't want to rush the dude with the rifle. So then he gets shot. So I don't need to really touch on that. We all get it. Afterwards, more people rush the individual with a rifle. Now, again, I don't really affiliate with anybody in terms of the Republicans or Democrats. I just kind of look at everything in the facts, right? The facts are what we saw. And one of the questions too was like, how exactly did he get separated? And so if I were to speculate on it, I would probably say he probably ventured out farther, looking to see what was going on a little bit farther. Because we know that this individual drove it was across state boundaries, quote unquote, but it was probably like a 15-20 minute drive.
Yeah,
so he's probably just trying to check.
It's 20 minutes from Antioch to downtown Kenosha. So
yeah. So it's not like he drove 2 hours like a freaking psychopath looking to kill somebody, right? And so he's probably a young kid trying to understand what was going on, but also probably a little excited because shit's going down around him. So he decided to venture out a little bit, and then he got himself into a world of shit, which is what we're seeing now.
No, that pretty much makes sense.
Sums it up. Yeah. So what have you guys been seeing so far about, like, say, Portland, for example? Like, what is resonating? Because I only see some of the video footage coming out here, and obviously I live here, so I don't look too much on what the media is saying as a whole, like nationally.
Well, we're going to try to get Sasha in here as well, who also lives in Portland.
Okay.
He was on our show before. As far as just like as far as just being an outside observer, and this is not coming from particular things that I've seen, but just coming from the USSR, I am very much in the position of we're always going to have people who are going to come in here and create chaos. And I think a lot of it does derive from the things that were taught in universities back in the 60s, which has further on metastasized into people, like the young people who want there to be something to fight against, to completely disregard any kind of order and just to go for it. It's kind of like having a big fuck you to the system, and there are plenty of things that the system should be given a fuck you for. But as far as just that need to dismantle, in a way, I also equate it with entropy. Like, we are in a state of entropy right now, and eventually that's going to, like we were talking about before, right before you got here, it may be replaced later on by a state of order. As far as how that state of order comes about, I don't know. Like, like it's a good question. Like, I know that Detroit now has its own like private police force, but it's not necessarily police force, like a task de-escalation force. So I don't know what exactly is going to happen in more of the affluent neighborhoods. Like, if people are talking about getting rid of the police, or having the police be in such a relationship to people where, sure, they have a lot of problems, but if it's a matter of this total pigification of the police, if you will, why would they do anything? Why not have, then if I were a police officer, I would just stand back and just let the chaos occur. So when that
being
happens,
federalized to be trained against the U.S. population.
So it was
the
thing in Portland
I was
too.
doing Alex too.
Portland.
The things that I've been seeing about Portland, the very few things I've seen about Portland are either batshit crazy, everyone's just killing themselves and everyone's just burning everything down, and the most peaceful and beautiful people, loving, caring that I've been in all the world. So that's like those are the only two sides that I've seen in news right now. I don't know.
I guess to kind of start it off, I guess like when it all began, right? It was actually interesting because I was actually out of state. I was visiting some family, and before, like it was kind of like minutes right before it started catching national attention when the riots happened. So that's when you saw the fires and the cars catching on fire. I got a video. I got sent or forwarded a video of somebody I used to go to school with, and it was just them making out with their partner in front of a burning car. And that is how I found out about the riots.
Wow.
And so it's a fascinating situation, right? But very on par with Portland. And so what happened from that point onwards, what I realized is a lot of the people, there's a lot of people there who are just doing violence for the sake of doing violence. Now, full disclosure, I'm not, again, I study like extremism. That's kind of my thing. So for example, how does an individual become radicalized, and how does a society become radicalized, and kind of how do you undo that? And I focus mostly on like the Middle East, for example. But what the problem that we're dealing with is that we're already upset about everything that's already gone on up to this point before even justice reform was even looked at. So everything like politically up to this point. And so you just kind of have the perfect conditions, right? You're having 33% of people in Oregon are on the verge of, or 33% of renters, are right now on the verge of being homeless, right? As the rent freezes up. And then you have a quarter of the people here don't have any jobs. And then you also have the fact that everybody here is very progressive, who don't support either candidate. And so it's the continuation of a radicalization. And then the final little kind of piece here was just the fact that a lot of times the straw that broke the camel's back is usually having some sort of physical assault. So then when you have the protests going on and you have the people showing up being physically assaulted either by other people there or police or, however that turns out, that's the final straw. And so what I'm worried about here is that everybody's getting really comfortable with, getting hit and also start to, fight back a little bit or start the fights. And that's what I'm the most worried about.
Well, I'd be interested.
I think that, and coupled with the general stand down order of law enforcement, just because of the current climate, it's kind of just exacerbating. So specifically an area like Portland, I think, and you were talking about like why was Kenosha different when somebody actually shot each other? Well, I think Kenosha is, so the Chicagoland area specifically, that area right there between like Kenosha and Milwaukee right there, I would call it loose suburbia. It's kind of like if you've ever been to like Western Massachusetts, it's still technically suburbia, but it's almost rural. Like you're only 10 minutes, you're almost 10 minutes away.
They're
10 minutes.
exurbs.
Oh, sorry.
So
Yeah, you're 10 minutes away from a fucking cornfield in any which way, but you're also 10 minutes away from fucking Kenosha and downtown Chicago. So it's like you get this, you get this kind of interloose suburbia that has a tighter knit community, technically, I guess that you would like to say. And also, it's the Midwest. A lot of these motherfuckers go hunting every weekend. I mean, a lot of us are. I mean, a lot of those that northern area in Chicagoland is all 100% armed. All of Wisconsin's armed. I don't think you can go into a household, unless you're in Milwaukee or Madison or something like that, without someone having an ancestral hunting weapon. So I think coupled with the difference in the difference between cultures and the fact that it's a looser suburbia and that type of deal, I think that's what exacerbated the Kenosha issue rather than Portland not getting shot at,
Yeah, right. And I would say the two biggest things I realized is the two biggest contrasts I don't think is really being talked about too much was, number one, the way that police have changed their tactics from the beginning until now. So originally when I started filming this, the police officers, it was pretty standard, right? Use of force. And with them using the force, it was very interesting because they would wait for one person to throw a bottle. It's usually not at them. It's usually, well, quote unquote, it was at a wall. So they're over here and they'll throw it at a wall. And I'm like, okay, well, here we go. And they were so aggressive towards media figures like myself, where they would point me out throughout the day. They would point me out and start laughing and then start holding up their weapon towards yours truly. And I actually got that on film a few times as well. And so when they started shooting the rubber rounds, what happened, and they're shooting off the gas cans as well, I even said on camera, hey, I'm pretty sure I'm about to get decked with something because they've been pointing at me all day. And so right as everybody started getting hit and the gas started flowing, I look over it. I'm like, oh, I feel like someone's going to hit me. And I see one of the police officers look up and he turns his weapon and he shoots it. I didn't catch his face on camera, which I regret. I was focused on the people over here, but then you hear me yell out. I'm like, whoa, Jesus. And I look down, there's a gas can right by my face. So he missed. So maybe he should have a little bit better aim. That's all I'm saying. But going from that to then afterwards, people are saying, oh, okay, well, they're fighting back, so we're going to fight back harder. So then the police started to kind of, for a couple days here and there, started kind of mellow down a little bit, but then people started stepping it up. And so it didn't seem like there's any good strategy on how to deal with this that I've seen. The other thing that I realized here as well was the views on guns has changed dramatically. Now, for myself, I grew up around guns, and so that's just a part of my life. I'm used to it. People here went from a lot of the people either being completely against weapons or majority were, really advocating more intelligent gun reform, which I think there's some things I think we can all agree on. But as the protests started, they started to shift their look from, hey, instead of focusing on the people or focusing on gun reform, we think that the biggest issue are the people around us more so now than it has been in the past. And so I've seen people being a lot stronger advocate for the Second Amendment, which I have found fascinating.
Interesting. Well, when it comes to people going into the backyards of the suburbians, I wonder if that's going to make a big difference over time. Because, the normies right now, they're in a weird position where they're seeing news out that talks about this kid, Kyle, being a Nazi white supremacist, yet they're the same people who pretty soon are going to have Antifa showing up in their neck of the woods, I assume. So the question, unless this dies down. So the question is then what exactly happens to Joe, let me grill for God's sakes? Where are they going to go? How much is this thing going to escalate before we are going to have, regular people who would have nothing to do with this whatsoever needing to now teach their kids how to shoot a weapon and buying bullets and all that?
Yeah, there's a couple different things.
There's a key factor. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can go. Yeah.
And by the way, Zach, John is from Venezuela, so John is a Venezuelan expat.
Oh, interesting.
So he's lived through a lot of this, a lot of the stuff that's gone on there.
That's dope. All right.
I think there's a key factor on these kinds of things that happens in the U.S. maybe it's just an outsider perspective, but the U.S., at least, maybe I'm totally wrong on this, and it's fine. But the U.S. in the last quite few years hasn't really hit like what we call in our side of the of the lake a real crisis or something like that, you know.
Mhm.
And that's something that we perceive from the U.S., from Americans, when we meet Americans in other places or something like that. Americans are always really nice. And then I'm speaking about the perspective that we have usually of Americans.
Hello.
And sometimes they are.
Oh, 1 second. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sometimes they are too nice to the point that they. I'll say we, but I have never done this. But we try to take advantage of how nice they are. And I think it's somewhat between being just nice because it's respectful, because it's your morals and stuff, and also because you're not completely used of being in conflict or being in these situations, very stressful situations, in this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I will clearly see why some people before being in these situations will be against guns for, the Second Amendment or whatever, and afterwards be pro guns, or to at least to a certain extent, because you get the experience that explains why you need these things. You know what I'm saying? So whether if people are gonna get used to it for a long period of time, I don't think so. Or I hope not. It's just maybe I'm wrong with what I'm saying, but that's kind of from the outsider perspective on these matters.
Well, we also have Sasha joining us, and Sasha, you are in Portland, so much like we had 2 people from Venezuela here today, we now have 2 people from Portland here today. So Sasha, give us your view on what's going on.
Yeah. Hey, Sasha, what part of Portland are you in?
I'm currently in Northeast Portland.
Northeast? Okay, yeah, we're pretty close then. Yeah.
So yeah, what's up with Portland? I honestly, I was out traveling the Middle East as a military contractor for a bit.
Pretty close. I studied throughout the Middle East.
Wow,
Really?
look at the connection. This is amazing.
Yeah.
This is what we do here on the stream. So you better fucking subscribe right now. This is the kind of magic that happens on the BTR stream.
This is magic right here.
Now is the time to donate. I have a quick comment about Sasha from the chat really quick. From a female, she's named Witcoin. She doesn't have Discord, but she's going to get on there soon. Hey, Sasha. Hubba hubba.
Do I know you?
Damn.
I'm sorry. I already have a couple wives, so.
Probably absolutely halal, my friend. Absolutely halal.
Yeah, no more than 4. I mean, at least if I want to stay a Muslim. But yeah, I accidentally converted to Islam. Someone tricked me into saying these words 3 times.
Oh,
so now
don't you hate when that happens?
We're going through so many rabbit holes right here.
But anyway, let's get back to Portland.
Okay. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. For me, I got back here after traveling, and then I was just walking around, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go stop inside the Nike store that I grew up in my neighborhood, and it was just completely destroyed. It seems like everything around here has gotten pretty worse. Even just going to a Mac stop or whatever. I mean, there's security guards on, it seems like every train. A lot more mentally ill people I see wandering around. Just recently I tried to get on the train, and there was this crazy lady who was hitting herself as hard as she could in the face in front of me. Yeah.
What's very interesting though is a couple different things I would say. Number one, it seems like the protest's been staying mostly in downtown and obviously with Laurelhurst, which is kind of more suburban, but that's like its own thing. They always just end up in downtown. But yeah, actually, I just did a video where I was interviewing the homeless camps over here, and I was talking to them about how this affects their life. Like, how do you guys sleep in the same parks as the protests are going on? So like, what's the deal there? And the homelessness is skyrocketing right now, obviously with the housing crisis and the job crisis and everything else. And I will say, yeah, some of them are getting pretty mean, like a little bit meaner, but also like, given the situation here. But the police there, did you know this? I don't know if anybody knows this from Portland, but there's just a situation where they just passed like a resolution so police can't stop and essentially raid the camps and then tell them to pack up. That's not a thing anymore, I guess, because they're trying to keep people inside because of COVID. That was a thing that I was like, does anybody know about this?
Well, in New York City, we had a similar situation where de Blasio took all the homeless people from the shelters. Actually, I don't know if this is correct, but from what I understand, the immune system, someone was talking about this before in our show, the immune system of the homeless people is actually pretty fucking high because you're constantly outside and you're exposed to so many different things that they're actually the least who would be affected by a lot of this stuff. But anyway, going back to what de Blasio did, he put them all up in these hotels on the Upper West Side, like these swanky hotels. They're not even staying in those hotels, a lot of them. They're just like hanging out outside, doing drugs, doing all like pissing, doing all kinds of unruly things. And people are living there now. So it's like, I don't know, in a way, it's kind of like some of the people may, as hard as it is for me to say, have it coming in terms of them ignoring civics while living in New York City and not electing somebody who's not going to do such a crazy ass thing. But that's a different story.
Yeah, I will say the people here, the options are just. I actually have some friends that work in the shelters here too, and the options are just so limited because of the fact that Oregon has one of the highest population growths right now, and so there's such an influx of people, especially from California, as Sasha, and California, like Texas, but they're coming in, but there's so many people, it's insane. Also, just for the record, just to clear the record on this one too, the Antifa one. Sasha, I don't know if you noticed this one too, but man, it's not like it's not like a massive organized coalition here. I think maybe because everybody wants to be the leader and also nobody wants to have a leader ahead of them. But it seems to be just a lot of people that identify as Antifa, but it's not like organized at all, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. And I just for me, I'm only 20. So like a lot of it, like not everybody, but a huge amount of the people I went to high school with or just know nominally consider themselves Antifa. And I mean, they just go to it seems like more of just an aesthetic and it's also a thing to do. Let's be honest, it's boring.
In style.
Yeah.
Criminal LARPing.
I made out with this Antifa redheaded girl who said she was a witch. This was in the Russian.
Let's fucking go.
This was in the Russian Turkish.
What?
Okay, so this was in the Russian Turkish baths, which is down right now because of the whole COVID thing. But anyway, this was back in 2016. I went to the Russian Turkish baths. This was around the time that I was doing the Wim Hof method, which I still do, but I was also getting high on weed. So the combination of pranayama breathing techniques that were not accessible to Westerners or even to most people in India for who knows how many centuries have now been unleashed thanks to the internet and thanks to people like Wim Hof. And for those who don't know, doing these techniques allow me to get into very psychedelic states. I don't know if it's like DMT that's being created internally or whatever, but I see a bright light in the center. I got these vortexes of blue and purple colors spinning around, and I can generate forms like a DNA helix and three-dimensional forms as well, while my third eye area starts pulsating like a little engine. Anyway, getting back to what I was talking about, I was in the Russian Turkish baths. I was sitting in the deck because you can get high there. That's a secret. You can get high on the decks of the Russian Turkish baths, and nobody cares. Anyway,
all right.
I was with these Hasidic people because there's also tons of Hasidic people who go to the Russian Turkish baths, and this one Hasidic dude, he gave me a kosher joint, and this thing just knocked me the fuck out of whatever reality I was aware of at the time. This was the most intense experience. Not even on mushrooms have I had an experience.
Did you switch timelines?
I did not switch timelines, but what happened was that I figured out that what we're looking through right now, it's not that perfect. It's actually like this dome of like this digital, like creation, like this digital dome-like screen. That's what we're basically looking through when we're seeing things. And I got this feeling like a fear of God. That's the best way that I would describe it, where I had a voice that was telling me like, love, you could do anything you want at this moment. But I decided to ignore that statement except for creating like a little ball. Like I created a little ball from the palm of my hand, kind of like in Dragon Ball when they do the Kamehameha thing.
Oh, God, yes.
So, yeah, so I created a little ball, like a little transparent red ball. That was the extent of what I did. And when I saw that I could do it, I was already freaked out. I was like, man, this reality is really fragile. I don't want to pierce the veil prematurely and then be subjected to something that I have no control over, which in a way to me means that the reality that we're currently living in, we do kind of have a shield around us that prevents a lot of this astral realm bullshit from seeping through and causing havoc in our lives, except for when we are again in the psychedelic state or when we have certain dreams that get invaded by psychic vampires. Yes.
Doesn't that mean somebody could do that? They could break through?
Yes, absolutely.
There could be bad actors out there who want to do that. What happens if that happens?
Well, that's the whole. That's kind of like the plot of Berserk, but that's also for those who know about Berserk.
Yes.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Hard.
But that is also something that you could read about in the book. Daimonic Reality by Patrick Harper. I'm going to link to it. I highly recommend that book, where he talks about all these different cultures having their own fairies and elves. Like the Irish, you'd think of the fairies as being like little folk. Well, the fairies in Ireland, some of the fairies were like these tall, 7-foot, godlike, beautiful beings. So it's a very different thing. So anyway, that's more of the idea for me, that there are certain areas that are usually inaccessible to us. Anyway, getting back to the redheaded witch. So I saw this redheaded witch, and she had like she had like not real red hair. It was like it was colored red hair, dyed red hair, like a dark red, kind of like she looked so much like the succubus from Castlevania Symphony of the Night. If you guys remember.
Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go.
Did you get your energy sapped by the psychic vampires?
Well, here's what ended up happening. So we ended up hanging out. We ended up talking. We did not really see eye to eye on certain things, but that's okay because in the end we ended up making out for a bit, and it was all worth it for that moment. It is a love story. So yeah,
you write a novel, man.
Yeah, and I noticed that she did have connections to something related to Antifa, like she did photo shoots for some Antifa branch.
Full circle.
Yeah, so that was an interesting experience. And I really do think, again, like going back to this idea of leftism being in a way like entropy, that there are these forces of chaos that I think would consume civilizations, not just on this planet maybe, but on others as well. And it's just cycles that people go through as far as this balance between order and chaos, left, right, all that stuff. So that's what we're going through right now. But anyway, that's my Antifa witch story.
That was a good story. I'm
Thank
not gonna
you.
lie,
Yeah,
that was a good
brother.
one. You could take that little soundbite right there, just make it in its own video.
Oh, that's what we do all the time.
clip.
We extract so many shorts from these
Hell
programs
yeah.
because these last like 6 hours. Like I don't know how many hours we've been going.
I was gonna say.
Yes.
I was gonna say. I saw it earlier, and I was like, "Damn, these guys go hard, man."
And I'm standing up the whole time. By the way, see?
You stand? Holy shit! Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a standing desk, so I stand up the entire I'm used to it now, though. It's
Lev,
good.
you need some compression socks, please.
No, it's fine. It's
Look at the
fine.
varicose veins.
No,
That
no,
is
I feel good.
insane. No.
No, I feel
See some fucking bath salts before this, really get in the zone.
Oh my god.
Yo, guys, I gotta head out. Thanks for having me live again. God bless, and
God bless. Sir.
follow me on Twitter. You guys are sweet.
Yeah.
You guys are all sweet. I had a great time today. I was finally able to talk.
Take it easy.
See you guys.
See ya.
Later.
Yeah,
Isn't it
without
funny,
Jeremiah on, it's not crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Wow, look, there's a lightning storm happening outside. Look at that. I want to focus on Jules again.
Getting rained on?
Yeah, I think this is more of the casual time right now in this live stream. The 36 people who are watching this, you are going to look at what New York City has turned into. Here we are with Jules P. Hamilton.
I've never been. What did it used to be like?
Well, it used to be a dreamland. It used to be wonderful, like Disneyland. You could walk at night and feel safe that nobody's gonna rob you or mug you or anything like that. But now, look, the crime rate has increased substantially, and it is a really big problem. This is why people are moving out. People just don't want to live in that kind of condition, and I definitely understand where they're coming from. What I said earlier on to Tom, who was here on the stream, and I'm so happy that we got Tom, because Tom, he is part of #Resist Twitter, and yesterday what I was doing is I was trying to find so many #Resist people in a list that I had and to get them on the show, because I love bringing people together, having them talk. And even though there was a bit of spiciness that was occurring in the beginning, like I noticed, you'll see it again. If you guys didn't see it, you'll see it again. But anyway, I think we were able to contain the situation in such a way that everything that was talked about was able to be thorough, and we were able to focus on certain things. Like, for example, with Tom, if he was in the position of that of the 17-year-old that people were charging against, who fell down, got hit with a skateboard, and got kicked, like from that video game Final Fight. If he was in that kind of, it's a good game. If he was in that kind of position, like, what would he do? What would anybody do? Like, what would I do? Like, at that point, you don't really have a choice. And I noticed that Tom was trying to shift the conversation back to, like, what was he doing there in the first place? That's another conversation, and we could definitely have that. But
be honest.
Yeah, I really want to try to get down into that nitty-gritty part and just let's just figure this out. And another thing that I asked him, which also I wasn't really able to get like a direct thing from, but I'm still so happy that I brought it up, is a lot of the #Resist people, they're not going to say anything bad about, like, the mayor of Chicago, or, I mean, maybe they're saying bad things about the mayor of New York. Everybody does, but but usually when it comes to Democratic leaders, they don't really criticize their own. At least that's what I found in looking through their Twitter.
Yeah, that's some of the shit that everybody has to deal with on both sides, which is stupid. Like the whole, like, I'm not going to criticize them because they're on my team. It's like, no. Okay, I don't know if you guys cuss on here, but like, fuck that side and hold people accountable for whatever it is. You got the people who only vote Republican, and you have the vote blue no matter who. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, for example, don't even get me started on Kamala Harris. Like, I've gone on many, many, many rants on her, and I'm considered on the left. And I'm like, dude, I'm not going to support. I'm not going to just come out and say, oh yeah, this person is great and you can't touch them. It's like, no, they freaking suck. Okay,
it's an undeniable. It's an undeniable fact that libertarians are the best at eating their own, although every other party gives it their best shot.
I don't know. The far right is pretty good at that as well.
Yeah, they try, but man, nobody hates it. Nobody hates a libertarian like a libertarian.
I don't know, man. Some of the democratic socialists, man, they'll pounce on them. You mess up the policy. You'll mess up. You'll say something small, and then we'll just catch it. We're like, hey, excuse me, what was that? Yeah, like AOC almost got eaten. Like, was that a few months ago by us, as a matter of fact? We're like, hey, hold on a second, check yourself. What are you doing? Yeah.
What was the situation, by the way, like at the Young Turks? Someone was asking earlier whether they're still
getting the dirt, lads.
Getting the dirt. Whether they're still are they still being funded by Qatar?
See, I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest. You get in situations where, like, for me, when I was dealing with interviews with the presidential candidates, okay, I walk in and I'm like, okay, cool. What are we doing? Okay, I got to organize this bitch. All right, sweet. So let's go ahead and where are we going to film this? What questions are we going to ask? And I'm going to be honest, I stayed in my lane for the moment because I'm like, God, I got this one contract. We got to call it good. And I'm not going to start hitting them on these things until I have a moment where I know that, like, I'm not going to essentially get fired on the spot. Not to say they would. I don't know. Truthfully, I have no idea. But that was the extent that I had. But man, I'll tell you what, my thing is honesty. But if I had some real information on that, yeah, I would freaking tell you, because we got to hold people up to a standard, and I don't give a shit. Like, whatever, it is what it is.
Well, there are all kinds of different parties funding a lot of these things.
Were you there at the
Young Turks used to be a
convention where Cenk got into it with Roger Stone and Alex Jones? Were you there?
That
was hilarious.
I saw the Alex Jones one. I didn't see Roger Stone. Yeah, it was absolutely hilarious. Didn't somebody?
Because Roger was on the side. He's like, and Cenk's like, "You're a hatchet man. I can't believe it."
Yeah, no, he was pointing to Stone. Yeah, he was pointing to Roger Stone.
Oh,
You're a
yeah,
hatchet
that's
man.
right. Yeah, I saw that. I wasn't there. And then somebody threw like a drink or something at Alex Jones, right?
Yeah.
Someone, and then they ran. I'm like, God, come on, dude, come on. Like, I'm all about the Alex Jones compilations and the memes, but like, you don't make us look good when you throw a damn drink at someone and you haul ass outside. Like,
people
come on.
do that all the time, though. That's like a
That's like a
favorite new
sassy
tactic
bitch thing,
now.
right?
Yeah, I don't
it's
know
like
why.
it's
I
like
think
the old
with
days.
the Young Turks, though,
I don't like it.
the issue is that I remember this was really the early days of YouTube,
Mhm.
and you had the news bar was also much more important back then, as you know. So you had like Stefan Molyneux was getting big, then you had the Young Turks on the other side.
Mhm.
You had, unfortunately, like, Amazing Atheist and all that.
Mhm.
So the Young Turks, they really were seen as like one of the only alternative outlets out there. But as time went on, it just seems that the Young Turks got absorbed into the same like mainstream, what would you even call it, Democrat media machine. And they really have sort of lost touch, not just with their original fan base, but also the fact that they've become so memeable. Because when you become when you become subject to certain meme plexes, like Cenk Uygur has, for example,
Big brown buffalo.
then it becomes very easy. Yeah, it becomes very easy to sort of become a self-parody, because now when people, they sort of roll their eyes. But I remember a time when the Young Turks was actually quite a viable alternative platform, right?
Yeah, with stuff like that. So the person that, like, my go-to person that I always watch, I don't know if you guys watch him or not, but Kyle Kalinske of Secular Talk is definitely the guy. But with Young Turks in general, I'm not gonna lie, with the exception of a couple like Kyle Kalinske, it's like, all right, cool, like I'll watch him, but I'm not a fan of the titles and the screaming. That's kind of what's like off-putting. But I will say, if they were a little bit more established into the really jacked up, like the media machine, I may have had more opportunities. Because I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
There's a time with the first Democratic debates, I was going to get a press pass. So I was in Florida. I was supposed to get a press pass. They're trying to like expedite the process super quick. My ass couldn't even get a press pass. I'm like, excuse me. Who else is going here? No. Okay, I don't give a shit about CNN. They cover it all the time. Why don't you skip that guy, let him have a drink in the back, and then like have me jump forward? But yeah, man, that is the Young Turks is a fascinating thing. And I think what left media needs to remember is that the left cares about the certain left, right? Facet that I'm talking about. They care about policy, but it's when you start to get into the well, this person had a really noble background, and this is, look what they've overcome. It's like, cool, we like that, but we like policy more. So why don't we stay the fuck on track with that? Does that make sense? Like, am I making sense on that one? Okay,
yeah. People are getting lost in identity almost, right?
The culture war,
been the
man.
argument for a long time.
Yeah, I hate the culture war, man. I cannot stand the culture war. Okay, that is like, it's like, look, people are dying on the streets. 40,000 people are dying from no health care. Jeff Bezos, I used to work for Amazon as well. I used to be a researcher. So if you got any questions about Amazon, man, I got a lot of stuff on that. But
do they make you work in wage cages?
They did a lot of shit, man. They paid negative 1.8% in federal taxes last year. It's like, hey, hold on a second. This is a nonpartisan issue. Can we all agree that that's pretty fucked up? Okay, it is. All right, cool. What if I were to tell you that one reason why they got that was because of the fact that they donated to charity, and so that was their tax write-off, but they didn't donate to charity. They took, I have to say, this is my own opinion, even though I work there, because then I won't get in trouble. They took in my opinion, they took everything and then they threw it in bins, and it was a liability to actually give it to charity. And so a lot of the stuff that they had, they just burned at the end of the day.
Oh my God.
Well, was it a foundation where it's like a money dump where you're like, this is the Theodore Quinoa Foundation?
Some of which I believe so. Don't quote me on that, but I believe so.
Foundation for the Cure.
A lot of it too. What's really jacked up is they could do things like, there's 2 detergent bottles that are wrapped in plastic stuck together. Now, if the plastic breaks, you could sell them individually because they already do that. And that takes 15 seconds to recode. I know that because I had to do it. But instead, they're like, no, just spend 5 seconds throwing it in the bin and we'll burn, instead of having to spend the 15 seconds just to recode it because they're still sealed individually. So that's what they would do.
See, to me, that waste.
That's a waste.
But that's a waste. That's like going beyond like Gregor Bataille and the accursed share about how waste is manufactured throughout history and how it's vital,
Yeah.
like excess is vital. That's like a really butchered version, but basically that's like rivaling the waste that governments have produced. Like back in the day, like that movie Lord of War, which was based somewhat on a real story about how the American government, it's better, like it's more cost effective just to rearm the entire American military than it is just to bring back the AR-15s, what are they called? M16s, just to bring them back over into stockpile. It's like they could just retool it. But I wonder, because you're obviously a part of these ecosystems, and it's difficult to it's difficult on our side of Twitter to gauge what it's like. But what's your opinion on what would you call, because people have different names for it, the unwoke left? Well, that's Justin Murphy's term. The derogatory term is like class reductionists, but like let's call them alternative lefts, like people like Michael Tracy, Red Scare Girls, people like that. What's your sort of opinion on that? I guess
Now,
Chapo could be in this too, but Chapo's kind of a gray area.
Are you talking about the communist left? Is that what you're talking
Not
about?
necessarily communist, but like I guess they probably would be. Yeah, they probably are more. What would you say, orthodox Marxists? Yeah.
Yeah. With those individuals, I don't know how serious they are in terms, like there's some that are saying like, no, I want communism, right? Like that's not me being exaggerating. There's some people that, that say that, right? With my perspective is, I don't know how many of them are serious about that, but also for myself, I would be, the popularized term would be democratic socialist, which is actually a social democrat, which is slightly different, but Bernie Sanders actually jacked up the terms. So everybody just says democratic socialist. So that's kind of where I would fall under. I don't have too strong of an opinion about people farther left than myself. Like I don't believe in anarchy. So let's just throw that one out, obviously. Right. I don't believe in communism. So there's that. And so I believe in that kind of hybrid form, right? I don't think I need to go in too much detail because I think we all know what I'm talking about because it's been talked about.
Yeah, it's really weird because you wouldn't even. Some of them I don't think would be communist, but I think they're definitely socialist because it becomes kind of tricky because a lot of these people, especially like Michael Tracy and Anna Kachayan, it seems that they've been totally denounced, totally like kicked out of like, what would you say, the mainstream DSA structure. And it's really interesting the place that they occupy because they have an audience that is, like I would say, comprised of communists, socialists, and even people on the far right. So it's really crazy. It's these political terms, they're melting before our eyes, right?
Yeah. And to be brutally honest with you, like when I learn about my things because I'm involved in academics, and that's kind of my thing because I'm just a fucking nerd. To be brutally honest, I don't spend a whole lot of time like actually going and like learning all the key players on like the left, for example.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I honestly, I hate to say this, but I couldn't give a shit less half the time. If it's like, there's some individuals where I'm like, oh, that person's kind of interesting. But I've had a couple times where people throw out names. I'm like, dude, hell if I know who these people are. And I'm probably going to get yelled at for that, but it is what it is.
Are you currently in a graduate program or?
I'm actually taking the GRE right now. So I'm actually solidifying. I don't want to say yet, but there's a couple different like programs right now that I'm about to accept. I'm not entirely sure. COVID is a freaking curveball though, because there's some like really cool schools out there that everybody's heard of that are just postpone their PhD programs altogether for the next year.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, goddamn, what am I supposed to do? Like sit here and I work at a high school. So do you want me just to do that and then like live in this COVID infested post-apocalyptic Mad Max Portland at the moment? Because I will.
Wow.
But I prefer just to keep my life going at the moment.
Do you want to maybe go in the woods? Like go somewhere like Ted Kaczynski style, but still have the internet so that you'd be able to like. Because I was talking before about how I think.
Well, that's the Varge pill. That's not the Kaczynski pill.
People think I'm a hipster. I can't do that in Portland though.
No, you're not gonna be able to do that. They couldn't do a garden, by the way. Did you see the garden that they tried to do in Chaz? That was No
Oh,
good.
the pitiful little.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did
no.
that ever end up into anything? Please tell me it wasn't just a one snapshot of this pitiful garden. Please tell me.
Well,
they did
then
something.
this homeless guy, yeah,
It never got any better
dug
than
up
that.
everything.
That was
damn it! Really?
That was
So
it.
It
I
might
will
have got a
say-
lot of free fertilizer from
That
some
was
of you
the
behind a porta potty.
around that time where
You
they
know.
showed that was basically the peak,
Uh-huh.
and then it was all downhill from there. People started dying and stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I
will
asked
say-
because I'm in, I guess it's similar, but I'm sort of
Mhm.
because I have 2 MAs and I was contemplating
yeah.
taking the GRE to go to the States because Canada very
Mhm.
limited in terms of political theory. So
Yeah.
but to me, it's like the more I'm online and the more I'm putting out writings and my artwork, it seems that academia is not a very healthy institution nowadays, especially with COVID, right?
It's a crazy bitch for many reasons. You know, the PhD programs are helpful because if you get it, it's a full ride. And so
Yeah.
as opposed to like, you know, the grad schools and stuff, I would say, yeah, it really depends as to where you go. Like a lot of the more international areas like DC, you know, you can get a lot of really good sides there. But yeah, it's very dependent. Oh, by the way, side note, before I forget. So while the Chad, all that shit was going on, what is his name? Andy No from Portland. So he and I had a lot of back and forth on social media, actually. One of which was because Donald Trump Jr. retweeted something that he had posted, which was a bunch of guys grabbing fences and like fencing themselves in. And then it was said that I was like, oh, look, they're trying to make an autonomous zone too. No, some of them, there's a couple that were. The majority there, it was a fuck you to the police because the police said if you touch the fence, then we're going to use force. And they're like, oh, well, if that's all it takes to use force, I might as well just take the whole fucking fence then. And then so people started ripping it out.
Where was
Like,
this autonomous
all right.
zone? Which one are we talking about?
It was in downtown, right outside this a place that we just call the Justice Center.
Mm.
It's where all the shit goes down.
Interesting. Well, when it comes to, let's say, why does Andy No get so much like vitriol on the left, like with Antifa, like specifically against him?
I heard people say he was like an Atomwaffen informant. Is that true? That sounds ridiculous to me.
Wait, who is this guy? What's
Andy
his
No.
name?
Andy No.
You know, the-
Andy No.
Yeah, he's been doing some great reporting, I think.
So here's the thing with Andy No that like pisses me
Oh,
off.
Nagao.
He's got-
Sorry, Nagao. I was pronouncing his name wrong. Yeah. Okay. They think he's a Nazi. I can't believe this.
Oh, yeah. So with Andy No, first of all, guys, for God's sake, stop hitting Andy No. Okay, that does not give anybody a good freaking look, and you shouldn't be doing that because when you open that door, then people can start hating you. So it's like, hey guys, you want to play that game? Which probably not. And yeah, saying that he's a Nazi, that's a whole nother deal. Andy No, the only thing that pisses me off about Andy No is that there are some situations where he's right. Like he'll film a video and be like, that dude's getting punched in the face. I'm like, you're right, that dude is getting punched in the face. But he and I a lot of times will attend the same protests, and he'll take a snippet. So there'll be like, 3 hours, and there's like slow escalation between a couple of groups of people, and he'll just skip everything, and then he'll just take the snippet, kind of like the right was saying with the left, like, oh, you guys are cherry picking certain things. He does that pretty often, and sometimes what he's posting is the fact. Like, that is what happened, that is it, fair enough. Other times he's so off that I'm like, my dude, for God's sake, like, if you're gonna be right or you're gonna try to be on the right side, please just get it right, so I don't have to come out here and start criticizing somebody else.
What's a good example? What's a good example of that?
The good example, I would say, the one right off the bat, I wonder if he blocked me by now. But anyway, the one right off the bat would be the autonomous zone. That would be it. That would be like the number one, where I was like, come on, dude, what are you talking about? Like, they're taking it more as a troll as opposed to a whole, like, we're going to create our own chats, which is why it wasn't continued. Yeah. Granted, the police jumped in, but the protesters don't really care too much about getting hit. So they would probably go back to that if they were actually believing in that.
Well, to the first point that you made about the escalation of violence only being captured at the point of escalation. I mean, personally, I don't really see that as that big of a deal if the violence did escalate to that degree already, and that's what's being captured. That is absolutely the case. Like, I mean, sure, like things like the day before, there were probably birds in the bird bath hanging out, or squirrels or something. Like at certain things change.
People, I think, are confused with the idea of the autonomous zone in general. I think, like, maybe giving like a quick overview. It's originated from Hakeem Bey, and I don't think it's really, to me, from my understanding, the autonomous zone wasn't really meant to be so much a symbol of being in an active protest, but it's more of like a geographic, like, you know, I know it's a meme, but it's like the map is not the territory sort of thing. Like it's a form of deterritorialization, to use a Deleuzian thing, where you set up an infrastructure where you're autonomous and you can have a sort of fugitive freedom at the moment. But it just seems that the autonomous zone in Portland was like this kind of, I don't know, it seemed like a festival, kind of like Magic the Gathering, but for like ANCOMs. I don't know what you could say.
It just, that the thing about the autonomous zone in Portland is it lasted a combined total of probably like a couple hours, and that was it. With Seattle, honestly, I know a couple people that were there. I literally spent a whopping like no time looking into it, because I was literally like, okay, autonomous zone. All right, well, let's see how that plays out. And that was it. That's all the thought I gave to it. I was like, well, let's focus on what's going on, like the policy-wise, like homelessness and things like that. Let's focus on that. So yeah, man, the autonomous zone in Seattle, is that still going on?
No.
I think they disbanded it. The cops,
disbanded it a while back, right?
Yeah.
But Andy, I think he plays a very I mean, of course he's useful to me and Blue Shoe's side of the aisle, but I think he plays a very clever game in terms of not stating his direct affiliations, because that's like really his feigning impartiality. That's what separates him from who's that guy that runs Project Veritas? James O'Keefe. James O'Keefe, yeah. I think Andy knows that, like, if he went down the Project Veritas route, that he would like get immediately banned and censored or fucked with by the tech corporations. So he's like, no, I'm not actually a part of the right. So I guess that's why he pisses people off, right? He's playing this like Machiavellian game, I guess.
I would say the reason why people here hate his guts was because he's not always being honest about where he's at. So for example, with me, a lot of times with, say, for example, when I'm filming and I'm posting these videos to YouTube on my channel, and I'm literally saying, oh yeah, you see that? And I'll show somebody throw a water bottle and it hit like a police officer. I'm like, well, okay, we're about to get shot or gassed. And it happens. And I'll go on camera and be like, guys, look, dude shouldn't have thrown it. This is what happened. And the difference between Andy No and I is like, I'll get called like, oh, you're a Republican. Oh, you're a Democrat. Oh, you're this and that and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, make up your minds. What do y'all want me to be? So, but the difference, I think, was that I'm trying to be really honest about what I actually see. So I'm like, this is what I see. I think I'm right. This is what's going on. Let me know what you think. Andy No isn't always genuine. And because the people here know what he's covering, we can see when he's not being accurate. I bet you if he showed all the context going on, he would get a lot less shit for it. That's for sure. But again, he also got attacked, which you shouldn't attack anybody. And I don't even think the people got caught, which is terrible, because that means they're probably going to do it again to somebody else. Regardless, it's freedom of speech, right? Like,
but it's also organized. It's not as, the attacks are not a spontaneous crime of passion type of deal. If you have people who are loading up these milkshakes. And these milkshakes are not just milkshakes. Like, they have cement on them. They have things that, if they harden, they would cause damage to the skin. So that is, I am saying that right. Like, I don't want to misspeak here as far as what was in the. So when it comes to something like that, and you have these purple-haired beings who are handing out these. You know what I mean.
Cryptids.
Yes. When you have them.
Your wordage cracks me up.
When you have them handing out this stuff, and they seem so nice and cheery about it. There's something evil about just that image when you think about it. Like, they know that they're going to intentionally cause harm on somebody's body, on somebody's skin, but they're treating it like a joke. Like, I think, Gio, was it Sam Hyde who had this quote about how, like, they want to, like, rape us, exterminate us?
Oh, the famous Sam Hyde
that's a
quote.
Famous one.
Remember when we win? They want you dead, broke, your children raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny while they do it.
Yeah,
so that's a lot.
I feel like that's actually accurate.
I wouldn't go that far. That's
real.
Yeah, they're with situations like Andy No too, it is bad because people know him. And so as a result, they do target him, which is, again, shouldn't do it. And their response is, well, he shouldn't be filming this because it gives us bad press. It's like, okay, cool. But like getting bad press is literally when you commit, violence and everybody sees it. The whole international stage is on us at the moment. And so, yeah, there are times like this dude hit a police officer with like a full thing of apple juice. It was like just tossed over the fence, decked him. I'm like, okay, dude, again, not the best thing to give us press, because essentially it goes back to like my whole area of study. Dude, you're not just the left. You're trying to garner support behind your cause. Now they're arguing, well, violence is important in order to be able to achieve our desired ends. I'm like, well, that is called radicalism, and that's why Malcolm X is not as well known as Martin Luther King. Okay.
I wish Hotep Sophia was here. She was talking about how when you look at this again, she was talking about how Malcolm X was also a Fed. But that was we're gonna get into that.
Yes, I couldn't believe that. Why didn't we go deep into that?
Everybody's a Fed.
Yes,
anybody you see,
everybody
they all
is.
go to the dark. It's all fake.
We're gonna have to bring her back.
All an illusion.
But there was a comment that was done before. I think it was done by Buff. I'm going to have to scroll back up here to see. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay, so. The strategy, so this is from De Facto. The strategy is law and order. The anarcho-communist BLM activists want to weaken the law enforcement. When law enforcement is weakened, they're going to start targeting civilians. Support a jackboot law enforcement crackdown or welcome the New World Order. The protests are genuine from the mid-wit, useful idiot POV, but BLM as a movement is a front for anarcho-communists to usher in the New World Order funded by global elites, including the UN, the EU, and the International Monetary Fund. So I'm curious.
Gangster, communist, one world computer god.
I'm curious what your take is on that.
What's my that sounds like some deep Alex Jones shit, my dude. That's like some so anarcho, communist, Marxist. It's like let me tell you what. If they're that organized to tie them all together, I'm out of the picture. I'm completely glossing and missing everything. But
I have the documents.
I no.
But I actually have an explanation of. Lev, could you read the terminology again? I'd be happy to explain it really quick.
Okay, so strategy is law and order. Anarcho-communist BLM activists want to weaken the law enforcement.
Anarcho-communist BLM activist. So anarcho believing that authority is not the right thing, that instead of coercion, we should use voluntary means to structure society.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
What was the next one? Hold on. I'm going to put it all together for you to vote.
Okay. So the next one. It was No. So the next one is so they want to weaken the law enforcement. Then when law enforcement is weakened, they're going to start targeting civilians.
What was the term after anarcho? I want to get through the term really quick.
Well, anarcho-communist Black Lives
Matter activists. Okay. So.
Yes.
You can be an anarcho-communist. I don't know if they have the best arguments, because you can see them regularly get just kicked in the stones on Twitter, because they're arguing that they should live in voluntary communes. So basically, if 15 or 150 people want to get together, they should be left alone from all outside force, and they should be able to voluntarily pool their resources. And then obviously, some of them have no idea what communism and anarchism are, and then they post the stupidest things. So. And then BLM, they're just supporting the BLM movement. So is it possible? Yes. Are a lot of them actually going to know what they believe? No.
Yeah, that very thing, there are, I would say probably like a couple out of every, several thousand people actually take that to heart. Most of the time people do that as a complete rebellious thing. Now, if you actually want to know what most of us actually think, there's actually something called Campaign Zero, and that goes down to specific policies. So for example, why are some people still protesting? It's like, well, there's actually very specific policies that we're looking for. And I would say, if you're looking at like a whole spectrum, right? You got the anarcho-communists as it was called. And then you got something like this, which is Campaign Zero. And that has to do with how exactly would you reallocate resources. So like a couple different things would be like, a national mandate for body cameras, because only 40% of the police force in the US have body cameras. That's probably something that's important. Or end civil immunities, for police officers. So for example, if they arrest a protester and then spit on them, well, then they can now be sued as a result. Things along those lines. reallocate the resources from the militarization, so the military weapons. Instead, let's just focus on training them longer, than they are already trained, because that would probably help with de-escalation tactics. So like those are types of things that I don't think are being properly communicated on the left to the right. Like, hey guys, this is actually like, if the source of rationale is generally stuff like that, when you have people on that really far end, they do exist. I would say they're probably like, a small sliver out of the rest of us, but yeah.
This is very different, though, from something like the Weather Underground back in the day. I mean, it wasn't like some very small tinfoil-hatted organization of a bunch of nerds. It was something that
they wanted to put people in camps and everything.
Exactly.
Like
it was very organized. So as far as having like any kind of nice ideas that people could gather around, I am absolutely for that. But also, don't forget, I'm from the USSR, and we've experienced a lot of this stuff before. As far as people coming in there, they say one thing, but then some thug ends up gaining power, and a lot of the bleeding hearts who were very fond of this idea of total equality, they're the ones who unfortunately end up getting up against the wall and shot. And that's what has happened time and time again with a lot of these movements. So when we're talking about order and chaos, when we're talking about, let's say, defunding the police, which again, like, I'm not saying this to at you. I'm saying this at the politicians who have advocated for it vocally and who have already implemented things to make that the case in various districts. We're seeing what the effects are of all of that. People aren't liking it. So my whole thing is, regardless of whatever good points, and I agree with you, Zach, a lot of these are really good points that I'm sure both the left and right would go behind. Let's actually focus on what's going on, what people are seeing, like regardless of what happened before with Andy No. What he was shooting was these riots, and let's call them riots. At that point, they're not protests anymore, and burning, looting, all these businesses suffering, families like losing their entire livelihoods because of this stuff. So when people are seeing that, man, like, I'm sorry, they are not going to go on the side of anything whatsoever. So as far as what strategy there is behind it, who are the people who are behind the curtain, like, as far as it being more organized as far as money goes, I don't know how long that money trail goes to, let's say, something like Russia. I'm not just saying it's just Russia. There's probably other forces at play too, but I definitely know that Russia also contributes to
Lev, I gotta stop you there.
Yes.
I gotta stop. Can't like this whole thing, like, can't you realize how based and red-pilled Vladimir Putin is? Can't you, like, Lev, I can't believe this.
Nope.
I'm your friend, but it's like, my God, like, God, you're misjudging your audience.
He's parasitic. He's a parasite. But anyway, what I'm getting to here is that when it comes to even the printing of the signs themselves, graphic design, all of these elements, I mean, just look at fucking ISIS.
I have an answer for you.
I
have an answer for you with some of that.
Go for it.
Okay, so a lot of that goes on with, in terms of like who's making money. Well, actually, it's a lot of it, honestly, is not as well organized as you might think. At least I can tell you, I'm being truthful. I swear on baby Jesus' life, I would have caught wind of some shit where, better organized. A lot of it is literally people making things outside of their houses. A lot of graphic designers, especially that are laid off, they're like, hey, why don't you try this? I'll just start either a GoFundMe, or I'm just going to open up my PayPal and let's just start making designs. And a lot of times that'll happen. And they'll have signs on their front yards that literally say, Black Lives Matter, custom t-shirts, and literally $20. That's it. In terms of like the fires and things like that, no, not in favor of that. In terms of what you're saying about the use of violence in order to get in power, that's actually one of the things that I studied was if you use violence in order to get in power, the chances of you continually using violence is most of the time, almost every single time, they continually do it. And so that's where somebody like myself, even though I am, I'm on the left, I'll even get targeted all the time too, because people will be like, you're a Trump supporter. I'm like, wait, how did you, what? And so they'll even target me because I'm saying, hey guys, violence might not be the best strategy moving forward, because it especially with, like, for example, if we're going to look at violent extremism, generally has a 0% success rating internationally. It doesn't work. And when it does, it's because they change their tactics, so they stop using violent action in order to try to get in government, like the Muslim Brotherhood or the IRA, things like that.
As far as the left goes, though, I don't know whether there would be able to be the kind of reform where we would be able to see more Zach Mosses as opposed to, you know what I mean? As opposed to more of the Weather Underground people who want to send people into camps, because those people, I don't think they've just magically gone away. I think they do remain there. You hear, for example, what was talked about with one of the organizers of the Bernie Sanders campaign when when he was talking about what's going to happen in Minnesota, where where he was talking about how if Bernie doesn't get the nomination, this what was the town? I forget. Well, it's all going to burn down. So this was not just some bit player. This was someone, and again, this was Project Veritas that found it. Like, regardless of whatever bias they have, this was something that they recorded. So when you have somebody out there in such a high position who is saying something like that, like, I'm sorry, man, but that, to me, that means that whatever organization structure there is in BLM, in Antifa, regardless of any independent actors who are kind of hooking themselves up to it, if the person who has such a high position is going to talk about burning down, the town, then I'm sorry, that is something that from now on is going to be owned in terms of any organizational structure to the same strain of violence and evil that the Weather Underground professed.
Yeah, with people, if anybody, so for example, if say you got somebody who rises through the ranks because they're convincing other people that violence is the answer, right? Like we've seen that time and time again, not only throughout the world, but we've seen it throughout history.
Man, violence is never the answer, everybody.
No, then shut their shit down, because you can't be promoting violence, because that's how you create a civil war. This is how these things kind of start, right? And so one thing, little fun fact that I thought was kind of interesting was the U.S. They're dealing with how to deal with extremists abroad. And so what they realize is a lot of different places, whether you have like some places in Egypt or you have like Pakistan, Afghanistan, you can't stop the extremists. But what you can do is you can support the ones who don't support violence. So you have, say, violent extremists, and you have people who would be, what's the real word I'm looking for? More orthodox or fundamentalists, right? What you can try to do is try to promote the people that don't support the violence. And that's, other than that, you just have to hope to God that they lose out in elections, which they almost always do, unless they change their tune. So there are going to be outliers, of course, where people are going to say, well, someone in position of power is going to say, well, if we lose, we're going to burn this shit down. It's like, okay, cool, dude. Well, guess what? We're in a motherfucking democracy, and that's just how this shit works. So you're out. That's it. Otherwise, I don't think that those people will get too far. I really don't. But
they've already gotten far.
It is 2020. No, it is 2020.
They've already gotten far. I mean, how many burnings and destroying of people's livelihoods do we need to say that it's gotten far? I think it's already gotten extremely far. So the way that people are going to look at this movement, regardless of whatever good intentions you have for the possibility of there being like a mixed economy and all that, like I said before, I think a lot of this is going to just get more and more chaotic, and any reasoning is not going to help. But Gio, what were you gonna say?
Well, there is, like, from an outside observation, I think there's different strategies, I think, between left and right activism, because from my perspective, the left seems to have a long history of being able to at least somewhat organize and develop methods and series of praxis that can fulfill certain goals. Whereas the current online right is broken up between various disparate cults of personalities and ideological camps and micro-ideologies and various other almost non-structural apparatuses that don't necessarily want to work with each other, because the thing is, it just seems to be where you get to a certain position of influence and you have like a little cudgel of pay pigs and jannies and carrier pigeons, then you get to sort of dictate a narrative, and that's really as far as it gets. I mean, I could be wrong, because there is quite a bit of backstabbing and infighting on the left, it seems. But the difference, I think, is that the left has an ability to sort of pump out this very brutal idea, like what I called it in different articles. They have an ability to have this very brutal ideological eugenics where they cancel people of their own
cancel culture.
Yeah, well, it's more than that. I think
yeah.
it's more of an ideological eugenics in that they tend to take people who are diverging from whatever is the current ideology du jour. But on the right, we do this, but it's not for a coherent end of keeping a certain line of thinking. It's more so like, fuck you, you're not like a Nazbol Strasserist, whatever. You know, you're not part of me, so therefore you're evil. Or you're a Fed. No, everyone's a Fed. Or you're fat, so you're fat. It's like, no, you're fat. No, you're a Fed. It's like
everybody's fat.
Yeah,
everybody's a Fed. Exactly. So
that sounds like us, man. That sounds
I
like
think that's
sure.
Yeah, well, maybe you have a different perspective, Zach. But to me, I think that the canceling on the left is for a very specific ideological purpose. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
Okay? So in terms of cancel cultures, that's another thing that I don't support, because I think like in order to have a cancel culture, you're assuming that everybody is inherently perfect, right? Everybody makes mistakes, and if you're not giving people a path to redemption, then what does that say about the society that you want to live within, right? Like that's a part of democracy. You talk, you make mistakes, you correct them, and you move on. The cancel culture, yeah, I absolutely can't stand that. And you're right. A lot of times with people, they'll decide, oh, this person doesn't believe in what I believe, so therefore we should cancel them because they're a racist, fascist, misogynist. You know, throw whatever you want out there, right? Because they've even done that to me too. Like, and I think I'm on the left again, but we'll see depending on who you're talking to.
The part that I struggle with is that cancel culture is not necessarily a good thing in its formation. So the reasons that we cancel somebody, ostracization from society, is a voluntary way of handling some of the functions of law, if you think about it. And that's what I really struggle with, is that cancel culture starts with those very good roots of communities deciding their standards.
I agree. That's all I got to say.
No, I'm just saying, that's the reason I struggle with it, because obviously I get pissed off sometimes at cancel culture stories. I haven't been canceled yet, but I'm waiting for it, you know?
But the other side,
we're all pretty much canceled here, so it's
well. I wouldn't say that. I think we're forming something very unique here. But the other side of cancel culture is you would have a lot of people, let's say, who would be like, I don't know, an NPR executive or whatever. People who, because they see how what's his name who wrote Rules for Radicals. Saul Alinsky. Yeah.
Saul Alinsky, yeah.
When they see the Alinskyite tactics being employed, they are going to, they don't want to ruffle anybody's feathers except for those of the Republicans because they're fair game. So, of course, they're going to kowtow to any demand as far as how woke they have to show themselves to be, even if they don't happen to believe those same things. I don't know how long people in these industries are going to be able to maintain being that way, but I really do think, just like in Soviet Russia, where you had these towns with a like a clipboard or whatever, like a poster. Every day there would be like a new law added to that poster, and people would be scared because they know that these are violent people. They're going to come after me. They're going to come after my family. They're going to do all kinds of things to us, and they're going to think it's funny. So I better behave myself. So when it comes to making sure something like that does not come out, and I personally think that it will come out with that kind of organization, regardless of any positive intentions, I am not sure how long, Zach, you'd be able to remain in the left, because you don't seem like that kind of guy.
Look, man, again, people try to name me all the time. I had a whirlwind of shit from MSNBC.
Name what you are.
So MSNBC. I'm literally, so here's a good one. Sorry, a little 30-second side rant.
Please.
I got my ass chewed out one day because all I said innocently, I was just watching a freaking scary movie, and I was like, damn, policy for policy, who's really good at gaslighting is Nancy Pelosi. So I just tweeted, does anybody actually like Nancy Pelosi? And then it had almost 1 million views in the first day. And I was like, excuse me, what is going on here? And so, whoops, I think my phone just cut out for a sec. So I was like, oh God, here we go. So I started getting like thousands of messages on messages, and then DMs and DMs. Everybody's like, you're a Trump supporter, you're a piece of shit, you're a fascist, and blah. And I kept going. And then people from MSNBC started commenting. So there's like NBC and then like 4 people from them. They have like combined to like 7 million followers or something. And they're like, she's admirable. great. Who are you? And I'm like, I'm the motherfucker who has the tweet that you're commenting on. So why don't you get out of my face or give me your job? Because I could do a better job in 30 seconds than you guys could do in a minute, because you're has-beens and you're sold out, which is why TV is a dying industry.
For sure.
But yeah, cancel culture, man. I got that for, I think I probably got like 100 messages a day for probably about a month because of that, just that one tweet.
Oh God.
So, no.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
But,
Oh yeah, guys. I'm probably gonna leave in a second here. Oh.
yeah,
do
we're
you mind
probably
if
going to
I-
be wrapping it up pretty soon, but go for it,
Yeah, cool.
Blue Shoe.
Yeah, I was gonna mention one thing earlier about the Kenosha thing. I didn't see anybody mention. One of my mutuals on Twitter posted this thing that apparently the guy said some weird stuff on Snapchat. You might like it. Here, I'm gonna put it in the Zoom chat, or we can open it. Put it on
Interesting.
screen if you can.
It's on Snapchat? Oh, shit.
Yeah, Snapchat.
Oh, man.
Well, I don't know if
Oh, imagine
Snapchat
what's
works.
gonna
Oh,
pop up.
if it's a screenshot, that's a different
There's
story.
screenshots, yeah, there's
Okay.
screenshots.
Yes, then that would
Okay.
definitely work. I
Open
also-
the Twitter
I
post
also
if you
want to
can.
remind everybody, while we're having this gap in time, be sure to go to patreon.com/breaktherules, become a patron. $20 patronage gets you an incredible print from the man himself, Giovanni Pennacchietti, who's here with us, and it's a beautiful print. You never know what you're going to get. I got an amazing print from him. It just came recently, and so go to patreon.com. And also, don't forget to subscribe. You guys are probably all subscribed, but for those who are watching this video for the first time, subscribe right fucking now, and you're not going to regret it. Look at the quality of
And
people.
to your boy here, too. And to
Hell
your
yeah.
boy here, the
Hell
Zach
yeah.
Moss Show, if you want to know some left news with my sources cited in the description box of each
Nice.
video. That was a good plug. That was a very slight plug you had there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing that.
No, I'm very good when it comes to all that stuff. But what I would love, by the way, is this is a conversation that I think can go on. Like, I think right now would be a good time to end it, but this is a conversation
Yeah.
that I think could go on for a pretty long time. I want to get a lot of
yeah.
people in. Zach, I would love for you to come back, man.
Let me know. Let me know. It's fun.
Excellent.
Please.
So we don't have that screenshot right now here that I could see.
Damn.
It's still showing the BTR chat. I don't know if you
Ah.
controlled V correctly, but we are.
Oh wait,
gonna...
it's in the it's in the Zoom chat. Let me put it in the Discord.
Zoom. That's why. Yeah, I thought you. Okay.
Okay, Zoom.
Dun, dun,
Yes,
dun.
for those who are not aware, we
Zoom
have a
chat.
Discord. This is where we get all the chat stuff on the
Put it in
left
Discord
side
now.
over here. Yes. So I think we're going to have a conversation coming up about how do we save civilization. Here we go. Oh, look at this.
Oh, let's check this out. I can't even see it. What is it saying? Someone narrate this?
Is this real? Apparently he was yeah, Blue Shoe,
Yeah, he's a simp, basically.
Oh God.
That's what I put on this post. Yeah.
This
Who
is
is
the greatest
this?
thing I've ever read.
Wow.
Here, wait. Can I screen share? I can open it on
Oh,
Twitter.
yes, go for it.
Wait, who is this?
So
what is even
that's-
going on?
Apparently this is the Kyle. What's his
Lev,
name?
you have
Rid?
to turn it on for me. It
Oh,
won't let me do it.
right. Yeah, I always forget about turning on the screen share. Here
Oh
we
my
go.
God, yes.
Yes. Well, didn't someone say the Sims will inherit the earth?
Yes.
So wait. Who is
I
this
read that
person
somewhere.
we're looking at?
Okay, here, look. Okay, here's the first one. See, this is some girl he was talking to, and
Wait, is that Kyle Kalinske?
no, this is the guy, the kid from Kenosha who shot those.
Yeah, very different Kyle.
pedos.
Oh, my bad. I heard you talking. I took a break and I heard you talking about Kyle Kalinske earlier, so I was just like, damn.
Oh, the plot has thickened. Oh man.
See, really
Oh,
unfortunate
watch-
what happened and how the media is reporting this. This was a convo I had with him a while ago. I considered him a friend.
Oh, watch her be 18 in
friend,
this
but
whole
he's
media scandal.
writing this stuff and it's so sexual and just like completely
Jesus,
overbearing.
But is
It's so
this
bad.
like verifiable
That's-
real or?
That's normal
Yeah.
for someone my age. Not
This
gonna
is
like.
I mean, it's not.
crazy.
It happens.
I
It happens.
I can't
but it's
even.
just
I can
funny.
barely read it. Is he just like trying to mac up on this girl or what?
Yeah,
like,
pretty much.
He seems pretty respectful. Like,
Is he sexually harassing her or is she like into it? I can't tell
No,
because
I
I, can't
think
read it.
It's hard to tell. That's very
no,
important.
It
It's like
just
gray
it
area?
just looks like he's chatting her up. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
he's-
it's cut up. You don't really
You read
know
my
what
dick
that's
in
how the
my-
context is.
It's
I mean,
just funny,
what
but
if she made a joke about that, above?
Hey,
So,
man.
you know,
Yeah.
the girl's
Girls
getting a benefit, but
Yeah,
it
we don't-
happens.
Girl's named.
We don't
It's
have the full
not-
context
not-
here, but with this kind of stuff,
I'm not
like,
trying to
if you
condemn
can-
him or anything.
if
I'm
you
just
can,
saying
if
it's
you
it
can
is
block
what it is.
people,
Yeah.
like
yeah.
in this day and age, if you can block people who are writing you some shit, then that's it. That's the end of story. Unless they keep on unless they make a new account and then start harassing you.
Man, this is gonna age bad.
It was probably
his real name and everything.
Yeah, it was probably a consensual thing then, but it's just, and I'm not trying to
is gonna
condemn
age
him either.
poorly.
Like say
You're
this
beautiful.
makes him a terrible
Everything
person.
about you, your
It's just weird.
personality.
I just want all
Here's the thing.
I just want all the facts.
Consent can be like retroactively taken back if the
That's the
guy ends up
problem
being
right
like a
there.
terrorist. Is it?
This guy's socially
Like,
screwed.
I think it's that's just the rules of the game now. You just can't ever mess up.
Yeah, this guy's socially screwed. The moment these get out on the mainstream media, this is over. That's it.
No,
They're gonna be
I
like,
think
if he doesn't go to
Can
prison,
you imagine if
Like,
this is
I
like
think-
the
I think-
headline story on CNN and this broke on Break the
Bro, he
Rules?
can-
It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I ruined him. I'm sorry. He didn't
man.
deserve
Oh
to
man,
go to jail.
no. This is
There's
gonna get
so
a
many
million
trad
views.
girls on Twitter. There's so many trad girls on Twitter who would totally date him from prison.
Go get the
They're
marriage
into-
letters.
Oh my god, yes.
They're
Get the
into it.
marriage proposal.
That's what
Oh
happened.
my God.
Only it'll be cottage core trad girls who will
I-
give a marriage proposal.
No, for
I
real.
feel bad for this girl.
Like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I saw this girl on Twitter, and she was like, "Yeah, I would easily I would date a man from prison if he killed a racial slur
Wow.
or,
my
or, a,
God.
ped- or a
Oh,
pedophile."
Well, hey,
Dude.
look at Varg.
I mean,
He
yeah,
married
that's
a woman of his dreams, and he's got 6
That's what I would
kids
say.
now, so.
Marie Cachet,
Oh
Marie
my
Cachet
God.
is based as fuck.
You know
She
what?
has-
I
she's
feel bad for her.
autistic. Really? Why? She's like a French.
I'm gonna leave
nobleman.
now.
No,
So,
the girl from the
bye, guys.
Snapchat.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
the
yeah.
girl. Yeah, we were talking
Yeah,
about
care.
Varg just
Yeah.
Her
like-
her
Right,
her
bye,
name
guys.
is also
Crazy. Oh my god. I've had enough.
Then
of
there's
this
Mama
world.
JF.
Where's the first
Ain't
rocket
she
to
Mama
Mars?
JF?
her name is also Ava, and I've never met a girl named Ava who wasn't miserable on the inside.
I've never met a neighbor.
Wow.
Oh my god.
What is happening in this?
I mean, just
Oh my God.
what's the kind of parent that would name their child Ava?
I've never
Like,
met
actually.
Ava.
Really?
Oh my-
Okay, in Portland,
No.
I know 7 or 8 Avas from high school.
What?
And I'm
Wow.
so,
Wait, what
sorry.
So that's
Yeah.
that's a
Divine?
Zoomer.
Are you-
a
Oh, no.
Zoomer
Don't
it's a
do that,
Zoomer
Google.
Portland thing.
Oh yeah,
What,
and
what high school?
They're all into DDLG and have huge issues. I mean,
Wait,
some of
Are
them
you
are
allowed?
hot.
Are you allowed to
Am
say
I
what
what?
high school you went to?
Probably.
No,
not.
I
Oh,
probably shouldn't.
How can
Yeah,
you give a
never mind.
clue? How can you give a clue that he
But
would know?
these girls, only a couple of them went to my high school.
That only
the
he would know.
specific ones I'm thinking of are Cleveland girls, and there's
Oh.
2 Avas
Okay.
from Cleveland. They're
I know
Luke,
I know
though.
where you're talking about.
But
Are-
isn't
are
that
you-
funny, like Lev
are
was
you-
saying?
Oh, sorry. I
Huh?
was just gonna ask one quick question. Sorry, Gio.
No,
Are
you're
you
right, Sasha,
are
go
you
ahead.
young enough or into the Portland youth culture enough to know what a mook thought is?
Oh,
You know, I'm 25, so
Oh.
I'm into I know the culture enough. I'm gonna be honest. I actually don't know what that one is. I
A
feel
mook
like
thought.
a bitch.
The mook thought is it's a new breed of girls.
A
but-
new breed.
A new
Oh.
breed, but Avas
Oh, God.
are almost always mook thoughts. But you can
Oh,
go on.
Jesus.
You can go.
Got an
on.
Urban Dictionary that later.
yeah, it's probably on there.
Interesting.
Lev, didn't you say you're gonna do a Mook show soon?
Um,
I'm going to do a goon show soon. So I'm going to do a
It's
show.
goon, not mook.
Yeah, Zach, do you know what gooning is?
Oh
No, I don't.
Okay, so this is
Do I
gonna be
gotta put this in incognito mode?
this is gonna be the 20th time I explain this. So a gooner is somebody. Yes, a gooner is somebody who has a goon cave, which is a lot of computer screens in front of them, or a VR screen with multi screens with porn playing on all those monitors, and they jack it to that porn for a long amount of time.
But it's
they don't
edging.
come.
It's a
Oh, there's
it's
a Human
Tantra.
Centipede movie off of that, kind of, the very beginning. I think it was the third or something like that. I think it was the second or the third. There's a dude in the very beginning, all these screens everywhere. Yeah. That's nice, dude.
It is nice.
Learn more every day.
Well, we're
Learning more every day.
gonna get them on the show. We're gonna talk about the goon culture. I think that will be a great episode. And then we're gonna have another episode where we're gonna bring out somebody professional, like the Joint Chiefs of Staff or something. Or I'm gonna get some of the people.
We should.
Yeah, some of the people in the UN. Bring them along. Bring them along with.
Nice.
Yeah, the gooners. It would be a fun show for everybody. But Zach, this was great. I'm so happy that you got to be here. I love your energy.
Thank
and
you.
I would love for you to come back again. We're gonna be planning a lot more streams. So thank you guys so much. This has been another excellent episode of the BTR stream. Be sure to subscribe and like and click the bell and you know the rest.